Chapter 1, New York, New York. Friday, early September, dusk. Heading uptown on Madison. Sheets of icy rain washed the pavement, heralding the onslaught of autumn and the miserable winter to come. The city was poised for its cruelest. Months, that twilight of the spirit when strangers arm wrestle for taxis. Nobody has time to hold a door, and you cherish every fleeting human kindness. Bring on the blizzards, the holiday madness. This winter I was planning something long overdue. To treat my daughter Amy, the Madame Curie of her 9th grade, to a real vacation. Just us. We'd leave at Thanksgiving and stay gone through the Christmas break. She got to live with me 3 months a year, and December was by. God going to be one of the months. School? She'd already skipped a year. Maybe she was a little too fast-track for 13. Since Joanna, my ex, had already lined up her own holiday excursion. Amy the spy claimed it was with some Vorst Tishman VP, she hadn't bothered inventing the usual roadblocks. Clear sailing. We'd open the house down in St. Croix and spend a month getting reacquainted. Work on the tan and some postgraduate snorkeling, a strategy. Move while I still enjoyed a small sliver of her attention, before a certain totally terrific skateboard virtuoso finally got around to noticing her. Only a couple of jobs needed finishing, but they'd be wrapped up with weeks. To spare, that night, in truth, had its moments of nostalgia. The destination was Sotheby's auction house, a place where Matthew Walton was greeted by name at the cashier's window, home away from home for obsessive collectors. I leaned back against the vinyl seat of the checker, letting the rhythm of the streetlight halos glimmer past, and reflected on all those happy nights I'd made the trek with Joanna. She'd had no real interest in my collecting hobby, Japanese samurai, ords and armor, but she was always a decent sport about it. Besides, she had her own passions. While I was agonizing over long blades and short blades, she'd sneak off and browse for something French and 19th century, and expensive. Fact is, I'd usually plan ahead and have something of my own on the block just to pay for that little sketch or print she suddenly had to have. Out of habit, I'd even shipped up a couple of mistakes for the auction this evening. And axe and a lacquered metal face guard. Though tonight's sale had only a few odd items in my specialty, the slim offerings actually suited the occasion. It left the evening open, time for the real agenda getting things rolling with a new client who'd inexplicably handed me a job as simple as it was strange. The man, name of Matsuo Noda, had rung all the way from Japan Friday before last, introduced himself in generalities, then declared he had a press. Illegal matter requiring both speed and confidentiality. Inquiries had led him to me. Would I have time to help him locate an office building to buy? He claimed he was head of a Kyoto consulting outfit that called itself Nippon Inc., and he was looking for something in Midtown 70 million range. Honestly, I couldn't quite believe he was serious at first. Why this job? Just a little legwork, really, for somebody he'd never even met. I could swing it, sure. But now that Japanese investors were snapping up U.S. property right and left, who needed some ex-Texan turned New York lawyer knocking around, there was no rational reason to engage a corporate attorney. Out of curiosity. Aren't you working through one of the Tokyo firms here in New York, say, Hyro Real Estate or KG Land? Surely they could, Mr. Walton, he interrupted smoothly but firmly. Allow me to say I have my reasons. May I Mind you, I stressed confidentiality, merely asking. I took a deep breath. The connection was distorted, a high-pitched hum in the background, as though he wasn't using commercial phone lines. If you want, I can look around and see what's in the market. And in the meantime, how about sending along a prospectus just for the file? Assuredly, he said, and I do look forward to working with you. After a few more polite nothings, he abruptly closed out the call. That wasn't how the Japanese road show usually did business. From what I'd seen, Tokyo invests very cautiously and deliberately, sometimes researching a deal half to death. I momentarily wondered if it wasn't just one of the Curse from my old partnership pulling my leg. He was real enough. A brochure arrived by overnight air, bound in leather with a flowery covering letter. 2 problems. Most of the thing was in his native tongue, and what I could read didn't tip. His hand. From the looks of its public disclosures, Nippon, Inc. was merely some kind of money manager for Japanese investment banks. It had almost no assets of its own. All I could find listed were a few $1 million. Lunch. Money for a Japanese outfit, mostly cash parked in some short-term Euroyen paper. That, and a head office in Kyoto, was the sum of it. What's more, Noda only worked with Japanese banks and firms. No foreign clients. So did this man suddenly require space in New York? An entire building? I honestly couldn't figure it. On the other hand, with any luck, the whole deal probably could be put together with a few phone calls. By way of introduction, let me say that I worked, technically, as a straightforward attorney at law. I say technically because I was, in fact, a freelance defensive back in the corporate takeover game, which these days is anything but straight. You'd have to go back to the roaring 20s to find so many creative screw jobs. Some people are drawn to power. Guess I'm more attracted to the idea of occasionally whittling it down to size. So when some hotshot raider found a happy little company whose breakup value was worth more than the current stock price, then decided to move in and grab it, loot the assets, and sell off the pieces, one of the players apt to end up downfield was Matt Walton. For reasons that go a long way back, I liked a break up the running patterns of the fast buck artists. It's a game where you win some and lose some. The trick is to try and beat the odds, and I suppose I'd had my share of luck. Give you a quick example. Back in the spring, a mid-size cosmetics outfit called me in as part of their reinforcements to fight an avaricious rape, better known as a hostile takeover, by one of their biggest competitors. After looking over the balance sheet and shares outstanding, I suggested they divest a couple of unpromising consumer divisions, namely, a male fragrance line that made you smell like a kid leaving the barbershop, and a feminine hygiene product that could have been a patent infringement on Lysol, and use the proceeds to buy back their own common shares. We also threw together a poison pill that would have practically had them owning anybody who acquired more than 20% of their stock. Our move scared hell out of the circling vultures, and enforced my reputation on the street unduly harsh, I thought, as a give-no-quarter son of a bitch. Another fact worth mentioning is that I worked without benefit of a real office. After selling off my piece of the law partnership, I paraded out of my place downtown with a telephone and a couple of computers. A kindly gray-haired dynamo by the name of Emma Epstein, who had a rent-controlled apartment down the block, dropped by afternoons and handled correspondence, filing, matrimonial advice, and the occasional pot of medicinal chicken soup. The only other member of my staff was a shaggy sheepdog named Benjamin, who served as security chief, periodically sweeping the back garden. For the neighbor's cat, that was it. Oh yes, one other item, crucial as it turned out. I'd always been a collector of something. Once it was antique spurs, for Chris' sake, but about 10 years earlier I'd started to get interested in things Japanese and ended up going a little overboard about old swords and such. Joanna's unscheduled departure managed to burn out a lot of my circuits, and what had been merely an obsession grew into something a little crazy. For a year or so I became, in my own mind at least, a sort of American Ronin, a wandering samurai. You see, the Japanese warriors had a code that said you ought to live every moment in full awareness of your own mortality. When you adopt the existential outlook, so they claimed, all regrets, emotions, complaints can be seen as an indulgence. You're ready to meet life head-on, to risk everything at a moment's notice. That's the only way you ever discover who you really are, and it's supposed to make you marvelously detached, almost enough to make you forget how your raven-haired, brilliant, sexy mate packed it in one New Year's Eve 20 months past, when you called late from the office again, after declaring that was the goddamn last straw, and apparently the only thing you could find worthy of undivided attention came printed on goddamn computer paper. and she was goddamn sick of it, which she demonstrated the next day by slamming the door on her way out. Add to which, she used my momentary disorientation to get custody of Amy. So while I was battling corporate Goliaths, I let her walk off with the only thing I would have given my life for. The more time went by, the more I wanted to kick myself. Alex Katz of Walton, Halliday, and Katz now minus the Walton. Read the custody agreement the day after I signed it, sighed, glared over his smudgy half-lenses, and announced that this kind of unconditional surrender should only be signed on the decks of battleships. What did he have? A law partner or a fucking schlemiel? He was right, for all the wrong reasons. Not long after, I cashed in my piece of the firm and went independent. Win or lose, it's best to sort things out on your own. I was then 43'6'1" and weighed in at an even 180. There were a few lines on the face and several more on the psyche, but the sandy hair was mostly intact, and I could still swim a couple of miles if absolutely essential. Maybe there was still time for a new start. Part of that therapy was going to be our trip. Perhaps I should also add that I'd had a brief, rebound fling, for what it was worth. The lady was Donna Austin, a name you'll recognize as belonging to that irrepressibly cheerful personalities, host on what Channel 8 likes to term its evening news. She'd called about a segment on the subject of the cosmetics company takeover, then very much in the local press, and I'd said fine. She ended up downtown, and soon thereafter we became an item. She was the closest I'd had to a girlfriend, and at that it was mostly an on-again, off-again thing which terminated in an event reminiscent of the Hindenburg's last flight. In the aftermath, I went back to chatting with Amy every day on the phone, putting together stock buyback packages and collecting Japanese swords. Anyway, while the cab waited for a light, worn-out wipers squeaking, I fumbled around in my coat pocket and extracted the meishi, the business card, one side in English, the other Japanese, that had been included with Noda's letter. He'd personalized it with a handwritten note. On the side with English print. Now, I'd kept track of the new Japanese investment heavies in town Nomura, Daiwa, Nikko, Sumitomo, since you never know when a corporation might need some fast liquidity. They were starting to play hardball, and these days, with all that cheap money back home, they would underbid a 9-figure financing deal before Drexel Burnham could spell junk bond. But Nippon, Inc.? Never heard of the outfit. Well, I thought, you'll know the story soon. Enough. The driver had just hung a right on 57th and was headed east toward York Avenue. I'd called that afternoon to lower the reserve on one of my lots, and had been told that because of some union squabble, the preview would continue till just before the sale, now scheduled to kick off at 8:30. It wasn't quite 7 yet, so we would have at least an hour to run through my list of prospective buildings. As the cab pulled up next to the chased glass awning, I took a deep breath, shoved a 10 through the plexiglass panel between the seats, and stepped out. While the battered checker, lamented remnant of a vanishing species, squealed into the dark, I unbuttoned my overcoat and headed up the steps. Few grim-faced patrons milled here and there in the lobby, but nobody looked familiar. There was even a new girl at the desk by the stairs, ash blonde and tasteful smoked pearls, pure Bryn Mawr art history. A class act, Sotheby's. Appeared that most of the Japanese crowd was already upstairs, undoubtedly meditating on their bids with the meticulous precision of the Orient. I was headed up the wide, granite steps myself when I decided to check out the downstairs one. Last time, hold on could be there's a possibility. Waiting over by the coat check, thumbing the catalog, was a distinguished-looking guy retirement age, wearing a light charcoal suit. Italian. Unlike the usual Japanese businessmen. He clearly didn't assume he had to dress like an undertaker and keep a low profile. No, probably just some Mitsubishi board member thinking to diversify his portfolio with a few objects dart. Abruptly, he glanced up, smiled and headed my way. I realized I'd been recognized. Mr. Walton, how good of you to come. After a quick bow, he produced his card, a formality that totally ignored the fact he'd already sent me one. As convention required. I held it in my left hand and studied it anew while I accepted his hearty American handshake. It's a pleasure to meet you. At last. At last, I let that puzzler pass and handed over a card of my own, which he held politely through out our opening ritual, then pocketed. Noda had a mane of silver hair sculptured around a lean, tan face, and he looked to be somewhere between 60 and 70. Though his dark eyes were caught in a web of wrinkles that bespoke his ears, they had a sparkle of raw energy. He moved with an easy poise, and the initial impression was that of a man eminently self-possessed. He had that sturdy, no-nonsense assurance usually reserved for airline pilots. If you had to entrust somebody with your wife or your life savings, this man would be your pick. Well, my new client's a mover, I told myself. All the same, I accepted his hand with a vague twinge of misgiving. What was it? Maybe something about him was it'll too precise, too calculated. Mr. Walton, permit me to introduce my personal consultant. He laughed, a slight edge beneath the charm, and more wrinkles shot outward from the corners of his eyes. I always seek her approval of major acquisitions, particularly those of the high-end period, her specialty. He turned with what seemed obvious pride and gestured toward the tall Japanese woman standing behind him. I'd been so busy sizing him up I'd completely failed to notice her. I must confess she is, in fact, my niece. I suppose that ages me. Another smile. You may possibly be familiar with her professional name, so perhaps I should use that. May I introduce Akira Mori? Who? I stared a second before the face clicked into place, and the name. They both belonged to a well-known commentator on Tokyo television. Only one slight problem. Her specialty had nothing to do with art. Hedging Mashite. How do you do, Mr. Walton? She bowed formally, and I noticed, with all the warmth of an iceberg. No surprise I knew her opinion of Americans. She did not bother meeting my eye. She looked just as I remembered her from the tube. Knockout? Her hair was pulled back into a chignon, framing that classic oval face, and her age was anybody's guess, given the ivory skin and granite chin. She was wearing a bulky something in black and deep ochre by one of the new Tokyo designers. For some reason I was drawn to her fingernails, long and bronze. The parts, a mixture of classic and avant-garde, did not seem of a piece, the kind of detail you didn't notice on the TV. But there was something more important than her looks. I'd been to Tokyo from time to time for various reasons, and I'd heard a lot of stories about this lady. Fact is, you didn't have to be Japanese to know that Akira Mori was easily Japan's most listened to money analyst. You've probably seen her yourself in snippets of that weekly chat show she had on NHK, which used to get picked up by the networks here when they needed a quick 30 seconds on Japan this week or such. Her ratings had little to do with the fact she's a looker. She was, talk had it, an unofficial source for official government monetary policy. Akira Mori always had a lead on exactly what was afoot, from the Bank of Japan to the Ministry of Finance, even before the Prime Minister broke the news. Miss Mori, whoever the hell she was, had some very well-placed friends. Tell you something else, she didn't go out of her way to find flattering things to say about how Uncle Sam handled his bank book these days. Her appearance here made Noda's unorthodox office plans even more perplexing. We both appreciate your taking time from your schedule to meet with us. He bowed again. We've been looking forward to having you join us at the sale. While Akira Mori appeared to busy herself with a catalog, Noda and I got things going with that standard formality preceding any serious Japanese professional contact. Meaningless chat. It's how they set up their ninjin kankei, their relationship with the other guy. And it's also the way they fine-tune their their gut feeling about a situation. Any greenhorn foreigner who skimps on these vital niceties runs the risk of torpedoing his whole deal. In response to my pro forma inquiries, Matsuo Noda declared he liked New York, had even lived here for a while once, honestly found it less hectic than Tokyo, usually stayed these days at the Japanese hotel down on Park, but sometimes picked the plaza when he needed to be closer to Midtown. He adored La Grenouille and thought La Chalipe overpraised. When I pressed him, he declared his favorite Japanese place to dine was Nippon. Over in the East 50s. Maybe he merely liked the name, but it was my pick as well. After he had in turn solicited my own views on Sotheby's, a couple of the galleries down Madison, and various North Italian eateries, he suggested, "You go on upstairs and preview the lots." All the while Miss Mori appeared to ignore us, standing there like a statue of some Shinto goddess, except for the occasional tug at her dark hair. Maybe she didn't give a damn about this obbligato. Very small talk, thought it was old-fashioned. Or possibly she liked the idea of being the only one not to show a hand. And as Noda led the way up toward the exhibition rooms, she trailed behind like a dutiful Japanese woman would. We naturally continued to talk of everything except, God forbid, why we were there. In the first room we were suddenly in my arena samurai swords and battle gear. "This is your special interest, is it not, Mr. Walton?" Notice. Mild, then turned to admire the row of shining steel takai, 3-foot-long razors, now being watched over by a trio of nervous guards. Sotheby's didn't need some amateur Toshiro Mifune accidentally carving up the clientele. I understand you have a notable collection yourself. What else did he know about me? Easy, Walton. Play the game. I knew what a Japanese would expect in reply. Matter of fact, I've lucked onto a couple of items over the years. Then. The standard disclaimers. My own painstaking collection was merely a grab bag of knickknacks, the fumbling mistakes of a dabbler, etc. etc. Noda monitored this culturally correct blarney with satisfaction. As it happens, Mr. Walton, was in Nagoya last year when several of your pieces were on loan for the show at the Tokugawa Museum. I still recall certain ones, particularly that fine 15th century katana attributed to the Mizuno clan. Unusual steel. No date or mark of the swordsmith, but a remarkable piece all the same. A split-second pause. Your reluctance to part with it was most understandable. This man had done his homework, or maybe he'd been the one who had tried to buy it. The steel was unusual, too heavy on copper. I'd even had a little metallurgical testing done on it down at Princeton, just to prove that hunch. But it was no big deal, merely an oddity that had fallen my way violinist. 8 sale. There was an anonymous inquiry shortly after the exhibition opened with an insistent offer, but I'd turned it down. Poker time. I was honored. Your figure was more than generous. He laughed bullseye. I watched as he glanced back at me. Ismori maybe a bit nervously, then he returned his attention. Merely a small gesture for the museum. I felt it should be back in Japanese hands. He continued, his voice now sober. You do understand? Certainly. I just aired. Good. I see I was right. He had paused to examine a large monochrome screen. It was 18th century, and he inspected it with only mild interest, then moved on. I was still knocked over. Could that be why he'd retained me? As his U.S. legal counsel, because of some damned antique sword. Okay, I was already getting the idea Matsuo Noda might be a trifle eccentric, but all the same. Interesting. He was pointing at a long picture, part of a sit. He's locked in a wide glass case. Honto nai amashiroi, desu ni, Miss Mori was already there. In a voice scarcely above a whisper, she proceeded to give him a rundown of pros and cons. It was the first time I'd noticed any enthusiasm. As I'm out of the woman all night, I checked my catalog. The piece was a high-in-hand scroll said to be exceedingly rare. After a few moments, Noda motioned me over. Perhaps you could give us your opinion. What do you think? He pointed down. The subject is intriguing. These are ladies-in-waiting for the Emperor Fujiwara. Notice the delicate refinement of the coloring, the matched fabrics, each enhancing the other like flowers in a bouquet. That was 8 centuries ago, just before the rise of the first shogun, the first generalissimo who would rule in the emperor's name. When he said, shogun, niece Mori shot him a quick admonitory glance. There was some kind of unmistakable electricity passing. Something effed unspoken. The Heian era ended with the great conflict between the Heike and Genji clans that led to the death of the ruling emperor in 1185 and the loss of the Imperial Sword at sea. Next, he said something in guttural Japanese to Mori, obviously very intent, and indicated one corner of the painting where the emperor sat. Her reply was quick and curt. Now, I only know a little of the language, maybe a couple of cuts above Berlitz level, but I'd managed to pick up she wasn't talking about the painting. Something to do with the emperor himself, though I missed the rapid-fire delivery. In response to Noda's question, I tried to sound intelligent, saying the ink coloring looked well preserved, or some such auction house mumbo-jumbo. It wasn't my thing really, which the man surely knew. He seemed to know everything else about me. After he listened politely, they switched back to Japanese and finally settled on a bid. I watched as she marked it in the catalog low 6 figures. Walton, I thought, you're dealing with a pair of heavyweights. By then, I decided not to bother bidding on anything. There were too many curious twists, not to mention the building D. Surely the ritual had gone far enough, the samurai negotiating ploy of making your adversary be first to reveal his game plan. Why not bring up why we were there, just for the hell of it? When I did, Noda betrayed a fleeting but of course the building. He made it sound like some kind of trivial annoyance, a nuisance to get out of the way so we could all get back to the serious work of admiring the pretty pictures. Touché, I thought. Round 1 to Noda. On points. I assume you've had a look at the package of materials I messengered up to your hotel yesterday. A broker friend had put together some listings for office buildings around Midtown. It turned out the market was softening a touch due to the latest construction binge, and I'd hoped that maybe something would catch Noda's eye. Matter of fact, there were a couple of real bargains over near 6th. My people have examined it in detail. We would like to move forward on the 20-story building on 3rd Avenue. For a second I thought he was joking. Sure, we'd tossed in the write-up because it fit his profile, but it was a crazy all-cash deal, and they wanted 90 million firm. Did you read the terms on the? At 1, it's all, there is a vacant floor, is there not? Available immediately? Well, yes, but there may be a few items to clarify. We would like your legal opinion concerning the leases of the existing tenants, but nothing major. If a seller is prepared, I think we could even go to contract early next week while I'm here. I would like very much to close as soon as possible. If some of my staff can meet with the seller's attorneys over the weekend, perhaps we can start work over the weekend. No counter bid, no haggling. Now, you didn't have to be a brain surgeon to realize this was a fast-track deal. Matsuo Noda was a man in a hurry. Looks like you just may have yourself a piece of property. I'll try and get hold of them in the morning if I can and start the ball rolling. Excellent. He hesitated a moment, as though framing his words, then continued, but in fact, Mr. Walton, we'd actually wanted to meet you tonight for an entirely different purpose. I'd hoped we might be working together on, well, some additional matters. Something else. As you might surmise, we are not enlarging our presence here to no purpose. Tonight I wanted to tell you something about the objectives of Nippon, Inc., and then let you decide if what we propose merits your participation. Your financial expertise could make you a great asset to us. Hang on, I thought. This thing is starting to go a little fast. What do you have in mind? First, let me say you are a man I have long admired. Your style is not unlike my own. We both understand the importance of moving cautiously, of keeping our adversaries off guard. Most of all, there is a rigorous discipline about your work. That is the style of Bushido, the way of the warrior. He smiled, and his tone lightened. I think we could cooperate very effectively. Already I was wondering whether I really wanted to cooperate it any further with Matsuo Noda. Something about the man and Miss Mori made me very nervous. Besides, I was trying to finish off work now, not begin more. But he'd found out the one line that would keep me listening. He'd somehow discovered I was a deep admirer of the old-time military strategists of the East, such as Sun Tzu and Miyamoto Musashi. Like a hostile takeover bid, the ancient Japanese way of combat was ritualized, as mounted warriors rode out, announced their lineage to the SEC, then matched up with men of equal renown. The samurai prized flexibility over brute strength. They had steel swords that handled like scalpels and body armor that was a woe. The mesh of lacquered iron scales laced together in rows to create a fabric of metal. Those weapons and armor made for agile movement, easy feints, fast changes in strategy, all trademarks of mine on the corporate takeover field. As a result, I fancied myself some kind of samurai, too. The question was, how did Noda know this? For some reason, just then, I glanced over toward Akira Mori. She appeared to be studying a scroll with the detachment of a Zen monk in Zazen meditation, but she wasn't missing a syllable. Care to run through whatever it is you have in mind? I indicated one of the ottomans along the side of the room, now clearing as bidders rose to go inside. I watched as the dark-suited Japanese businessmen filed past, none with Noda's sense of style, and noticed that several seemed acquainted with him, pausing to offer obsequious bows. With pleasure, he settled himself, Mori now looking over some skirt. Eanes still didn't elect to join us. First, may I presume you already know something of Nippon, Inc.? No more than what I gleaned from that package you forwarded. Almost nothing, really. He laughed, a flash of even teeth. Perhaps I would be pleased. These days, too much visibility in the U.S. can sometimes stir up friction. Your prospectus indicated you help banks manage capital, so I assume you're looking to enter the financial picture here. That was the funny part. Recall, there was no indication of any U.S. action in his prospectus. Yet I knew that, overall, Japan's U.S. investment, private and public, was in the tens and hundreds of billions. Pension funds and industries were building factories, financing corporations, snapping up treasury paper. Japan had become a major source of fresh money for the U.S. and for the world. But Nippon, Inc. wasn't one of the players. Yes, we intend to be concerned initially with the position of Japanese capital in the U.S. We are particularly interested in the matter of treasury debentures. That was what anybody would have figured. Just that week, the journal had noted that Japanese investors were expected to cover half of our treasury overdrafts for the year. They were advancing us the bucks to keep up that spending spree known as the national deficit. They sold us Toyotas. We sold them federal IOU, using the proceeds to buy more Toyotas. In effect, they were financing the good life, supplying us the revolving credit to buy their cars and DVDs and semiconductors. Treasuries always make a lot of sense. I picked up the thread. Full faith and credit of the U.S. government, all the rest. Quite so, Mr. Walton. But since all things are theoretically possible, over the past few months I've undertaken a small program through subsidiaries of Nippon, Inc. to begin cushioning Japan's exposure in your treasury market. What? He paused. Now that my effort may be expanding significantly, I was wondering if perhaps you might consent to serve as our American agent in that endeavor. For a second, I didn't grasp what he was driving at, probably because my involvement seemed totally unnecessary. Surely he realized treasuries were bought and sold here every day on the open market through dealer banks. No big deal. Why bother hiring a middleman? I can make this quick. What? Must contact some of the authorized Japanese brokers here in New York. You must have used them before. Nomura Securities is well respected. There's also Nikko Securities and Daiwa Securities America. They're all primary dealer. In treasury paper now. Buy or sell whatever you like. Noda nodded. Of course, but we both know the financial markets can be very delicate. Impressions count for much, which is why I have chosen to keep a low profile. Consequently, I would prefer to continue to operate for a time outside normal channels. And in that regard, I now believe it would be desirable to have an experienced American financial specialist assist us. You, in particular, would be ideal. I studied him. Let me make sure I understand this. You're asking me to step in and begin fronting for you here in the treasury market. That is correct, Mr. Walton. He rose and strolled over to the row of Takai swords. Miss Mori was still standing. They were lying on a spread of dark velvet, and she was scrutinizing them with a connoisseur's eye. Now, I'd like to think I was a quick study of a situation, but this one was definitely out of whack somehow. If all Noda wanted was to roll over a little government paper, why the hush-hush? More to the point, why a whole building in Midtown? He could easily do it from Tokyo. The scenario didn't compute before this conversation goes any further. I'd like a better idea of the kind of activity you're talking about. Selling treasuries, moving the funds into corporate bonds or munis, commercial paper equities. Sell. He abruptly paused to watch as the staff began carefully, assembling the weapons to take inside for the sale, and his mind seemed to wander. You know, Mr. Walton, the sword always has held the greatest fascination for me. To make one of these, layers of steel of different hardnesses were hammered together like a sandwich, then reheated, hammered out, folded again and again until there were perhaps 1,000,000 paper-thin layers. He pointed to one of the long blades now glistening in the light. You cannot see it, of course, but they use the laminate of soft steel for the core, harder grades for the cutting edge. And whereas the edge was tempered quickly to preserve its sharpness, the core was made to cool very slowly, leaving it pliant. He suddenly smiled with what seemed embarrassment and turned back. I take great inspiration from the sword, Mr. Walton. The man holding one must learn to meld with the spirit in the steel. He must become like it. What better than to meet the world with your hardest surface, yet maintain an inner flexibility, able to bend to circumstance as the need may arise? He stood a moment as though lost in some reverie, then chuckled. Sometimes I do tend to go on and on. I believe it was selling you asked about. The fact is you would not be actually selling treasury obligations. Then what? Are you familiar with interest rate futures? Of course. The question was so unexpected I answered almost before I thought. Futures contracts were part of the big new game on Wall Street, although most of the action was still out in Chicago. Places like the Merc and the Board of Trade, left over from the old days when farmers sold their crops in advance at an agreed-upon price. The farmer sold his grain harvest to a speculator while it was still nothing but green sprouts. He was worried the price might drop before he got it to market. The speculator was praying it would head up. The farmer, interestingly, was selling something he didn't yet have. But even if the price of wheat suddenly tanked, he was covered. These days, futures contracts were traded for all kinds of things whose value might change with time. High on that list were financial instruments such as treasury notes and bonds, whose resale worth could drop if interest rates unexpectedly rose. If you owned a bond and were worried it might go down in value, you could hedge your exposure with a futures contract. In effect, selling it in advance at the current price and letting somebody else assume the risk of future market uncertainty. Modern finance being the marvel it is, you could even sell bonds you didn't own, just like the farmer's name. Non-existent grain. The Wall Street crowd called this a naked contract, since you were obligated to go out and acquire that bond in the open market on the day you'd agreed to deliver it, even if the price had skyrocketed in the meantime, or you had to try and buy back the contract. Of course, you were betting that price would go down, letting you pocket the difference. Pious spirits on the futures exchanges called these deals high finance and risk hedging. They are paraded, however, remarkably like legalized gambling. Dabbling in interest rate futures was not for those with a dicey heart. Our objective, Noda went on, is to cushion Japan's exposure somewhat with futures contracts. Precisely, U.S. Treasury obligations are held by a variety of investors in Japan, but up until now we have made very little use of the protection possible in your futures markets. Nippon, Inc. will concern itself with that. Listen thoughtfully. So you're saying you want to create an insurance program for Japanese investors in case the price of treasuries weakens? It made sense. If interest rates went up here, reducing the value of their government paper, then the price of his futures contracts would rise to offset the loss. I glanced over at Japan's monetary guru, Akira Mori, who was carefully examining her bronze fingernails. Was she the one behind all this sudden nervousness about America's financial health? What could these two know that we didn't, I wondered. It was all a bit mysterious. One thing was no mystery, though. Whatever was going on with Matsuo Noda and Akira Mori gave me a very unsettled feeling. I'm flattered. I looked him over. But afraid I'll have to pass. This fall I plan to take off for a while and catch up on some personal matters that, Mr. Walton, he cut in. I would urge you not to lightly dismiss my proposal. He was staring back at me intensely. I can only say for now that issues are involved. Well, they encompass matters of grave international consequence. Another pause, followed by a noticeable hardening of tone. Your other obligations cannot possibly be as important. It would be in your best interest to hear me out. Want the truth? At that moment, all my negative vibes about Matsuo Noda crystallized. He wasn't threatening me exactly. Or maybe he was. The large viewing room was all but empty now. Maybe he deliberately waited before getting down to his real agenda. My other obligations happen to be very important to me just now. Then please consider rearranging them. Besides, my fees can be substantial. They weren't all that substantial, but I was looking to slow him down. Your fees do not present a problem. He continued. This afternoon a retainer of $100,000 was deposited in your personal account at Chase. What in hell? Money is of no consequence in this matter, Mr. Walton. Time is. You seem awfully sure I'll agree. We expect your involvement to begin immediately. I cannot stress too strongly the urgency of what you will undertake. He smiled thinly. I also feel confident a man who enjoys a challenge as much as you do will find our undertaking intellectually rewarding. Seems I was hired and I hadn't even said yes. This guy had another think coming. Besides, he could get anybody to do what he wanted. He didn't need me. As I stood there, I started trying to guess the dimensions of Matsuo Noda's financial hedge. Taken all together, Japan probably had roughly $100 billion and change tied up in U.S. government paper. No way could he be thinking of covering more than a fraction of that. I knew plenty of law clerks who could do it, for God's sake. Few phone calls to a couple of floor traders in Chicago. Look, the most I can do for you is recommend some very competent brokers I know to help you out. There shouldn't be too much to it. You'll just have to go easy. You can hit the market makers in Chicago with too much action all at once. Prices get out of kilter. Then, too, there are exchange limits. That is why we will be trading worldwide. Noda withdrew a folded sheet of paper from his breast pocket. Perhaps you'd like to glance over our program. These are cumulative totals, which include our activity to date, but we will begin moving much more rapidly as soon as I've completed all the financial arrangement. With our institutional managers at home, perhaps you will see why we need a monetary professional. I was still chewing on the financial arrangements part as I took the paper, opened it, and scanned the schedule of contracts. While I stood there, the room around us sort of blurred out. I had to sit down again. All his talk about samurai and nerves of steel was for real. Matsuo Noda had a program underway to sell futures on a pile of U.S. treasure. E-bills, notes, and bonds he didn't own, naked, in an amount I had trouble grasping. I knew one thing, though. If interest rates headed down, raising the value of those pre-sold obligations, he'd be forced to cover awesome losses. He'd be in a financial pickle that would make Brazil look flush. On the other hand, if some disaster occurred and U.S. interest rates suddenly shot sky high, numbers, the CBOT's long-interest contracts, notes, and bonds are in denominations of 100,000 each. The Merck's short paper, bills, and CDs are in units of 1,000,000 per. Finally, I did some quick arithmetic and toted up the zeros. Something had to be wrong here. Nobody had balls that big. I decided to run through the figures again, just to be sure. It was along about then that I realized all Noda's pious talk about sheltering Japanese widows and orphans had been purest bullshit. Resting there in my hand was the biggest wager in world history. Assuming enough players could be found worldwide to take his action, he was planning to advance sell U.S. Treasury IOU in the amount of $500 billion. A full quarter of our national debt. His bet. Something or somebody was about to push America over the brink. Chapter 2. Yo, counselor. Get thy butt over here and buy me a drink. I was standing in the smoky entry of Martell's, on the way back downtown from Sotheby's, when I heard the voice, a Georgia drawl known from Wall Street to Washington. And sure enough, leaning against the long mahogany bar, the usual Glenfiddich on the rocks in hand, was none other than Bill Henderson. Long time no see. I'd actually stopped by for a little 90-proof nerve medicine myself, not to pass the time with America's foremost cowboy market player. But the idea of bringing in a Wall Street pro was most welcome. If anybody could dissect Noda's game, Bill was the man. What was I going to do? I'd stalled on giving Matt Suo Noda a final answer, telling him I needed time to think. Then, just to make sure the whole thing hadn't been some sort of macabre hoax, I'd checked at a Chase Bank machine on Lex. He hadn't been kidding. A retainer had been deposited all right, presumably by certified check since it had already cleared. I was on the payroll, ready or not. Noda was right about one thing. What he planned to do had grave international consequences. The problem was his game had just one payoff. The way I figured it, he won if and only if the U.S. suddenly went broke. As international consequences go, that seemed reasonably grave. Henderson was the perfect guru to take apart the scenario. Assume he was sober. Tell the truth, at first glance I wasn't entirely sure. The guy looked a mess. I assumed he was holding some sort of private celebration, or maybe it was a wake. What was the occasion, William H.? Welcome back to Town. Thought you'd decamped permanently down to D.C. Packed it in. Back to start making a living again. Could be I've just set some kind of new world record for the briefest tenure ever seen on the council. He eased over to make room, while the jukebox began some Bobby Short standard about incomparable NY. So where's your TV star tonight? Sure love that gal. He toasted Donna's memory. If tits were brains, she'd be a genius. Sexist, tasteless. That was merely Henderson warming up. I hadn't actually set eyes on Bill since an ill-fated birthday dinner Donna had thrown for him in midsummer. A favor to a producer friend of hers at the station who'd wanted to try vamping a real lie. Millionaire. That evening he'd arrived with a serious head start on the whiskey, his meditation on the concept of birthdays, and then proceeded to regale those assembled with his encyclopedic repertoire of farmer's daughter and traveling salesman. Vignettes. In the aftermath, Donna swore she'd kill him if he ever set foot in her place again. When I made the mistake of speaking in his defense, she critiqued a few of my character defects as well, then added me to the list. Friend, no. A small thanks to you and that sordid evening. I haven't seen Donna since. That was a dark moment in my history. After listening half the night to that airhead producer she put next to me, I was in mourning for the hearts and minds of America. He revolved back to the bar. What are you drinking? Something serious. I pointed toward the single malt. Lafroig neat. Just then, Bill paused to watch as two women in bulky raincoats brushed past. They receded toward their end of the bar, settled their coats across an empty stool, and ordered drinks. One was a youngish blonde, a bit nervous, having some tall, colored potion that looked as if it could use a cut of pineapple and a plastic monkey on the glass. The other one, brunette, was a different story. Pained eyes with a psychic armor that could only be called battle-weary New York. Joanna, all over again. Tanqueray martini, straight up. Hot damn, sure is good to be back in this town. He was trying, without conspicuous success, to catch the younger woman's eye. Henderson, you're standing next to a man with some news that could well alarm you considerably. Like maybe this dump might run low on booze? Not likely. I itched for my new drink. I've got to make a decision fast, so try to keep a clear head and see if you can help me out. In my estimation, Henderson was a phenomenon sober or loaded. He'd emerged from the red clay hills somewhere in North Georgia, former football all-state. I only did it for the pussy, and ended up at Yale Law where we shared an apartment for 3 whole years. By the time we'd finished our degrees, I figured I was ready to tackle real life. But Bill had hung in and gone for a PhD in economics. Although his athlete's physique hadn't survived Yale, an early casualty of the single malt, and the Dunhills Henderson still had the delusion he was 25. Easter before last. He'd arrived at my place down in the islands with some leggy print model half his age and a case of Jack Daniels Black. Did the redneck routine bamboozle the cautious hearts of his admiring ladies? Probably. Right under the radar. All that notwithstanding, it was a commonly accepted fact that Bill was the sharpest private currency trader on the East Coast. If tomorrow the dollar was about to dive, the guy who'd already sold it short tonight from Hong Kong to Zurich was invariably Henderson. That part of his life had been all over the papers the previous spring, after he got tapped for the President's Council of Economic Advisors. I guess some genius on the White House staff, urged on by that wily set. Knitter from New York, our mutual friend Jack O'Donnell concluded the council needed a pet contrarian on board for appearances, and Henderson looked to be a sufficiently pro-business prospect. Wrong. After a couple of interviews, he was forbidden to make any more public statements. He'd failed to grasp that the national interest required fantasy forecasts just before elections. Bill may have been a master of subtlety when he was trading, but otherwise he tended to all a spade or worse. What's up? He was about to punt with the blonde after one last try. Maybe you'd better go first. I took a sip, savoring the peaty aroma. Let Henderson decompress in his own good time, then sound him out on Noda's chilling proposition. What are you doing here? Call it modesty and discretion. He turned back. These were not, as you might infer, the first descriptors that leapt to mind whenever I thought of Bill. Care to expand? He slid his hand across the bar, extracted another Dunhill from its red pack, and launched a disjointed monologue, starting with the goddamn traffic in D.C. Then proceeding to ditto coming in from LaGuardia. All this time his cigar had been poised in readiness. Finally he flicked a sterling silver lighter, the old-fashioned kind, and watched the orange flame glisten off the mirror at our right. So, old buddy, that's it. All the news that's fit to print. History will recall. Or this as the moment yours truly bailed out. I figure it like this. If I can't read the signals myself these days, what in hell am I doing giving advice? Time to hit the silk. Get back to making a living. Don't know how long this Urcus is going to last, but I figure we'd all better be saddled up and ready to ride, just in case. As it happens, self-proclaimed ignorance was a crucial ingredient in Henderson's deliberate country boy camouflage, designed to disarm the city slickers. I estimated the professional dirt farmer next to me, Armani double-breasted and gold Piaget timepiece, was now worth about 40 million, including a chunk of an offshore bank. Yet for it all, he still liked to come across as though he'd just moseyed in and wished somebody would help him through all this fine print. Don't bullshit me, Bill. I toyed with my drink. What you're really saying is you couldn't get anybody else to agree with you. Have to admit there were a few trifling differences of opinion about the direction things are headed. He positioned his Dunhill in the ashtray and washed his throat with more scotch. You can't cover up the fundamentals with cosmetics, things like a gabillion trade shortfall, a debt nobody can even count, and a dollar that don't know whether to fish or cut bait. Worst of all, we're still selling the suckers of the world more funny-colored paper than Tsarist Russia did. There ain't no quick fix for this one. He took another sip, then turned back. But fuck it. Remember that old saying I used to have about being a lover, not a fighter? I always know when it's time to call in the huntin' dogs and piss on the fire. I'm back in town to stay. I got hold of my boys and they're coming in tomorrow to start getting everything out of mothballs. We're going back online. As anybody who knew Bill was aware, he'd installed a massive computer bank in the converted maids quarters of his Fifth Avenue apartment, hooked to the major futures exchanges and financial markets around the world. Running his operation on a moment-to-moment basis were a couple of young fireballs, his Georgia Mafia, who did nothing but watch green numbers blink on a CRT screen and buy and sell all day. He and his boys talked a language that had very little to do with English jargon about comparing the implied volatility of option. On this currency against the theoretical volatility for that one, etc. On any given day, they were placing straddles on yen options, butterfly spreads on pound sterling futures, reverse option hedges on Deutschmarks, and on and on. Half the time, Einstein couldn't have tracked what they were doing. Add to that, they leveraged the whole thing with breathtaking margins. To stay alive in Henderson's game, you had to be part Oracle, part Jimmy the Greek. You also had to have ice water in your veins. It wasn't money to him. It was a video game where the points just happened to have dollar signs in front. The day I dropped in to watch, he was down 2 million by lunch, after which we casual. He strolled over to some shit-kicker place on 3rd Avenue for barbecued ribs and a beer, came back at 3, and by happy hour time he was ahead $500,000. In the trade, Henderson was part of the breed known as a shooter, up $1 million. Here, down $1 million, they're just your typical day in the salt mines. A week of that, and I'd have had an ulcer the size of the San Andreas Fault. He liked to characterize his little trading operation as a sideline to cover the rent. I had. And to know what it really paid was the incidental costs of a lot of expensive ladies. Could be Bill's entertainment fund was in need of a transfusion. Back to business, I asked. Like the good old days, bright and early Monday morning. Got a strong hunch the Rusks'll be in the market buying dollars to cover their September shorts on Australian wheat futures. Might as well bid up the greenback and make the comrades work for their daily bread. Then, round about 11, I figured to unwind that and go long sterling, just before London Central figures out what's happening, shits a brick, and has to hit the market for a few £100 million to steady the boat. Well, I thought, Henderson the Fearless hasn't lost his touch. Bill, I want to run a small scenario by you. I sipped at my drink. Say somebody just told you he was taking a massive position in interest rate futures. What would that suggest? Tells me the man's getting nervous. If he was holding a lot of treasury paper, for instance, he'd probably figured rates were about to head up and he didn't want to get creamed. See, if you're holding a bond that pays, say, 8%, and all of a sudden interest it's scoot up to 10, the resale value of that instrument is gonna go down the sewer. But if you've already sold it using a futures contract, whoever bought that contract is the one who's got to eat the loss. You're covered. I'm not talking about standard hedging. I was wondering how to approach the specifics. Say somebody started selling a load of bond futures naked, nothing underlying. Well, thing about that is, the man be taking one hell of a risk. He swirl. The cube's in his glass. Anybody does that's betting big on something we don't even want to think about. Some kind of panic that'd cause folks to start dumping American debt paper. I just stood there in silence, examining my glass. That was precisely my reading of Matsuo Noda's move. But I can't think of any reason why anything like that's in the cards, can you? You tell me. It's hard to imagine. The economy's like a supertanker. Takes it a long time to earn around. But if you want a special Henderson shit hits the fan scenario, then I can give it a shot. Say, for instance, some Monday morning a bunch of those hard-working folks around the world who have been emptying their piggy banks to finance our deficit suddenly up and decided they'd like their money shipped back home. That'd create what's known as a liquidity crisis, which is a fancy way of saying you don't have enough loose quarters in the cookie jar that morning to pay the milkman and the paperboy both. The Federal Reserve would have to jack up interest rates fast to attract some cash, else roll the printing presses. Or, of course, he grinned we could just default, declare bankruptcy, and tell the world to go fuck itself. Nobody would possibly let it go that far, right? I toyed with my scotch. Particularly Japan. We owe them more money than anybody. Wouldn't look for it to happen. Remember, though, right now the U.S. Treasury's out there with a tin cup begging the money to cover its interest payments. If the national debt was on master charge, they'd take back our card. So let some of those Japanese pension funds who are shoveling in money start getting edgy, or the dollar all of a sudden look weak, and you could have a run on the greenback that'd make the bank lines in 29 look like Christmas Club Week. That's thinking the unthinkable. Damned well better be. But don't ever forget, paper money is an act of faith, and we're in uncharted territory here. Never before has the world's reserve currency, the one everybody uses to buy oil and grain and what have you, belonged to its biggest debtor nation. We're bankers for the world, and we're ass over elbow. In Hawk, everybody starts getting nervous the same day, and the bankers on this planet could be back to swapping shells and colored beads. Offhand, I'd say that's pretty implausible. And I agree. The system got a pretty good shakeout in the Oct. Ober massacre of 87, and things held together, if just barely. Stocks crashed, but the dollar and the debt markets weathered the storm. Nobody dumped. Japan doesn't want its prime customer to go belly up. Who else is gonna buy all that shiny crap? I studied my glass again. If Henderson, who had pulse feelers around the globe, wasn't worried, then maybe Matsuo Noda was just a nervous, spaced-out old guy. A Looney Tune with an itch to gamble. Funny, though, he appeared the very essence of a cool-headed banker. About then, the two women across the bar waved for their check and began rummaging their purses. Sadly enough, the brunette had done everything but send over an engraved invitation for us to join them. She and I had looked each other over, and we both knew what we saw. The walking wounded. It made me pensive. More and more lately, I'd begun to wonder about the roads not taken, the options that never were. What if all our lives had started out differently? Where would you be? Where would I be playing lawyer now, or maybe driving a cab? It was the kind of wool-gathering that drove Donna Austin insane. It was on my mind that first afternoon I met her when she brought her sound guy down to record some voiceovers to use with shots of the house. She made the mistake of asking for a little background, so I decided to go way back and give her the big picture. It turned out to be a little kinky. For the 6 o'clock news, I suited the tale by telling her about my father, once a rig foreman in the oil patch out around Midland, Texas. I was still a kid when he started tinkering around weekends with drill bits out in his shop. And I was no more than about 10 when he came up with a new kind of tip. Turned out, it could double the life expectancy of a bit, not to mention the life expectancy of a lot of roughnecks who had to change them every few hours. He patented the thing, and next thing you knew, he was president of Permian Basin Petroleum. Your father was a successful inventor. She'd set her tab down on the living room table and perked up. Here was some color for her profile. More than that, the man was a believing capitalist. Was she really going to understand the significance of what happened? You see, since no banker would risk loaning out venture capital back in those days, he had to take PBP public. He needed money so badly he sold off 60% of the company. Like those entrepreneurs who created home computers in their garage? She brushed at her carefully groomed auburn hair. Maybe here was her hook the grabber. Close. He took the money, several million, and started production. And guess what? The bit he'd invented was too good. Next thing you know, another outfit that will remain nameless here came along and infringed on the patent, saying sue us, which he began trying to do. But since they were already tooled up to manufacture, they undercut his prices and drove PBP's stock down to zip. Then came the kill. They staged a hostile takeover, and since PBP now owned the patents, not him axed the lawsuit. Bye-bye company. How does this story relate to what you do today? She was checking her watch, no longer overly engaged. Well, by the time all this happened, I was off studying engineering at the University of Texas. But when I graduated, I decided to do something else. I headed for Yale Law. If you can't lick 'em, join 'em. Something like that, Mr. Walton. Not exactly, Miss Austin. I wanted to find out if the Ibel's right. That guys who live by the sword better be ready to die by the sword. After the sheepskin, I shopped around and found the Manhattan law firm that handled the biggest oilfield service outfit in the country, then applied to that firm's corporate department. A couple of years and a lot of memos later, our oilfield clients somehow got the idea they ought to go vertical, acquire their own source of equipment. Next, I ran some numbers and showed them how profitable it would be to acquire a certain tool company that now owned the patent on a terrific drill bit. Of course, it would require a hostile buyout, but with a little restructuring they could swing it financially. And I worked nights and weekends for 6 months and personally devised the takeover. By oddest coincidence, when we were through, we decided to strip all that company's overpaid executives of their golden parachutes and dump them on the street. My graduation prez. Into the old man. She rolled her eyes and waved at her sound man to shut off the mic. Mr. Walton, I think our viewers would be more interested in personal stories. What did she want, I wondered. This was the most personal story I had. Do you mean what I eat for breakfast? I do personalities. She looked around the living room. Are you married? I was. On came the tape, but she didn't get what she wanted. Joanna wouldn't appreciate being critiqued on Channel 8's Evening News, and Amy would have killed me. So I just plunged ahead and finished off the other saga. There's a bit more to this intimate bio. Guess I'd seen enough quick money in the oil business that I'd forgotten you were supposed to be impressed by it. Or maybe I just never mastered the art of kissing my elders' asses convincingly. You'll find, Miss Austen, that those are two attitudes whose rewards are largely intangible. Wall Street compatibility definite. Not being on the list. After 5 years, the management committee offered a partnership, but by then I decided to go out and try making it on my own. Be my own man. She waved the sound man off again. You mean you quit? Coulda. T'have said it better. I hung up a shingle and started playing the other side of the scrimmage line. I understand you've been in quite a few takeover fights. Let's say I fought a lot of takeovers, Miss Austen. There's a subtle but important distinction. Donna Austen turned out to be more interested in my marital status than in anecdotes about corporate mayhem. Thing was, beneath all that glitz, I found her a challenging woman. Amy, on the other hand, despised her. But then she never likes anybody I bring home. The real problem, however, was that I kept thinking more about Joanna than I did about Donna. As witnessed this evening, and that sadder but wiser brunette headed out the door reminded me of her more than a little. Hate to see that young specimen depart without a good faith offer of condolence. Henderson was wistfully eyeing the young blonde, definitely his type. Trouble is, I couldn't locate the equipment tonight with a compass and a search warrant. He hoisted his glass, then turned back and reached for another Dunhill. So tell me what brings you uptown. Never knew you to venture this far into civilization just to stand a drink for your oldest and wisest confidant. Back to reality. William H., you will undoubtedly find this difficult to accept, but I just got asked to front some treasury action for a new client, selling futures. Where do you find your suckers? He grinned. That's never been your game. Hey, at least I know the rules. Corporations have been known to hedge their debt offerings, my friend. But what I've done up to now has been strictly Bush League compared to this. So what's the play? A foreign outfit. At once low profile, and P.S., they're talking substantial numbers. What do you mean, substantial? Suddenly Henderson's input file was on red alert. Probably wouldn't impress a high roller like you, Bill. I paused. $500 billion. Jesus. He went pale. Who's putting up the earnest money for this shot? Let interest rates head the wrong way, you couldn't cover the margin calls on a position that size with the GNP of South America. What if it happened? Be some of our friends from across the Pacific, an outfit that calls itself Nippon, Inc. I looked at him. Ever hear of it? Nope. He just stood there, examining his drink as though it suddenly had acquired an enormous insect. But you've got a surefire knack for really messing up an evening. I guess this is what's meant when people talk about the big time. Christ almighty. Tell you one thing, that's a hell of a number to put on the table. I'd sure like to see those boys' hand. Maybe somebody's paying to see ours. I finished off my drink and signaled for another. The more I thought about Matsuo Noda, the more I realized I needed it. You know, this half scares the crap out of me. Matt, old buddy, do yourself a favor. Stand clear. Just back away. He was getting more sober by the second. You'd be lifting up some kind of big rock when you don't know what's under it. I never do that. Ironclad rule. Same as I always cut lossy. Set 10% and never let a long position ride over a weekend. And I'll tell you something else. Nobody lays down a bet like that unless he knows the casino's fixed." He paused. "I wonder if maybe we oughtn't to give Jack a call." "O'Donnell?" Low-key, just touch base. Inside word is his finance committee's going to be holding hearings on foreign investment maybe in a couple of months. Besides, I know for a fact he owes you a few. That was true. Senator Jack? O'Donnell was headed for re-election headaches. He was America's corporate nightmare, a former professor of labor law at Columbia who'd gone out and bought some tailored suits, shed 30 pounds, dyed his hair, and actually gotten elected to the U.S. Senate. He was despised on Wall Street for good reason. O'Donnell was the grand inquisitor of the corporate scene, hauling CEO in front of his committee every time he sniffed some new scam to shortchange stockholders. Since we saw eye to eye a lot, I'd made it a point to lean on a few of my clients and come up with some campaign bucks for him, telling them it was good insurance money. Still, if I leaked this to Jack, I'd probably be reading it. Tomorrow in the Washington Post. Henderson, I can't bring him in. Nobody's talking anything illegal. Still, I'm beginning to think I ought to keep an eye on this from the inside. Matt, you haven't been listening. Let me pass along a major working principle on how to keep your ass intact in this world. Write it down and tape it to your phone. Staying on the sidelines is a position too. That applies to Wall Street, and it damned sure applies to life. He stretched for a Dunhill there and leaned back. Ever tell you about that feisty coon hound I used to have, Redtick I called by the name of Red? Only about 100 times. Red was his favorite sermon text. Well, all Red somehow conceived the idea he was just about the meanest fucker in the county, and he was always out to prove it. Then one night he made the mistake of treeing a big old mama coon up in this little sycamore we had down by the creek. I heard him barking and raise in hell, and I knew I wouldn't get a wink if I didn't go down and see about it. Henderson, Christ, I've already heard this. Well, I'm gonna finish it anyhow, by God. Sounds like you could use a refresher course. He took a drink. How then, after I made it through the copperheads and briars and got down there, naturally the first thing I did was shine that tree with my light and count the eyes. Turns out that Mama Raccoon had a bunch of her little ones up there too. Oh, she was in a real disagreeable frame of mind. Her eyes were bright red, and I could tell she was thinking she just might eat herself a smart-ass hound for supper. I tried to explain this to Red, call him off, and get him to come unback up the house, but no, sirree, nothing would do but he had to take her on. So I figured it was time he had a little reality contact. I chunked a couple of rocks, got lucky, and down she tumbled. Next thing all Red knew, he thought he had his ass caught in a brand new John Deere hay baler. I finally had to kick her off him and get her back up the tree before she really got mad. Henderson, I hear you. Listen up, friend. There's a moral. You see, all Red didn't have enough expertise that night to know when to stand off. But I'll tell you one thing. He learned real fast. Next time he chased that particular mama up that sycamore, he took one sniff and just trotted right on back to the house. He sipped again. Every time I come across a tree full of something I don't know about, I remember old Red and just turn around and walk away. I'm taking your warning under advisement. I threw down a 50, glanced at the soundless Mets game on the TV over the bar, and reached for my coat. You damned well better. Henderson, get some sleep. As a friend and colleague, I must in all honesty advise you, you look like absolute hell. I've always valued your candor. He waved for another drink. But I've got some heavy thinking to do. Okay, get home safe. Let's keep in touch. He saluted with his glass. Tell you what, Matt, maybe I'll just do a little sniffing around myself. See if I can't get a fix on what's up the tree. Okay? I was putting on my coat, checking through the window to see if the rain had stopped. Looked like it had. Let's both sleep on it. You do that. He wasn't smiling as I headed at but the door. Henderson, who could slumber like a baby when he was down $1 million for the day, didn't look like he had much rest ahead that night. For all my brave talk, I didn't either. Now that the rain was over, I wandered over to Fifth to look at the trees sparkling in the streetlights, and to think, if you're from West Texas, you love to see green things wet. Then I hailed a cab downtown, still with lots of unanswered questions on the subject of Matsuo Noda. What had happened? Into my country that could make it so vulnerable to the financial shenanigans of a single white-haired foreign banker. Was this what people meant when they talked about the tides of history? Was the free ride over? Back when I was a kid, I'd accept it as an article of faith that America was the greatest, that we were destined to lead the world forever. Was that hubris? Now I had this sinking feeling we were about to begin learning a little modesty. Maybe Amy didn't know it yet, but her America was going to end up being a lot different from mine. All of a sudden, folks all over the world were about to be richer than we were. It was going to take some painful adjustment. That's when I finally decided. Yes, by God, I would track this one, and when I figured out what Noda had up his sleeve, I'd blow the whistle. Somebody needed to stand guard over this country, and if not me, who? Matt Walton vs. Matsuo Noda. As it turned out, the evening it wasn't over. Things continued to go off track, beginning with when I walked in my front door. I guess by now everybody's pretty blasé about urban crime, but it's still always a shock when it happens to you. I also think it's getting worse. I can remember 5 years ago when Joanna and I never bothered even to latch the street windows. These days they have bars, a small precaution following an evening on the town during which everything we owned with an electric core attached walked out into the bracing Manhattan night. That was my first experience with the hollow feeling in your gut when you realize your sanctum has been plundered. It's not the lost toys, it's the violation that gnaws at your karma. This time, though it appeared to be minor, no forcible entry. Somebody had actually picked the front door lock, a fact I only established to my satisfaction after every other possibility had been considered and dismissed. Truthfully, I probably wouldn't have noticed anything at all that night if not for a wayward train of thought on the way home. I'd been meditating on a particular sword in my collection, a katana, which was totally without distinction except for a little oral history. Reportedly, the blade once tasted blood in a rather arcane episode. Noda probably would have approved. The story was, the samurai who'd commissioned it decided he liked it so much he didn't want the swordsmith telling anybody how he forged it. So after he'd thanked the guy graciously, deep bows and all the rest, he picked up the sword, bowed one more time, and then hauled back and sliced him in half, clean as a whistle. The Kessa stroke, left collarbone straight through the right hip. It said a samurai could do things such as that in the old days. My meeting with Noda had made me want to look it over, to refresh my memory concerning that Japanese capacity for the unexpected. So after I let myself elf in through the front foyer, I tossed my raincoat over a banister, headed down to the kitchen to pour myself a nightcap, and proceeded upstairs to the office. I clicked on the light and then, Jesus, the place had been trashed, drawers open, files tipped over, piles of paper askew. After the first numbing shock, that perception delay your senses impose before you can actually accept what you're seeing, I quickly started taking inventory. Okay, what did they get this time? Well, the computer and printer were both intact, cordless phone was there still. The little 9-inch Sony in the corner was untouched. Hey, could it be they hadn't actually lifted anything? Then I remembered why I'd come upstairs. Off to the side under the back stair was a big walk-in closet I called my sword room, always kept under lock and key. I glanced over at the door. Hold on. It was hanging open slightly. I strolled over and checked it more closely. The mechanism had been jimmied professionally, but with enough force that the metal frame around the door was askew. Not a blatant entry, but a determined one. My heart skipped a beat. That's why they didn't bother with TVs. These guys knew where the real action was, the lightweight, very expensive loot. I opened the door, took a deep breath, and felt for the light. You could have heard my sigh of relief all the way out in the street from the looks of it. Nothing was missing here either, be sure now. Ow. I quickly glanced down the racks, mentally cataloging the pieces. Everything had a place and all the places were still full. Strange. This stuff was worth thousands. Burglars break in to steal. So what happened? Maybe something scared them off. My sheepdog Benjamin, the fearless terror of the streets. He was now snoring at the foot of the stairs, but who knows? Walton, you lucky stiff, this could have been a major hit. I cursed at the thought of having to have the door and lock ripped. Aired, made a mental note to remember to call the locksmith over by Sheridan Square in the morning, and pushed the damaged door closed. What a hell of a night. I pulled the Sotheby's catalog out of my pocket, recalling the auction that had inaugurated this fateful evening, and turned to chuck it in the file cabinet where I kept all the records for my hobby. Prices, news clippings, correspondence, the rest. The cabinet, one of those cheap tin jobs you buy at discount office. Supply places was slightly askew. What's this? I yanked open the top drawer and saw chaos. I went down the row checking. Tell you one thing, my intruders had been thorough. Every drawer was a mess, just like the office. Then to the bottom, the one with backup data on the collection. Appraisals, provenance of the pieces, that kind of thing. It was empty. But of course, any pro would know that half the value of a collection such as this would be in all the documentation. Which meant my methodical thieves were no dummies. They'd started with the paperwork, the valuations, and authenticity info. Which meant they weren't through. I must have interrupted there. My God, they could still be here. I edged for the foe. And punched 911, the police emergency number. Next I went back and pulled down a sword, just for protection, and swept the empty house. It was all nice and tidy. Finally, New York's men in blue showed, an overweight Irishman and his Puerto Rican partner, both with mustaches. I actually knew them, having once received a ticket for walking Ben off the leash. We went through the formalities, lots of questions with no answers worth writing down, and they offered to send around a fingerprint squad in the morning. Sure, why not? And you'd better get new locks for this place, Mr. Walton. Right. We all thanked each other and I saw them out. Then I headed back down to the kitchen. What was this all about? Stealing files. Papers. Those documents, lovingly and painstakingly assembled, were what made the sword somehow uniquely a part of my life. Something that actually wasn't going to decide to take a hike the next week. The stuff had no value to anybody except Matt Walton. Or so I thought. Chapter 3. Some people will swear life runs on coincidence. Is it true? If so, here's one for the history books. It's the tale of an old flame. Before my ex-wife Joanna, before my later ill-starred adventure with Donna Austin. The lady's name was Tamara Richardson, and she was a professor at New York University. When I knew her, though, she was merely an assistant prof with a shiny new PhD. At any rate, she was fresh out of Columbia's graduate school and very much starting out. I was too. Best I can remember, we met shopping for green groceries at Balducci's, just up 6th Avenue from my place, and we saw each other a few times. It had to be at least 15 years, huh? But time flies since our brief episode. Tam Richardson, however, was not easy to forget. There was a kind of under-the-surface intensity about the woman that seemed always close to the ignition point. When you were around her, you were always worried somebody might accidentally light a match. However, she had no shortage of men in her life, and eventually we each went our own way. Ships that passed in the night. I never expected to hear of her again. Things didn't quite work out that way, however. She started getting famous as a thorn in the side of America's lackadaisical corporate management. Somewhere along the line, Tam Richardson had taken it upon herself to single-handedly kick some overpaid ass in America's plush boardrooms, and she wasn't trying to win any popularity contests doing it. She was the kid in the story who pointed out the emperor had on no pants, while everybody else was claiming his tux was a great fit. Guess you can't fire somebody in academia merely for saying what everybody knows to be true, but doesn't have the guts to verbalize. Then about a year ago, I noticed a full-length profile of her in an airline magazine spread about, Erica's new achievers. No escaping her. Between the lines, I got the definite impression she hadn't really changed all that much over the years. She was around 5'7", high cheekbones, dark hair that looked like it could use a brush, and eyes that made you think twice about giving her a lot of bullshit. Reminded me of, say, the young Glenda Jackson with a heavy spike of Deborah Winger. For my money, though, she was just about ideal in the female department. Trim, bottom, nice little twist in her stride, just enough cleavage to make you wonder. She didn't go out of her way to advertise, but you figured the goods were on board. My recollection in a nutshell? Tam Richardson was a better than average looker, damned smart, and she knew no fear. None. There was something about her, though, that always left people puzzling. Where'd she come from? American, sure, but no way could she have been corn-fed Midwest like her surname. The answer was she had a slightly more exotic and probably painful history than most of us. Maybe that was part of the reason she always seemed to be a loner, never went along with the crowd. The one time she tried that, it hadn't worked. I got to know her well enough to hear a bit of the story, but I'd sort of repressed the details. Maybe I'd do well to come clean and admit I still thought about Tam from time to time. What's more, I gleaned from the magazine piece that she still lived wry to round the corner, made me think briefly about giving her a call, get together for a drink, the old days, etc. But I finally decided I'd had enough high-spirited women for a while. Time to mellow down. Why go looking for lightning in a bottle? She'd always liked three things: good-looking men, telling the high and mighty unpleasant truths, and interior design. Consequently, it was no great surprise that the magazine devoted a photo spread to her rambling six-room apartment. The place was in one of those NYU-owned buildings on the west side of Washington Square Park, and it was definitely a knockout. She'd played off the old classic interior, a generously proportioned 30s layout, turning it into an environment that blended technology and design. Not for Tam, though. The utilitarian, high-tech looked so trendy a few years back. No ugly state-of-the-art machines. It was eclectic modernism here, deco there. Take her library office. I smiled when I noticed that next to the latest IBM PC was a streamlined Raymond Loewy-designed calculator, pure 30s. Same old Tam. On the other hand, just to keep it all from getting too serious, she also had a collection of kitschy salt and pepper shakers scattered among the books, a dog peeing against a hydrant, a naked babe with spicy boobs. She told the writer it was her tribute to America. The place was everything she was, a potpourri of the world, a mishmash of styles, and she clearly loved it. I probably missed a good half of the insider gags, this outrage up against that one, but I must say she brought it off with appreciable elan. Truthfully, the place was a perfect reflection of the Tam I remembered, a woman who did her own thing. She was now, so it said, a full professor at the university. Undoubtedly, she deserved it. She was also director of their new Center for Applied Technology, which she'd founded. When the interviewer asked her which department the center was under, she'd apparently shrugged and said certain people at the university wanted to bring it in under the School of Business. But the center had outside funding, was doing vital work, and she was darn well going to stay independent. Whoops. That ballsy crack, although perfectly in character, meant she was now giving the back of her hand to university politics. Mouthing off in a national publication and about some departmental power play is no way to endear yourself to college deans. It lays bare all their petty empire building. Didn't seem to worry her, though. Just like in the old days, she said exactly what she was thinking and let the chips tumble. Her major occupation in recent years, as anybody who reads the op-ed pages around the country knows, was to shame American executives into getting off their duffs, to make them start diverting some of their executive perks into the serious problem of getting this country competitive again. She had plenty of ideas where the corporate jet money could be better invested. Over the years, she'd knocked out half a dozen books on technology and the American workplace office automation, computer-aided design in engineering, robots, and computer-integrated manufacturing, that kind of thing. Tam Richardson still believed America could whip the world, but it would take more than speeches and flag-waving. Her latest expose of America's corporate fat cats, which actually got a sidebar in the story, claimed they'd better start cutting their million-dollar salaries and putting the money into creating American jobs. Or we'd all soon end up fetching coffee for the new Pacific Rim dynamos and buying our goodies at East Asia's company store. Only she didn't bother to say it that nicely. Worse than that, the book actually supplied a long list of America's more notoriously overpaid CEO. I suspect there were a lot of corporate contributors to the university who'd just as soon seen her muzzled. Good luck, Tam. Now the coincidence. The Saturday following my Friday night episode with the inscrutable president of Nippon, Inc., an event occurred that would soon bring Tam Richardson back into my life. Random luck, fate, anybody's guess. As it turned out, however, while I was on the phone leaving messages at Country Lubs for the building's attorneys, a mere 5 blocks away from my place, Dr. Tamara Richardson was putting the final touches on preparations for an evening dinner party destined to throw us together again only weeks later. The dinner was supposed to be strictly social, to celebrate the beginning of her sabbatical academic talk for a year off with 3/4 pay. There were a few dinner debts to square away, so the timing was perfect. She had several articles lined up. She'd finally axed a stormy year-long affair with a colleague in economics named David Mason, and she was scheduled to begin a book on intelligent robots. She was trying not to think too much about academic politics and the real possibility her department chairman might consign her to some kind of academic hyperspace, there to teach freshmen for the rest of her tenured days. By mid-afternoon, she was down to the last-minute refinements on the evening's plans. Since the overnight rain had purged the soot from the air, she was feeling great. She put on a new Vangelis CD, worked a few modern dance moves into her routine as she cleared the loose books out of the living room, and continued trying to convince herself that breaking off with Dave Mason had been a smart move. After a while, though, she wasn't humming anymore, just thinking. Okay, it had only been a week, but why had she invited him to come to the dinner? Just to be a good sport. The thing about it was, they'd actually had a more or less unspoken understanding not to inquire too closely into each other's occasional little diversions. They were both adults, right? This time, however, Dave had pushed it too far. He'd finally broken the rules, bringing one of his admiring grad students up to her apartment. She bumped into them coming down in the elevator, and this one was a prize stage makeup, bleached hair, the whir was out of bounds. She'd nailed him right there in her marble lobby. You want to bang some Queen's debutante, you'd better not be doing it here. This place is my home. She then told him to pack. The apartment was hers, and she wanted all signs of him out by Monday. Then she'd invited him back for the dinner. Why? Could Humpty Dumpty be put back together again? Crack eggs, make an omelet. She half smiled at the odd way your mind connects absurdities when you're a little overworked. That was when the phone rang. Was it Dave, dropping out at the last minute to prove he could still piss her off one more time? She headed for the kitchen so she could at least chop some veggies while they argued for half an hour on the phone. It wasn't Dave. Instead, it was a scratchy old voice, one she loved. Shouting into a cell phone at Kennedy was Alan Stern, who announced in his staccato tones that he'd just stepped off a JAL flight fresh from some conference in Tokyo. He had to see her tonight. When it rains, it pours, she thought. Alan, I'd love to, but I'm having some people in from school. What? Well, sure, nothing that special. Alan, I adore you, dear. You wouldn't know any of the... Okay. Can you get down by 8? See you then, Tamara. You're a dear. Stern was an old friend, and a guy everybody in the country had probably heard of vaguely. Any freshman in computer science could tell you he was one of the unofficial founders of the field known as artificial intelligence, now usually shortened to AI. As it happened, she had convinced him the previous spring that they ought to collaborate on a book about the growing use of smart robots in the workplace, but for some reason his input had never made it past the talking stage. She decided just to go ahead on her own with the writing. Well, she thought, maybe he's decided to pit Shin after all. Great. That would mean it might be adopted for a lot of college courses. Alan had plenty of respectability with the establishment. He was probably the closest friend she had, her mentor almost. They went back to a conference 15 years ag, when he'd stood up in a session and challenged the conclusion of the very first paper she ever gave, though he'd come in midway through. Even then, he had been a powerhouse in Washington, chairing one of the technical committees that reviewed federal grant applications submitted by university researchers. The inside talk on campuses was, love him or hate him, but think twice before you cross the opinionated bastard. She was so mad she didn't care. She had sidled up to him at the coffee break and introduced herself, saying what an honor it was to meet a scholar so highly regarded, a man whose reputation was so well established. He nodded in absent acknowledgement, sipped at his styrofoam cup, and stared over her shoulder. She then proceeded to advise the celebrated Alan Stern that he'd missed the whole thrust of her talk, which she'd explained in the introduction, and furthermore, judging from the data at hand, he struck her as a pompous asshole. Such forthrightness, which was entirely new to Dr. Alan Stern's sheltered existence, so astonished him he apologized on the spot. By week's end, he was trying to recruit her out to Stanford. He still was. Alan was always punctual to the minute, and that Saturday night was no exception. The doorman downstairs announced him at 8 sharp. When she met him at the elevator, her first impression was he looked a trifle worn down. America's foremost futurist was gaunt, as always, but his trademark shock of white hair streamed over a lined face that was more than usually haggard. His hard eyes, which could bore through screw-off congressional staffers like a pair of Black & Decker drills, were actually bloodshot. In short, the man looked awful. Then she remembered he'd just come in on the 747 directly from Narita, into the teeth of the latest baggage handler's slowdown at Kennedy. Give the poor old guy a break. She made him a drink and then asked, "Okay, Alan, what's up?" "Later, Tamara. It's a long story." With which he lapsed silent, very out of character. About then, everybody else started coming up. Reasonably on time, since Tam was known far and wide to hate the concept of fashionably late. Also, she was a great cook. Bottles of bargain wine with the prices scraped off collected on the table in the foyer, and coats amassed in the second bedroom. Given that everybody knew everybody, it was mostly elbow patches and open collars. Only the women had bothered to dress. Simpson from computer science, whose wife worked in admissions. Gail Wallace from business, whose pudgy, skirt-chasing husband had guided 2 companies into bankruptcy. Alice and Herman Knight, who both taught in economics. She was dean of the undergraduate college and published as a team. Kabir Ali from mathematics and his albeit little Iranian wife Shirin, who seemed frightened of the world and her husband. Only Dave had the nerve to be late and hold things up. While they waited, they knocked off a little scotch and white wine, trashed the administration, and complained about all the committees on which they were being pressured to serve. Around 8:45, Dave finally appeared, sandy curls askew to let her know where he'd been. She didn't even bother offering him a drink, just announced that everything was ready, so let's adjourn to the dining room. There are 2 kinds of dinners, ones that follow the rules and ones that break them all. Tarn's were the latter. This time it would be real tallow candles and everybody's wine including her own. Somehow her craziness always seemed to click. They inevitably came back for more. This time she decided to pay an offhand tribute to autumn and American cuisine. Cheddar cheese soup, marinated Ottomanelli's quail broil, with fresh sage, sweet potato fritters and baby peas, homemade corn bread. And then, as a change of pace, keep him off balance, an endive salad spiked with coriander. Dessert was an apple walnut casserole washed down with of McNulty's dark Haitian coffee. At the end, she produced an ancient cognac you could inhale forever. By 11:30, everybody thought they'd just ascended to paradise. She ordered Dave to take care of the dishes, since he'd been acting as if he owned the place, let him help, then led everybody back into the living room. In the park below, the weather was perfect, and marijuana sales were in overdrive. A couple of joints also appeared around the room, accompanied by withering glares from Alan. Then, while Ed Wallace was chatting up Sheeran and everybody else was drinking and smoking, Alan picked up his cognac and motioned her in the direction of the study. Finally, she thought. This must be some story. She was right, it wasn't her book he wanted to discuss. Instead, he wanted to tell her about what he'd just seen and not seen in Tokyo. Loved dinner. He settled into a leather chair, the one next to her long bookcase, and drained his Iftar, I was afraid I was turning into a fish over there. He laughed, but only briefly. Social hour was over. Tam, I wanted to ask you if you could maybe help me out with something. What do you have in mind? Well, you know I've always thought I was on top of what Tokyo is doing, but now I'm not so sure anymore. I'm afraid things are starting to get away from me. Such as? Okay, now it's no secret I've been to Japan a lot. I've got my share of friends over there, people I respect and admire very much. But this trip started to get very strange. It's as though I'm suddenly an outsider, just another Gaijin. I'm puzzled, and I wonder if maybe I ought to be worried. Gaijin. That's sounds familiar, she thought, but it wasn't something that usually bothered Alan. She brushed her brown hair back out of her eyes and studied him. He'd never been more serious. What happened? He paused. You know about their big artificial intelligence effort called the 5th Generation Project. If it goes the way they're saying, before too much longer they'll have programs, software, to design the next generation of computer technology. This was supposed to be news. Come on, Alla. Everybody knew. It was the talk of the industry. Japan's goal was computer logic capable of replicating human thought processes, a monumental, maybe impossible undertaking. Alan, don't you remember we discussed doing a chapter on it in the robotics book? And if you, Tamara, bear with me, you also know very well that project is Japan's attempt to leapfrog American technology, added together with all their R&D on chip technology. In my opinion, by the way, our response is definitely too little, too late. More and more we're having to buy essential components for missile guidance systems from Japan. The Department of Defense is already nervous, but not nervous enough. He may have dug our own grave, and now I think our worst fears may be about to come true. Something funny seems to be happening, only I'm not sure what. What do you mean? Let me close that door. He got up and did so then. Turned back. Maybe first I ought to tell you about the odd experience I had last week. Go on. She heard somebody in the living room put on one of her old Beatles albums, still the middle-agers' idea of hip. Well, as always. I scheduled a stop at the 5th Generation Lab to get up to speed on how their effort's doing. But all of a sudden, it seems I'm too darned famous to be bothered with the shirt sleeve stuff. I tried to get in there for 3 days running. It was always the Honorable Sternsan this and the celebrated Sternsan. That and you must meet the head of every damned ministry, and we have to set up this formal dinner and blah, blah, blah. Alan, you're the grand old man these days. She laughed. Get used to it. Wash out your mouth, Tamara Richardson. I'm not grand and I'm most decidedly not old. He sniffed. No, it's as if they were very politely cutting me out. Okay, they didn't exactly say the project was off limits now or anything, but there never seemed to be a convenient time to drop by the lab. Who knows, maybe they just didn't want some American partisan poking about the place anymore. Could be, but why? I'm scarcely a spy. For DOD or the CIA, they know I only do pure science. Okay, maybe I'm old-fashioned, but Dr. Yashida at least has always claimed to respect me for that. I used to spend hours with him going over his work. There and vice versa. We swapped ideas all the time. Now all of a sudden there's this smokescreen. He paused, sipped at his brandy, and then leaned back. Which brings me to that favor I need. What? Well, I was wondering if maybe you could try and get into the 5th Generation Lab yourself, check around a bit, see if you can find out what's cooking. Go to Tokyo? I realize it's a lot to ask, but who else can I turn to? Tam, you're the only person I know who could pull this off. You know the technology and they respect you. Also, you understand the language. Maybe you can cut through all the politeness and the translated PR. If you'd like a little per diem, I'll see if I can't shake loose the money from somewhere. Alan, really, don't you think you're maybe going overboard just a little? What if Dr. Yoshida was just tied up? The last time I visited the lab, he showed me everything completely open. Ho ho, he's let down his brandy and his eyes hardened. I still haven't told you the clincher. There's some new guy in charge now. That's hard to believe. Yoshida practically invented the 5th generation project. He's the director, that's just it. Kaput, all of a sudden he's not around anymore. They said he's now technical advisor, but you know what that really means. Removed. Sayonara. Promoted upstairs or downstairs or some damn thing. That in itself is mystifying. He's one of the most competent. Oh hell, the man is a genius. Why would they do that? Very strange. Exactly, but now he's out, couldn't even see me. On vacation, the new director is some bureaucrat by the name of Asano. Spent a little time with the man, and I can testify he's a smoothie. Lots of pious generalities about technical cooperation, but I got the distinct feeling he didn't want to talk details with me. Actually, I wondered if maybe he wasn't even a bit afraid to say anything. Asano? Oh shit, she took a deep breath. Was his name Kenji Asano? Ken. Right, that's his first name. Maybe you know him. I think he used to be a flunky with some government bureau. Row over there. But now he's just been put in charge of the 5th generation work. It's more than a little curious. She puzzled a minute. From what she knew about the 5th generation and about Kenji Asano, he had a lot more important things to do than run the lab. The government bureau he worked for was none other than MIDI, the Ministry of International Trade and Industry. In fact, at last count he was Deputy Minister for Research and Planning, a top-ranked executive slot. Could this mean that Japan's ambitious artificial intelligence effort was being moved in on by MIDI, their industrial war room? Alan, I'll tell you the truth. You may not have heard, but I'm in a fight now at the University. I expect to win, but I've got a lot on my mind. Notes for the book. I can't just suddenly, Tam, I need your help. Look, maybe they've had some new breakthrough that none of us ever imagined. He paused. Just between us, I lifted a strange, meaty memo I found lying around an office when Asana took me on an escorted tour up to the labs at Tsukuba Science City. She looked at him. Was it classified? How would I know? There was something about my sixth sense told me it was a document nobody was supposed to see. When I get back to Stanford, I plan to have a postdoc over in physics make me a quick translation. It was very unlike Alan to walk off with confidential memos uninvited, which could only mean he must suspect something he wasn't telling. You'd better give me the whole story. Not now, not yet. It's only guesswork, Tam. He glanced away. Nothing to bore you with at the moment, but if you can find out anything, we'll write it up as a report I can circulate around the hill. This could be important, believe me. Already Cray has started having to buy critical chips for its supercomputers from Japan. And the Department of Defense is pouring billions into research on semiconductors that will withstand nuclear radiation. Japan is forging ahead on speed and miniaturization, what really counts. I think they could be about to have us buy the balls, pardon my French. If they've somehow incorporated AI, Alan, it doesn't add up. I once met Asano. In fact, it was a couple of years ago at that Kyoto University Symposium on Third World Industrialization. He spent a lot of time trying to pick my brain about our specialized silicon chip manufacturing here, but he wasn't the slightest bit interested in artificial intelligence. Well, prepare yourself for a surprise. He's plenty interested now and knowledgeable, but still, it's not like the Japanese to do something like this, install some government guy to run an R&D program. That's certainly true. She strolled over, looked down upon the park, and began to want a brandy of her own as she chewed over the implications. Was Meaty setting up some new high-tech industrial assault if the 5th generation had been taken over by Kenji and his planners? Alan, let me think about this for a couple of days. Don't think too long. I'm convinced somebody over there is suddenly in a very big hurry. I need to find out the real story. Am I just starting to go nuts in my old age? Well, make that my prime. He grasped her hand for emphasis. And you really should make it a point to see this Asano fellow. If you already know him from somewhere, I'd say that's even better. She started to respond, then stopped. She knew Kenji Asano all right. From a little episode at that conference, when he had invited the panel members of a session he chaired to a late-night tour of the endless tiny bars in Kyoto's Jin district. She remembered all the steaming sake and being ignored by flustered bar girls who were pretending that another woman wasn't around. They had no idea what to do about a member of their own sex there in their sanctuary of male flattery. Ken apparently had staged it mainly to watch their reaction. And hers. Part of the scene was that Ken Asano was actually something of a hunk, as westernized as they come and attractive in that way, seemingly reserved for men of great wealth or great power. He may have had both, but she was sure only but the second. Whenever he handed out that Meiji card with the meaty logo, even millionaire industrialists and bankers automatically bowed to the floor. A lot of sake later, after the other panel members had piled into a cab for their hotel, she decided to show Kenji Asano a few things about women he wouldn't learn from giggling bar girls. She'd always heard that Japanese men were pretty humdrum in bed, quick and self-centered, at least in the opinion of a woman she knew who'd done exhaustive field research on the topic. After her own experience with Ken, though, she wasn't so sure. Still, it had been a passing thing. The next morning she awoke in her own room in the Kyoto International and half tried to tell herself it hadn't really happened, just a dream, a chimera of the sultry Kyoto night, brought on by all those quaint little side streets and red paper lanterns. The truth was she still thought about him from time to time. He was a talented lover. She certainly recalled that part well enough, and he was a charmer. In fact, she could use a little of that charm right this minute. What she didn't admire was the organization he worked for, the infamous Meaty. Behind a smoke screen of fair trade rhetoric, Meaty's intentions clearly were to extinguish systematically Japan's world competition, industry by industry. And so far they were batting 1,000. They'd never once failed to knock off a designated target. What was next? Had Meaty finally concluded that, down the road, intelligent computers could be the drive behind some massive shift in world power? Maybe she should go. She poured another dash of cognac for Alan, and they wandered back into the living room, just in time to see The Simpsons out. Everybody else followed except for Dave, now perched by the windows and glaring out into the dark. She decided to ignore him as she walked over, opened one crack and looked down. In the park below, commerce was tapering off and the Jamaican Rastas had begun toting up receipts for the night. No sounds except the faint strains of reggae from a boom box. Funny, but every once in a while she stop everything and watch the kids in the playground down there. What to do? The damned shadows were growing longer by the minute. Maybe Dave wasn't so bad. Trouble was, he needed mothering too. Think about it tomorrow, Scarlett. She poured herself a cognac and headed for the bedroom to get Alan's coat. After she'd put him on the elevator, she came back and checked out Dave, now slouched in the big chair by the lamp, his eyes closed. He looked positively enticing, and she sounded his name quietly. Nothing. Then she realized he was sound asleep, snoring, the bastard. This was it. She grabbed his coat, pushed him out the door, poured herself another cognac, and plopped down in the living room to think. All right, Alan, you've got a deal. Could be you're on to something. I seem to remember there's a conference in Kyoto starting week after next on supercomputers. Kenji Asano will probably show. Good time to catch him off guard and try to find out what's suddenly so hush-hush. Yes, by God, I'll do it. She didn't bother with any of Alan Stern's funding. This trip would be strictly off the record. She wrapped up some loose ends, called a few people she knew in Tokyo, lined up half a dozen interviews that might be helpful on the new book, packed her toothbrush and tape recorder, and boarded a Northwest flight for Narita. She had no idea then, of course, but she was Alice, dropping down the rabbit hole. Fortnight later, she was dining with the Emperor of Japan. Chapter 4. Alan Stem's alarm about Japan's semiconductor challenge reflected only part of the picture. There was also plenty going on with Japanese research in addition to information processing. Superconductivity was getting a big push, as was biotechnology, optoelectronics, advanced materials. Although we in the West think of Japan as a newcomer in the high-tech sweepstakes, it actually has a long tradition of innovation. A typical, for instance, in the area of advanced materials, those of us hooked on swords know the Japanese were already creating new materials hundreds of years ago that still haven't been bettered. Back then, it was flawless steel for katana blades. Today it's, say, gallia, arsenide crystals for laser-driven semiconductors. How, one might inquire, did all this expertise come about to stick to materials research? If you think a moment, you realize it's a discipline that actually must have begun in the latter days of the Stone Age. High technology, in those times, meant figuring new ways to use fire and clay to create something nature had neglected to provide. Not integrated circuits, but a decent water pot. And the Japanese have been making terrific pots for 1,000 years. As it happens, some historians claim the very first Japanese pottery was made in the province of Tamba, near Kyoto. Why mention this? Because, then as now, technology and politics had a way of getting mixed together in Japan, and Tamba was a perfect example. Tamba's artisans made great use of a special oven known as a climbing-chambered kiln. Whereas ceramics kilns elsewhere in the country were narrow and high, Tamba's liming hill chambers were wide and low, thereby allowing the fire to touch the clay directly. The result was a rugged, flame-seared stoneware that pleased the manly eye, powerful earthy grays, burnt reds, greenish browns, all with a hard metallic luster. Thus Tamba was a locale much frequented by the warrior shoguns, which may be why Tamba province has another claim to history as well. It is the location of the one-time warrior castle fortress of Sasayama, once a regional command post of the Tokugawa strongmen in Tokyo. You won't find overly much about Sasayama in the usual guidebooks, since it has the kind of history that's more interesting to Japanese than to tourists. The place has no gaudy vermilion temples, no bronze Buddhas 10 stories high. Fact is, very little remains of the fortress itself these days except for a wide moat, green with lotuses, and a few stone walls lined with cherry trees that blossom an exquisite for a few breathtaking moments each spring. Although the castle is now burned down, a few homes of the samurai retainers of its various warlords remain. If you stand on the rocky edge of the moat at its southwest corner and look down through the cherry trees, you'll see an old-style house built some 200 years ago by the 12th daimyo of Sasayama for his most loyal retainer. Its walls of white plaster are interspersed with beams of dark wood, its thatch roof supported by the traditional ridgepole. Think of it as the home of the samurai most trusted, the guardian of the gates, the warrior nearest the fount of power. Perhaps it will not seem surprising, therefore, that this ancient samurai resident in the shogun's stronghold closest to ancient Kyoto was now home base for a powerful warrior of modern Japan. Matsuo Noda. Samurai had once battled in Sasayama's streets. Many's the time its castle had been stormed by hedging armies. Much blood had been shed, and much honor lost. But the event that occurred in Sasayama, precisely 2 weeks after Tamara Richardson's dinner in New York, was a historical moment more important than any in its 1,000 years prior. It began shortly after dawn, a cool September gray just ripening to pink over the mountains. The early sounds of morning birdsong, the faint bell of the tofu seller, the steam whistle of the autumn sweet potato vendor were only beginning to intrude on the quiet. Noda was where he always was at this moment. On the veranda overlooking his personal garden, a classic Zen-style landscape whose central pond was circled by natural-appearing rocks, trees, bushes, paths. It was, of course, about as natural as those sculptured hedges at Versailles. In order to create the illusion of perspective and depth, the stones along the foreshore of the pond were bold, rugged, massively detailed, while those on the its side were dark, small, smooth, a little trick to make them seem farther away than they were. It's a game heavy with nuance. For example, the stone footpath on the left side of the pond may look as if it goes on forever, but that's just art of the art. The stones get smaller toward the back, curving in and out among the azalea bushes till they make one last twist and disappear among the red pines and maples at the rear. Which trees, incidentally, have themselves been slightly dwarfed, again enhancing the illusion of distance, just as the back is deliberately shaggy and dark, like the beginnings of a forest that goes on for miles. Noda's Zen garden, which deludes rational judgment by manipulating all the signposts we use to gauge distance and space, appeared to be limitless. The secret was that nothing actually ends. Everything simply fades out and gets lost. It was a closed space that seemed for all the world as if it went on and on who could only somehow see the rest of it. Yet peek only a few yards away, and you've got the mundane streets of sleepy Sasayama. This special dawn, as a few frogs along the edge of the pond croaked into the brisk air, he knelt on the viewing veranda in a fine cotton morning robe, a yukata emblazoned with his family crest, an archaic Chinese ideogram meaning courage, and began to center his mind. He'd left his Kyoto headquarters early Friday evening, kipping the usual after-hours drinking obligation of Japanese executives and grabbing the 8:30 Sanin Express to Sanobe, where his limo waited to bring him the rest of the way home. Now he was up before daybreak and readying his usual morning ritual. As he sat there, gazing across the placid water dotted with lotuses at the foreshore and framed with willows at the far horizon, his silver hair contrasted with the marine blue of the robe to create a presence easily as striking as the garden itself. For a time he merely knelt, silently contemplating the view and listening to the metrical drip of water from a bamboo spout situated just at the edge of the steps. Finally, he turned and picked up his sumi stick, a block of dried ink made from soot, and carefully began to rub it against the concave face of an ancient ink stone, till its cupped water darkened to just the proper shade. When the fresh ink was ready, he wet a brush in a separate water vessel, dried it by stroking it against a scrap of old paper, dipped it into the dark liquid, and looked down. This was the moment that demanded perfect composure, absolute control. Before him was a single sheet of rice paper, purest white, and now his hand held the brush poised. He was waiting for that instant when his senses clicked into alignment, when the feel of the brush merged with his mind, much the way a samurai's katana blade must become an extension of his own reflexes. Although he would stroke only a few kanji characters, scarcely enough for a telex or a memo, the moment required discipline acquired through decades of practice. His Zen-style calligraphy allowed for no hesitation, no retouching. It must be dashed off with a spontaneity that was, in itself, part of the art. As with the swordsman, there could be no time for conscious thought, merely the powerful stroke guided by intuition. No decision that confronted him throughout a business day would demand half so much mental control, inner resolve. Just then, at the far end of the pond, the first sun flickered through the wisteria. Suddenly, without his consciously knowing the exact moment had arrived, as a Zen archer's arrow must release itself of its own will, his hand struck. The dark tip of the brush pirouetted down the paper, starting at the left and laying down a mere 5 lines, 22 syllables. Inishi. Nai once held, Ari Kemu Hito no it said, Motri cho by men of long ago, Omitsu wa wo my ancient prize where wa machitari at last is near. It was done. He sighed, leaned back and reached for the cup of green tea that rested beside him on the polished boards. The verse was in an archaic style, a few syllables longer than a haiku, modeled on an 800-year-old work by a court poet of the Heian era. The strokes were perfectly nuanced, the flow of the brush precise, the intuitive strength as natural as a waterfall. Noda drained his tea, then rose to go back inside. His antique house was tastefully empty. Its tatama-floored rooms measured in multiples of those standard 3x. Its reed mats were barren, a museum to times past. They also were open to each other, their sliding doors, fusuma, being pushed wide. The walls, too, were vacant expanses of white plaster with only an occasional mounted 6. Old screen depicting poetry parties of the Heian era, that courtly civilization portrayed in the tale of Genji. And there were no overhead lights, merely an occasional cypress anden floor lamp to augment the pastel glow of the rice bay. Per shop windows, a sahan. He curtly ordered his gray-haired cook to bring breakfast, then turned to mount the ancient stairs. Hi. She nodded and was gone, though he kept the lower floor exactly as it had been 2 centuries past the up. Stairs was a different matter entirely. It had been converted into a high-tech office, hooked through a maximum security telesystems TCS 9000 direct uplink, via the Mid-Pacific Merxby satellite, to the mainframe of his NEC information management system in the Kyoto headquarters, an augmented NEC's 2400 IMS, which handled voice, data, text, image. He had scarcely flipped on the system when the woman who managed his kit Shin appeared, bowing, and deposited a tray bearing miso broth, rice, an uncooked egg, and more tea. He grunted thanks as he was checking a CRT screen for the current rate on Fed funds. The cost of the money American banks lend each other overnight to meet reserve requirements. No surprises. Then he turned and cracked the egg over his rice, adding a leaf of dried nori seaweed. As he leaned back, chopsticks in hand, he quickly glanced through the Tokyo papers, followed by the Asian Wall Street Journal and the satellite edition of London's Financial Times. Finally, he tossed them aside. This was always the moment when he liked to take measure of the 3 photos standing in a row across the back of his teak desk. The first was his deceased wife Mariko, long-suffering, deferential, resignedly selfless. A model Japanese woman. He still thought of her with fondness, but as was expected of a Japanese helpmate, she always ran a distant second in his affections. His work came first. The next picture was very different. This woman's face was white, her hair a lacquered wig, her lips a tiny red pout. Her name, Koriko, had been assigned years ago in the Jin district of Kyoto, and she was holding a 3-stringed lute, a samisen, and intoning some classical melody from centuries past. These days, she purchased $1,000 kimonos the way most office girls bought jeans, but she worked for the money. She was a geisha, a real one, an artist whose calling required years of training and commanded the awe of even the most modern Japanese. Like a prizefighter or a matador, she'd spent long, painful hours perfecting style, technique, art. She had been Noda's one-time protege, beneficiary of his patronage. Now, though, she had other patrons. He still missed her, but the memory was fading. The third photo was a face familiar to all of Japan's avid TV viewers, Aki Aramori. She was wearing a dark blue Western suit, her hair a glossy pageboy cut, the conservative look of times past. It was the occasion of her graduation from the School of Law, Tokyo University, Tokyo Daigaku, or TOD. As it's known, an important moment. TOD's alumni represent a network, a batsu, of the country's ruling elite, who compete with each other for the choicest, most prestigious government ministries. Although she had chosen a more visible career, she still relied heavily on her contacts in this governing clique. Heads of the leading ministries, including finance, foreign affairs, and of course the Ministry of International Trade and Industry, METI. Matsuo Noda himself had, in fact, once headed METI, probably Japan's most powerful ministry. He came from ancient samurai stock, fittingly perhaps, since the bureaucrats of modern Japan are mostly of that class. The samurai caste, men who served a liege lord and were forbidden to engage in trade, were actually Japan's first public servants. In between civil wars, they became sword-carrying bureaucrats. Many a modern bureau chief has ancestors who wore 2 swords and sliced up a peasant or a merchant now and then with impunity, which may help explain why the average citizen still views government officials with such nervous awe. A Todai honors man himself, Noda was a natural for meaty wit. Runs what is in many ways a covert operation. The head offices are in a nondescript, soot-covered building of tinted glass and limestone near Tokyo's Hibiya Park, guarded by armed, helmeted members of Japan's national police. Inside, it's mostly open floors and lines of gray steel desks, no plush carpets and mahogany suites. MIDI has 12 bureaus, each devoted to a major industrial sector. If its officials decide Japan's strategic interests, it would be served by a certain manufacturing group's cutting production, lowering prices, altering product lines. These recommendations are passed along. And it happens. Noda began his career there by circulating through the different sections, going around the track, as it's called, after which he proceeded to run the general affairs office of various bureaus, by which time everybody had him picked for a mover, on the elite course. Eventually, he was promoted to Section Chi in the International Trade Bureau, next on to Bureau Chief, and finally at age 47 he made the top. Vice Minister. After he reached the pinnacle, he held the job for a mere 5 years, then routinely left. He had to go. Early 50s and you're out. MIDI is no country for old men. He moved on to head the Japan Development Bank, JDB, where he financed various high-tech startup industries. Finally, he retired and went out on his own. Like most other retired government officials, however, he didn't accept any of the lucrative private offers he received, the suddenly vacant spot on a conglomerate's board of directors. No, he had his own smoldering vision, in a dazzling and successful departure from usual Japanese convention, he founded Nippon, Inc., an adjunct to Japan's major financial players, with headquarters in the commercial center of Kyoto. His new organization immediately became a financial fixture in the new post-industrial, high-tech Japan. And now, 5 years later, Nippon, Inc. was a thriving force in the management of capital. These days, even the new generation at MIDI routinely called him up for consensus. For Matsuo Noda now, everything was in place. He was at last ready to pursue a lifelong dream. He'd never forgotten the end of the war, that last day on Okinawa when Ushijima's 32nd Army was a dazed remnant. He'd been in the cave above Mabuni when the general radioed his farewell to Imperial headquarters, then severed his own spinal cord. Matsuo Noda, with anguish he could still remember, had burned the regimental flag and told those remaining to scatter, to become guerrillas, repeating Ushijima's last command to fight to the last for the eternal cause of loyalty to the emperor. Noda had declared that their struggle would continue on for 100 years if need be. He had overestimated the difficulty. The plan now poised had required less than 50, as usual for a work-at-home Saturday, just another business day in Japan. He was wrapping up loose ends from the week, finishing reports, signing off on audits. 2. Renters were running, since he preferred to work with hard copy, and he was reviewing the list of outstanding loans NI was in charge of monitoring, checking for any early signs of trouble. Had any credit rating slipped? If a receivee corporation was publicly traded, had its stock faltered? What was the overview? Securities, unamortized discounts on bonds, cash on hand. Next, he paged through the weekly updates from the Small Business Finance Corp, the National Finance Corp, the Shokochukin Bank, various credit associations and savings banks. It was all on his Kyoto information base, pulled off the new fiber-optic network that linked Japan's financial centers. He was about to rig down for fresh tea when a priority override flashed on the screen for his eyes only. This meant a coded message that could only be unscrambled using a special module in the computer. The Kyoto office knew he was online, but they hadn't wanted to route the information directly, highly irregular. He punched in the code, called up the receiving routine, and waited for the message. There had been a call from ship-to-shore phone. the communications line linking him directly with Dr. Shozo Takahashi, director in charge of his top-secret project in the Inland Sea. The director was requesting that Noda-sama contact him immediately via Scrambler, top security. He felt his pulse begin to race as he digested the news. It had been so easy, almost too easy. He sat perfectly still for that timeless, historic moment, gazing at the photograph of Akira Mori. A promise kept from long, long ago. 4 decades now, and he had never forgotten what he had said he would do for her. He called down for tea, waited till it had been delivered, then punched on the phone and switched it to the security mode. But even on the Scrambler, Takahashi began circumspectly. As the steamed Noda-sama was aware, their project had, over its 3 years, contended with great difficulties and many disappointments. They were working at the very limits of undersea technology. As Noda-sama also knew, he went on. Her early attempts at seismic vertical profiling had been a complete failure. Takahashi took personal responsibility for that. Next, they had changed strategy and utilized state-of-the-art microwave radar, hoping that minuscule changes in density along the bottom might indicate what they sought. That too, Takahashi apologized, had been unproductive from the start as Noda-sama had been informed. And he, Takahashi, took full blame for the failure. Noda cut in at point, impatient and wanting to circumvent the litany of apologies. Why was Takahashi calling? The director paused dramatically, then declared he wished to inform the august Noda-sama that their latest approach, the use of a new digita, magnetometer, had at last borne fruit. Only this morning they had detected and brought up an item in the treacherous straits east-northeast of Shikoku. It was a watertight gold case embossed with what appeared to be a 16-leaf chrysanthemum or kiku, the imperial insignia, other confirming inscriptions. Noda nervously reached out and clicked off the humming computer. Yes, the formal script across one end appeared to be no later than 10th century, although they dared not open the gold case for fear of damaging its contents. At this moment, preliminary analytical procedures were underway, and the early results, including a makeshift attempt at shipboard X-ray crystallography, suggested that the steel inside, which clearly showed traces of copper alloy, contained less than 0.01% of iron oxide. In short, it was possible the item might be perfectly preserved. It was theirs, Takahashi said in that breathy, clipped language inferiors used to signify great importance and great deference. It was his extreme honor to announce to the esteemed Noda-sama that the most important archaeological find in the history of Japan now belonged to Nippon, Inc. And they Chigao, Noda cut him off in the curt tone expected of superiors. Incorrect. Belonged to its rightful owner and would now be returned. And furthermore, he added Nippon, Inc. had just ceased to exist, since the name for ancient Japan was Dai Nippon, Great Japan. As of this moment, Nippon, Inc. had just become Dai Nippon International. A complete reorganization would begin immediately. Finally, he ordered a total blackout. Radios silenced. No or leave for crew or scientists. He clicked off the phone and, repressing a tremble, descended the stairs. And there on the garden veranda, using a new brush and perfumed Sumi ink from his rare collection, Matsuo Noda composed a very elaborate letter, long swirls of black down a perfect sheet of thick, flowered paper hundreds of years old. It was then sealed in a silver case and hand-delivered by special messenger to a fortress in the center of Tokyo. 5 days later, its recipient read it before a nationally televised press conference, and Japan exploded. Chapter 5 Kami wo ereitai no desu ga, iai desu ka? Tam peered through the doorway and nodded hello to the girl in the blue Imperial Hotel uniform. The hair salon was almost empty, perfect. Hi, so. The girl urtled at the Gaijin's accentless Japanese, bowed to the waist. Dozo, manicure mo wongai shimasu. What the heck, Tam thought, why not go all the way, get a manicure too? Hi, Dozo. Another bob as the girl ushered her forward. There was the plush, padded chair, big, gray, and voluptuous. She sighed and settled back. Heaven. Perfect peace in the middle of hectic Tokyo. She knew that here for an hour or so she would be an honored guest, smothered with attention. One of the most incredible experiences in Japan. While 3 of the girls began shampooing her hair, they went back to chattering about the new husband a matchmaker had just arranged for the petite assistant in the back. The bride-to-be was blushing, and there were plenty of giggles all around, hands over mouths. Tam realized, though, that the girls were being a little circumspect. Who was this strange brunette Gaijin, speaking Japanese with no accent? Maybe she understood what they were saying. She did. The woman who would become Tam Richardson was born Tamara No Name in Kobe, Japan, the somewhat embarrassing result of an evening's diversion for an anonymous GI. Her mother, equally anonymous, had prudently given her over, or adoption rather than face the social awkwardness of raising a fatherless half-Gaijin child. She was eventually adopted by Lieutenant Colonel Avery Richardson, U.S. Air Force, and his wife Mary, proud Iowa stock, 6 years after she'd been stuck in the orphanage. That was during the latter days of the occupation, but they'd stayed on in Japan through '54, while Lieutenant Colonel Richardson served as advisor for the rearming of what would be the Japanese self-defense forces. He'd also become a Japanophile by then, so he left her in a Japanese school rather than subjecting her to the army brats on the base. Finally, they returned to the States, with a dark-eyed little daughter who'd spoken Japanese for almost a decade, and being the achiever she was, read it virtually as well as a high school graduate. The thing she remembered best from all those years, though, was one word: Gaijin. It wasn't exactly that the modern Japanese consider Gaijin inferior. They no longer dismiss Westerners as red-bearded barbarians. No, Gaijin were merely unfortunate, luckless folk not part of the Earth's elect tribe. You were either born a part of Japan, a full Nihonjin, or you were forever outside of it, Gaijin. But knowing it was one thing and living it as a kid was something else. She wasn't one of them, and they made sure she got the message. Finally, however, she discovered the hidden secret of Japan. Us Japanese get very uncomfortable around a Gaijin too fluent in their language or customs, since that outsider has penetrated their life without the constraint of relationships and obligations. No Gaijin can ever entirely belong to their seamless culture for one simple reason. No outsider could ever be held accountable to the powerful social and family interdependencies that allow a population half that of the U.S. to get along in a place functionally smaller than California. So to survive there, if you're not Nihonjin, you just play that fact for all it's worth. Then, like everybody else, you've got a niche. Yours merely happens to be outside the system. As an almost Nihonjin, you're threatening. As a Gaijin, you're safe. She'd finally learned this the hard way from all those unsmiling little girls in blue school uniforms who used to hiss, Gaijin. But thanks to them, Tam Richardson learned to be a permanent outsider. And a survivor. Well, here she was again, ready for another bout. Round-eyed Tama-chan, all grown up and still on the outside. Though she knew Tokyo well from times past, she was still trying to readjust. After checking into the Imperial Hotel in Tokyo's Hibiya section, she'd showered, changed, and headed out for some jogging, the best way she knew to see a lot of the city quick. Her major puzzle: where to look for the new impulse behind Japan's big drive, their meteoric move toward the target of Dai Ikai, #1 in the world. Try to feel the vibes, she told herself, be a tourist and see the new Japan through fresh eyes. If it had been winter, she'd have gone straight over to Shinabazu Pond in Ueno Park to watch the migratory Siberian waterfowl diving for fish among the clumps of floating ice. In spring, she would have first monitored the radio to find out which park had the finest cherry blossoms, then gone somewhere else to avoid the sake-swilling crowds. And if it had been summer, she probably would have headed for the cool of the Imperial Palace East Gardens to catch the pink and red azaleas. Autumn, though, was a time for swallowing the city whole. She started with a Meiji shrine, that garish tribute to Japan's westernization, then moved on to the Imperial Palace, itself a place that, like Tokyo itself, had something for all seasons. She passed through the East Gardens watching provincial honey moo in her snapping pictures for the parents back home, then worked her way across toward the Sakurademan Gate so she could follow the palace moat as she made her circuit back to the hotel. Along the way she passed the Diet Building and the Supreme Court, then decided to look in on the Yasukuni Shrine, buried in its own exquisite grove of cherry trees and mixed foliage. The massive bronze torii arch leading into the shrine was always surrounded by stalls selling those marvelous little rice cakes, sweet and leaden, she remembered as a kid. She stopped and bought two. By then she was experiencing advanced jet lag, so she decided to head on back to her crisp-sheeted bed at the Imperial. Tokyo this time. Around was as impossible as always, maybe more so. Where do you start? The garish Ginza, the self-conscious trendiness of Roppongi, the skyscrapers of Shinjuku, solemn Marunouchi, all of it engulfing, awesomely materialistic. Each trip the city seemed to get bigger, louder, more everything. More cars, more neon, more money. She could remember almost a time when this town was a burned-out ruin. Now, she needed some time to think, to work out a game plan. Sure, clues to the phenomenon of modern Japan were everywhere: drive, self-confidence, competence, but how did they fit together? Change was coming like an avalanche. Who could keep track? The best thing, she told herself, was to start with a clear head, back off for a while. After all, the last year had been much toil and little play, with the latest book coming out, hassles at the university. She needed some unwinding, maybe a little time spent thinking about nothing would be best of all. So for a day, she lived off room service, immersed herself in the local papers, magazines, TV, and just relaxed. She let Alan's hints about some ominous new development slip way down the scale. One of the things she couldn't help noticing, though, was an odd stirring in the newspapers. Something very much between the lines, but all the more real for that very reason. In typical fashion, signals were going out that a major event was in store. The government, she knew, always used a kind of early warning system for important shifts, very Japanese. If the Bank of Japan was about to raise or lower interest rates, a move that would impact thousands of businesses and banks, for days in advance, various unidentified officials would be quoted as speculating that maybe a change in rates might be possible. Of course, they didn't actually say it was going to happen. They merely hinted it could be. An idea to consider, it was plausible, conditions might well warrant. Anybody with any sense knew immediately this meant the decision was already made, and citizens were being alerted to cover themselves post-haste. Consequently, if government sources start hinting an event is conceivably possible, you can usually assume it's as good as fact. But what was this about, she wondered, all these allusions to a new interest of the emperor's? The standard elements were all there. Leaks, guesswork, columns, unnamed high sources. No doubt, something major was pending. And just to make sure nobody missed the importance of whatever it was, there was even speculation His Majesty might actually hold a press briefing. That last possibility, she decided, was clearly far-fetched, just not done. A picture session maybe, but that was it. After a day of unwinding, she was ready to get out and start gathering some information. This time around, however, she wanted a different image. A shift from the staid professor look to high-tech Japan. Start with a few clothes, something smashing / expensive / designer Japanese. And the hair, right. A cut, a different style, a something, thus At noon the third day, she finally got into street clothes and headed down to the lobby. Then teeming with lagged-out osses in funny tour hats. She took one look, ducked around them, then made for the lower arcade and the shops, and here she was, already feeling recharged, relaxed, and just then a short, excited hotel porter ducked his head in, bowed, and announced he'd just heard that the Emperor was about to be on TV, His Majesty. The salon froze. At first Tam thought the porter must just be playing some kind of local prank, arcade hijinks, and she remembered the speculation in the papers. Could it be true? She glanced at her watch. It was a couple of minutes before 12. girl's immediate. He dropped everything and clicked on the big Toshiba digital set suspended over the mirror. Service halted in midstream, just as in a soba noodle shop when the sumo wrestlers on the corner tube had finished glaring, thrown salt 3 times, and were ready to lunch. Then one of the hairdressers remembered Tam, and maybe still believing no Gaijin could understand her language, reached down to snap on the small black and white Sony attached to the chair arm, tuned to CNN's Tokyo. Service. It was currently scrolling temperatures in the U.S. Now on the big Toshiba overhead, NHK, the government channel, was announcing they were about to switch to a remote broadcast, live, from the sacred Yasukuni shrine. Oh. She thought, Yasukuni. Has everybody here gone crazy back before 1945? Yasukuni had been a memorial to the master race, official home of the new state Shinto. Japan's militarists had revised traditional Shin. A simple nature reverence to include violent nationalism, emperor worship, the Yamato spirit, the way of the samurai, every warlike aspect of national character. These days, Yasukuni enshrined the names of Japan's 2 milli, an heroic war dead, a roll call recently enlarged to include Tojo and others, the U.S. later executed as criminals which had turned the place into a political hot potato, resulting in an enormous flap when the Prime Minister tried to appear there in his official capacity. So, for the emperor to show up suddenly with heavy press coverage was almost unthinkable. Besides, she'd just been by the place and hadn't noticed anything. This was very sudden. Then the rem. Oat came on. The front of the shrine was roped off, right across the bronze Torii gate, with only cameras and press allowed inside. On screen was a shot of an elaborate new dais where an official from the Imperial Household Agency, the government bureau that kept His Majesty under its care and schedules his appearances, was just finishing up a long-winded introduction. Then, it was the Prime Minister's turn. After what seemed half an hour of absolutely content, less oratory, a Japanese politician's most respected skill, on the subject of the country's majestic imperial past, the PM finally stepped aside to allow a tall, strikingly handsome Japanese man to approach the speaker's podium. Since the Asian had official significance, his walk was ceremonial, with his feet wide apart in the jerky samurai swagger necessitated in days of old by the 2 swords at the waist. Meanwhile, everybody around him was bowing low. His Imperial Majesty, wearing a formal male kimono, equivalent to morning dress at a Scot, looked truly august. He was also carrying a long silver box, filigreed. When he finally started to speak, the girls around Tam gasped in astonishment. She noticed immediately that he wasn't using modern Japanese. Instead, his language was an archaic, highly ornate dialect, the court speech of long ago. After his brief, almost unintelligible prologue, one of the house hold officials opened the box for him and took out a long, scrolled document. The cameras did a quick close-up, showing a page of antique flowered paper inscribed with brush and sumi ink. It turned out to be a letter in modern Japan, from the president of a financial organization called Dai Nippon International. As the emperor read it to the cameras, it began with a recounting of the loss of the Imperial Sword in the Inland Sea during the 1185 Battle of Dan. Yura, that sword, it declared, signified Japan's physical link to a divine past. What? History 101 on TV. Then came the bomb. Abruptly, CNN cut into their normal late-night programming for a live satellite. Their reporter, grasping a mic and standing in front of the milling mob around the podium, was reading from a press handout that provided an English summary of the letter. Since the CNN signal was being flashed to the US and then back to Japan on the bird, effectively circling the globe, it was a few milliseconds behind the NHK broadcast. She turned up the sound. Noon here in Tokyo, and at this shrine sacred to all Japanese, His Majesty, the Emperor of Japan, cut to shot of the Emperor speaking. Reporter voiceover. has startled the nation by announcing that marine archaeologists working for an investment organization called Dai Nippon International have just succeeded in recovering a famous symbol of early imperial rule. A 3-year secret project in the inland sea, funded by DNI, culminated 5 days ago when scientists brought up a watertight gold case containing what is believed to be the original Imperial Sword. Cut back to reporter. Although no photos of the sword have as yet been released, we are told it is in virtually mint condition. Glances down to read from press release. According to the ancient Japanese chronicles, this sword was given to Japan's first emperor by the sun goddess Amaterasu Mikami, sometime around the year 600 BC. As a symbol of his divinity. Historians say it was later lost at sea in the 1185 Battle of Dan no Yura. That bloody naval episode, the subject of much Japanese lore and tradition, marked the end of direct imperial authority here, and the rise of the first shoguns, military governors who would rule in his name. She rolled down the sound, who needed some English press summary. She was watching the whole incredible event live as it unfolded, and her first thought was, good God, that's like finding Excalibur or maybe the Ark of the Covenant. Myth turned into reality. She glanced around the salon, and already the electricity in the air was crackling. But what happened next turned out to be the real news, the hidden agenda, after His Majesty finished reading the let. He passed it to an underling and switched back to his ancient dialect. Now, though, his speech was being translated across the bottom of the screen into modern Japanese. He declared that since the imperial household, through the loyal services of Dai Nippon International, had restored to it that which it always possessed, namely the sword, he was pleased to honor the firm by allowing it to construct a new museum to house the sacred symbol at a site just outside Ai's home of the official shrine of the sun goddess. On his authority, groundbreaking for the museum would begin immediately. However, until such time as it was constructed and consecrated, the imperial household would make the sacred relic available under heavy guard for viewing by the Japanese people in a temporary showplace located at the Meiji Shrine in Tokyo. By now, shops had begun closing, and the corridor outside was in tumult. An excited young clerk from the flower stall next door burst through the door and, bowing to everybody, lavished bouquets on all the girls. From the streets above came a cacophony of sirens. But it still wasn't over. The most crucial part of all, totally missed by the Western news force, was yet to come. After His Majesty was bowed away from the microphone, another official stepped forward to elaborate on the Emperor's remarks, probably because His Majesty would not deign to mention anything so rash as money. As reward for restoring the sword to His Majesty, he said, Dai Nippon would be allowed to serve as trustee of an official, honorary investment instrument, to be known as the 800-year fund. Acting for His Majesty, ENI would direct those monies into endeavors commensurate with the nobility and ancient lineage of the Japanese people, as symbolized by the sword. Then a telephone number flashed across the bottom of the screen. The current subscription would be closed after 800 billion yen were pledged. The president of Dai Nippon had asked His Majesty for the honor of contributing the first billion yen personally. Finally, in a quick aside, he added that interest paid by the fund would of course be tax-free, as was normally the case for savings accounts in Japan. After a few closing formalities, interspersed with a photo session of the Emperor and the President of Dai Nippon, the historic occasion ended with a reverential shot of His Majesty being escorted to his limo. Who was that silver-haired executive? Tarn wondered. The man was audacious and a genius. He just turned the imperial household into an accomplice in some kind of nation-wide collection, using the emperor for his own ends much the way shoguns of old had done. But she sensed he touched a nerve that went very deep. A fund in honor of the emperor. That's already how everybody around her in the shop was describing it, something in which to take pride, not just a numbered savings account at the post office. Suddenly, The girls and their Japanese customers were all talking money. Here was something they could do to show their regard for His Majesty. A line was already forming at the phone. The way she heard sums being pledged, she calculated Dai Nippon would garner 5 million yen, more than $30,000, right there among the shampoos and curlers. The typical Japanese, she recalled, banked over a quarter of his or her disposable income. Little wonder most of them had at least a year's salary in savings. At this rate, Dai Nippon's Imperial Fund would be over the top by nightfall. That evening, NHK newscasts claimed it had been fully subscribed in the first 56 minutes. After all, 800 billion yen was only about $6 billion, scarcely more than loose change to a people saving tens of millions every day. It was, in fact, merely the beginning. The next day, more 800-year funds were opened by popular demand. Soon the pension funds started to feel the heat, and a lot of institutions began calling up. Yen flowed in a great river. All those homeless Japanese billions knocking around the world had at last found a guiding ideal. Some rumors even claimed the emperor himself was actually going to manage the money. Tam couldn't wait to get outside and see first. And what was going on? This was something Alan could never in his wildest dreams have predicted. As soon as she could get her hair dry, she headed out. The girls didn't even bother to charge. Tokyo, 12 million strong, was in the streets. Even in normal times, the city could be overwhelming, but now, it was in pandemonium, an advanced state of shock. As she struggled through the crowds, a lot of men were waving sake flasks already gleefully smashed. The sidewalks. Come one vast Matsuri festival, something else too. She found herself feeling a little uncomfortable. There were glares, and then as she passed a withered old man running a noodle stand, she heard him mutter, "Gaijin." What did it mean? What it meant, she reflected with alarm, was obvious. The world had just become a brand new ball game. Japan's long-silent emperor had once more spoken to his people, just as he had at the end of the war. Back then he had broken 2,000 years of silence to inform his battered, starving subjects. The war situation has developed not necessarily to Japan's advantage. This time around he had confirmed Japan's long imperial heritage. The meaning was clear as day. This wasn't a new direction. This was just getting back on track. Even though the emperor had been humiliated and secularized after the Great War against the threatening Gaijin, his people still thought of themselves as a single, pure Emily. For a time, they merely had no focus for that identity. Now they had it again. Well, she thought, why not? National pride. Not so long ago, we Americans had the Soviets telling us we were second best, so we blew a few bill in tax money to plant a man on the moon and straighten them out. The Space Super Bowl. Why should Japan be any different? For years now, they've heard half the world claim they're just a bunch of hard-driving merchants with a bank account. Seoul, when they knew in their hearts it wasn't true. Now here's the proof, straight from the sun goddess. Time to get crazy a while. In the middle of all the bedlam and horns and sirens in the street, she yearned for somebody to talk with, somebody level-headed enough to put this frightening turnaround into some kind of perspective. That's when she thought of Ken, of course. He was westernized. He took the longer view. Why hadn't she thought of him right away? So off she went for a quick surprise visit with Kenji Asano at the Institute for New Generation Computer Technology, research headquarters for the 5th Generation Systems project. He and his staff would probably be in a holiday mood, just like everybody else. Maybe he'd loosen his tie and give her a little off-the-record rundown of what this was all about. She knew the institute operated out of the 21st floor of a downtown Tokyo skyscraper. She'd been there before. She still had the address, and the subways were clicking along right on time, though the fare machines were off now in celebration. Half an hour later, she was there. She pushed her way through the milling lobby and grabbed an elevator. As she rode, watching the lights tick off the floors, she found herself wondering again what Ken was really up to, and what had happened to Dr. Yoshida. However, it was hard to think about something as boring as meaty and American defense vulnerability when people were whooping it up and passing around paper cups of sake right there on the elevator. Well, don't jump to conclusions. This paranoia of Alan's is probably just some grotesque misreading. Dr. Yoshida got promoted, and Ken's merely illing in for a while till the Institute can recruit a new director from some university. The work here's too important for politics. Intelligent computers are Japan's lifeline, the steam engine of the next century. How would Ken react to her just showing up? After all, Kyoto was 2 years ago. He'd claimed to be a widower, but was that merely conference fast talk? Best thing is just to play it straight, she told herself. Strictly business. Let the rest fall. Out in time. As she stepped off the elevator, she was relieved to see that the offices were still open. Well, she thought, my first finding is that Ken Asano runs this place with an iron hand, just the way Yoshida did. Total dedication. Through floor-to-ceiling glass doors, she could see the receptionist at the desk, now excitedly chatting on the phone. Tam waved, and the smiling woman immediately buzzed her through. Just like that. No different from the last time. Doesn't look to be any meaty conspiracy here, she thought. What exactly had made Alan so worried? She bowed and handed over her meishi, her business card. Asano-san, one guy shimasu? Chapter 6, Matt, why don't you just send your action over to the bean pit for Chris' sake? The phone line from Chicago crackled. That's where the crapshooters are. Jerry, I wouldn't know a soybean if I ate one. Hell, half of those loonies over there buying and selling bean contracts wouldn't know one either. Come to think of it, I don't know anybody over on the Merc who's ever even seen a pork belly. Do they really exist? He was yelling to make himself heard over a din of the floor of the Board of Trade. Futures on commodities were being bought and sold all around him. Just then he paused, followed by a louder yell. Right, I'll buy 5 at the market. Yeah, I'm talking 1 and 13 bid. You've got to be kidding. No way. Pause. I could almost see the blue-jacketed floor traders frantically hand-signaling each other. Then he yelled again. Christ, Frank, I'm already long 40 at 16. I'm getting murdered here. You guys are killing me. All right, I'll pay 14 for 10. Yeah. Shit. Hang on, Matt. I gotta write this down on a ticket. Jesus, I should be selling Hondas like my brother-in-law down in Quincy. Sits on his butt all day, screws his bookkeeper at lunch, and the man's making a bundle. Pause. Hell, Matt, what'd I just say? If I heard right, you just bought 10 30-year treasury contracts at 101 and 14 seconds. You just agreed to loan the U.S. government $1 million, Jerry. Very patriotic. Except you're probably going to turn around and unload the contracts in the next 5 minutes to somebody else. Oh, yeah, right. I should be see. Oh, lucky. Christ, where's my pencil? This place is driving me nuts. I think my mind's going. I've got to shorten up some here before the close. Hang on. He yelled at a runner to take his buy slip, then came back to the phone. You're really shaking this place up, you know? Guys are starting to back away, and the people upstairs are beginning to wonder. You've got to think about going off exchange with some of this. Hit the market maker banks. We can't keep up You hear? I could try to get the exchange to waive their position limits, but don't hold your breath. No problem, Jerry. My client's got plenty of other accounts. We'll roll the next 1,000 contracts through a different one. Christ. Whoever you're working for must have coconuts the size of King Kong. You realize you guys are naked here. You're getting short billions. I just handle the orders, Jerry. Your numbers scare the piss out of me just looking at them. He sighed. Listen, Matt, take care. Get back to you tomorrow at the opening. Right now, I've got to find some greenhorn to take a few of these puppies off my hands, or I'm gonna get blown out. Jesus, how'd I let myself get this long at Sixt? 40 fucking contracts, and I was sure. Hey, gotta run. Think I see some idiot over there signaling a 17 bid. Kid must be from Mars. Good luck. Right, maybe I'll try prayer. He was gone. I'd known Jerry Bright. And since we crossed professional swords once in the late 60s, and I'd never seen the man actually sit down. He gave up law early, And these days he elbowed the mob in the Treasury bond futures pit with the grim determination of a horse addict shoving his way to the $2 window. If the bonds were sluggish, he'd roam the floor looking for action. Football, you name it. He'd make up bets. Rumor has it, one slow day he even set up a wager pool taking odds-on which floor trader would be the next to go broke, tap out in exchange parlance. I'd guess Jerry's own number was pretty low. A reliable source once told me Jerry'd averaged $1 million a year for the past 5, even while taking a hit year before last for over $2 million when a certain famous inside trader sandbagged him with a phony merger rumor. Maybe it was worth the ulcers. Thing is, I know for a fact he'd have done it for nothing. A born market maker. Right down to his rubber-soled Reeboks. So when Jerry Brighton started complaining that Matsuo Noda's action was growing too rich for his blood, I knew we were in the big time. It took a lot to impress a pro like him. The thing was getting scary, but it was still perfectly legal. Let me summarize roughly what had happened over the 3 weeks since I had decided to play along with Matsuo Noda. First were the physical arrangements to accommodate my new Ling. I'd enlarged my operating space, the back room of the Brownstones' parlor floor, looking out over the garden into a makeshift brokerage office complete with a multi-lined telephone and quote services from Estron and Telerate. I'd also installed a direct tie line to the T-bill pit of the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, ditto the note and bond action at the Chicago Board of Trade. And because of all the computer hardware, I had to move Emma's desk out into the parlor. Consequently, she could no longer listen in on my calls, which she did not take kindly. However, I was no longer forced to listen in on hers. I figure that sort of made us even. In addition, I'd set up accounts at every futures brokerage house in the land, both coasts, to spread out the orders. We were moving a lot of contracts, and the big-time outfits like Salomon Brothers were scrambling to make a market for us. Once again, therefore, nagging questions began to arise. Anybody who'd thought about it for more than a minute would have realized you can't make a play like Noda's without being noticed. There's no bigger rumor mill than the financial arena. The very idea of shorting the bond market to the tune of billions and remaining obscure and anonymous for any length of time was absurd. After all, there are two sides to every bet. But since I was supposed to be fronting his move specifically to throw sand in everybody's eyes, all this attention presented something of a quandary. Although we were trying to keep the lid on, buying small batches of treasuries even as we were shorting them, the price was softening and margin calls were starting to loom. The horizon. None of this made any sense. Noda wasn't hedging or even speculating in the normal sense. He was playing a giant game of cat and mouse with the markets. This told me once again he wasn't showing all the cards in his hand. He had something major and unexpected in the pipeline, which brought forth the next insight. Matsuo Noda didn't hire me merely because he wanted some innocent-seeming outsider to do his bidding in the futures market. Any number of players in this town could have handled that action as well or better. No, he'd sucked me into his operation for some entirely different purpose, at the moment known only to him. But what? More to the point, why? Welcome to Fried. And my rather disturbed life. Want to know what really disturbed me the most? Seeing my new employer on CNN's Prime News, standing there right next to the Emperor of Japan. Seemed as though I wasn't the only one now under Noda's spell. All of a sudden, my mild-mannered client had become a world-class Japanese mover and shaker. And that made me very nervous. Needing a little perspective, I decided to invite down Dr. William J. Henderson, respected thing. Cur and booze hound. As it happened, he had a little time to kill that Friday before his late date with some advertising exec who was flying in from an assignment on the coast, since 3 weeks had gone by since our talk-up at Martel. It seemed like a good occasion to get together and compare notes. True to his word, he had formally resigned from the President's Council of Economic Advisors, though he'd reluctantly agreed to serve as a forecasting consultant for war. To econometrics, he'd also caused some unsettling rumors in the world markets by putting on some very heavy straddles in December gold futures and oil. He called it insurance, predicting he'd be covered no matter what happened. Looked. At another way, though, Bill Henderson was quietly shifting out of paper money and into commodities. And when Henderson started hedging, you knew the weather forecast was unsettled to stormy. It turned out he'd also uncovered a few stray elements of what might well be a much bigger game. Nothing solid at that point, but enough to stir him up. Know who runs that outfit you've taken on as a client. He leaned back in one of the leather chairs in the upstairs parlor, new pair of Uchis glistening, and sampled his third drink. Guy by the name of Matsuo Noda. Henderson, who do you think I was talking to up at Sotheby's the other night? You check your wallet afterward. We're talking heavy guns, my friend, he snubbed out what must have been his 10th Dunhill in the last hour. You didn't tell me he was the honcho behind all this. You didn't ask. Know anything about him? Not till last week. I started to do a little checking, and first thing I knew. Oh, I'm stumbling across his name everywhere I look. He studied the glass in his hand. Tell you something about this Noda. The man drops a quarter, you let him pick it up himself. He'll nail you where the sun don't shine. Definitely a bad news, mother. You mean that business with the sword? Nah, what in hell do I know about swords? That's your toy box. I'm talking about the real world, friend. Turns out Matsuo Noda was the prime mover in one of the biggest takeover plays of the century. What takeover? They don't screw around with corporate takeovers in Japan. They don't take each other over. They take other businesses over. Washington may think that war back in the 40s is over, but somebody neglected to pass the word to Meade. Seems they've got the idea it was just the opening skirmish. The only folks who surrendered were the Army and Navy. Henderson grew ominously serious for a change. Question is, where's this thing headed? Is the idea of turning our industrial base into a packaging operation for imports some kind of conspiracy, or is it just nature tacking its course? Conspiracy. That wasn't a word Henderson threw around lightly. In fact, he tended to scoff at conspiracy theories, claiming they were a substitute for hard-headed analysis. I agreed. So what was he driving at? I pressed him. He paused to light a cigarette. I bring up this unsavory possibility because I'm beginning to detect a little operation codenamed Eaton Industry. Henderson, that's my game. I pitch in to help the little fish fend off the big ones. No offense, friend, but you probably couldn't even get into the ballpark where Noda and his boys are playing. We're talking the very big leagues here. Now hold on a second. Noda's not interested in companies. He's just shooting a little craps. From what I've seen so far, the guy seems to be completely on the up and up. In fact, looked at from the long view, you might even say he's putting money into this country. Never mind it's just the Wall Street casino. Sure he is. It's like he first kicks the shit out of you, then hands you a Coke so's you'll feel refreshed. What in hell are you talking about? Well, let's back up a notch. Since I don't want to badmouth your new client, why don't you let me give you what I'll call a purely hypothetical case? He sipped at his scotch. Let's suppose you were a Japanese guy, like Matsuo Noda, for instance, and you wanted to take over some strategic American industry and ship it to Japan. How'd you go about it? Well, have a drink, counselor. He plunged forward. And let me tell you a little fairy tale about how Matsuo Noda ate the American semiconductor industry. Noda, it was Meade actually, but Noda was running the ministry when they did it, and he was the guy who set up the pull. Noda ran Meade? This was news to me. Yep, vice minister. Then he went on to greener pastures, being the Japan Development Bank, and left the details to another Meade honcho by the name of Kenji Asano. According to my sources, though, it was Noda who handled the tricky part, the money, after he went over to the bank, got it together, laundered it, and dispensed it. Laundered it? Can't think of a better word. Meade carefully made sure the kickoff funding from the Japan Development Bank got passed through a shell organization called the Japan Electronic Computer Company, hoping nobody would trace it back to the government. I think you're starting to see things, but I'd like to hear this little fant. See? Okay, off we go to the land of make-believe. Once upon a time not too long ago and not too far away, A few guys at Intel or Bell Labs or some damn place got the mind-boggling idea you could shrink down a computer, its memory, and put it onto a little sliver of silicon no bigger than a horsefly's ass. Various outfits tinkered around with the concept, and eventually it got commercialized. Lo and behold, Silicon Valley was born, where they start turning them out by the bucketful. By '78, we're talking a $5 billion industry. Kids barely old enough to drink legal got so rich, they just gave up counting the money. The American dream, hair doctor. That it was. Now they were making a memory chip called a 16K RAM. That's 16,000 bits of random access memory storage. Orders are pouring in, and they can't buy the BMWs fast enough out in Silicon Valley. I know all about that. Well, there's more. Seems Noda and Asano and their honchos at Meaty had been watching this and thinking over the situation. They decided, probably rightly, that whoever's got the inside track on these computer chips has the future. By the balls. 20 years from now, there's nothing gonna be made, except maybe wheelbarrows, that don't use these gadgets. So round about 75, they concluded they ought to be the ones in the driver's seat. Meaty targeted integer. Aided circuits. Well, why not? We're the ones told them they were supposed to be capitalists. In truth. But just like in Fairyland, our princess had a problem. See, these chips weren't as simple to copy as an internal combustion engine or even a transistor. They're a heck of a lot more complicated. And to make things worse, back when America was inventing these silicon marvels, nobody in Japan would have known one if it had bit him on the butt. So it's a tall order. He crumpled an empty cigarette pack and reached in his coat for another. Now, imagine you're these guys in Meaty. You want to take over an industry you don't know the first thing about. How are you gonna start? I'd probably begin licensing the patents. Nice try, but you don't want this job to be too straightforward. Then everybody'll suspect what's happening, and besides, it wouldn't be as much fun. So if you're this guy Noda, you decide to set up a sort of Manhattan Project, like America had to make the first A-bomb. You go over to see Nippon Telephone and Telegraph, their AT&T, and you say, "Boys, we just decided you're gonna pitch in with all you got." After that, you command or some labs at Toshiba and NEC. Then you get yourself a batch of these little American gizmos and start trying to figure out how the hell they work. Henderson poured himself another drink, then turned back. Now, since you need to catch up fast, you do a little reverse engineering, which means you steal the other guy's R&D. You take a bunch apart and decide you'll go with the 16K RAM chip made by Mostek, a big outfit here that's since gone. And belly up, by the way, thanks to our friends at Meaty. And by 1978, you've made yourself a Mostek clone. Bingo, you've got the technology. I think I'm beginning to get the drift. Whoa, buddy, you're just starting to get rolling, he forged on. By this time, everybody's wanting these chips, so all of a sudden Silicon Valley can't keep up. Now you and your boys at Meaty are ready to move. You've got the know-how, so all you need to do is start turning them out by the truckload. Of course, that takes millions and millions in plant investment, so you do what Asano did, bring your old pal Noda back into the picture. Since he's now running the Japan Development Bank, he lines up a whole shitload of cheap money for these outfits gearing up to chop America's nuts off. All in all, he gets together what amounts to a subsidy of low-interest bucks to the tune of about $2 billion. All carefully laundered, ready, set, go. Silicon Valley glances up from counting its receipts, and all of a sudden, from out of nowhere, here come your Japanese chips. Real cheap, since you've got all these cheapo loans to capitalize your plants. In a year, you've got nearly half the market. Now, you figure somebody's surely going to blow the whistle, so you can't believe your luck when Silicon Valley thinks you're some kind of joke. Come on in, they say, and sell as many of those crappy 16K models you can, since we've got ourselves a hot 64K version cooking, and that's where we're gonna make our real killing. When you hear this, you do a quick retool, and while the Valley is seeing how sexy and expensive a design they can come up with, Your thrifty gang back home just sticks together a bigger version of that 16K chip you stole from Mostek in the first place, and you're out front with a 64K. Now it's time for hardball. So you flood America with these things. You drop the price of your 64K RAM chips from $30 down to half a buck when they still cost over $1 to make. Before you know it, you've got 70% of the American market. You're selling at a loss, dumping. Exactly. Cause at this stage you don't care beans about profit. What you're going for is the big fish market share. Henderson lit yet another Dunhill. And sure enough, when it comes to the X generation, the 256K memory chip, you've got 90% of the action. In very short order, most of your American competition folds. You ate them. Matter of fact, Intel, which started it all, drop out of RAM chips altogether, which is kind of like Xerox throwing in the towel on copiers. This is less than a decade after Meaty's startup in an industry born in the USA. Hi-ho silicon away. But it cost a bun. Dull, short-term, sure, but now the future's wide open. You live happily ever after, my friend, just like in Fairyland, because big, bad America's dead and gone in the high-volume end of semiconductors. But Meaty can't use Dumpy as a regular strategy. After all, it is illegal. Well, now ain't that a fact? He exhaled a lungful of smoke and coughed. So selling your ass. But just take yourself a cruise down 11th Avenue and you'll meet up with a lot of entrepreneurial ladies who understand the reality of market forces. You've got to get caught, tried, convicted. If it ever does get that far, the most that's gonna happen is a fine. A lot of folks claim Meaty's dumped TVs, car, steel, textiles, you name it. So when they decided to move on memory chips, Asano was given a free hand to do it the quickest way he knew how. And your buddy Noda ain't exactly a pussycat either, the way he laundered the Japa. Knees taxpayers' money into them low interest, Manana loans. As he returned to his scotch, I sat there trying to think. What Henderson had just described was a fundamental insight into how high-tech industries operate. Henderson, do you realize what you're saying? That's a beautiful way to knock out a country's high-tech research capability. Take away the volume end of an operation, and there goes your cash. Pretty soon you can't afford to finance any more R&D. Which means that sooner or later you're selling yesterday's news. You can kiss goodbye to your technological edge, right across the board. Correct. America's semiconductor boys were figuring to use the profits from memory chips to pay, or research in logic chips, where you put a whole computer's wiring on a chip. But now the money's gone. What it really means is end of ball game in information processing. Maybe it won't happen tomorrow, but there's no doubt it's just a matter of time. You dominate semiconductors. Sooner or later, you're just naturally gonna control computer technology and all that goes with it. I even met a guy a while back who claimed that whoever's ahead in computers is eventually going to have the say-so about who has advanced weapons technology. Could be, I thought, but that last extrapolation was a stretch. Bill, I think you're talking a pretty long line of dominoes. For one thing, we've still got plenty of computer research here. The US has a big lead in logic chips. True, true. Who the hell can crystal ball this one? All I know is Intel was claiming exactly the same thing about memory chips a few years back, just or Asano and Noda and their pals chewed them up and spit them out. All I'm saying is, you'd better watch your backside. He examined his drink and reached for the ice bucket. About that time, Ben came lumbering up the stairs to observe our maudlin ruminations. I watched as he settled himself near my feet with a grunt, then plopped his chin down on his paws. Well, your fairy tale about Meaty may or may not be true, but that's water over the dam. Besides, who are we to be pointing a finger? The US has done its share of tinkering with foreign governments, making the world safe for American shareholders. Hey, I make a profession of separating pious pronouncements from reality. I never take enough official story at face value. Okay, so Noda says he's just playing the market, but if he's actually planning something else, then what is it? Don't have the foggiest. Wish I did. He glanced at his watch. But I do no duties, out to call. I'd better get uptown if I expect to have any female companionship for the apocalypse. Take it easy. Nobody flies on schedule anymore. I settled back into my chair and glanced up at the large Japanese screen. Had mounted on the wall opposite. It was Momoyama, around 1600, the time when the most recent crowd of shoguns took over Japan. Against a gilded background was a fierce eagle, perched menacingly on a pine branch. The thing was so powerful I just kept the rest of the room bare. Nothing else I owned could stand up to it. You know, Henderson, the trouble with your pattern is that it doesn't quite fit this time. Shorting Treasury futures is not exactly going. After an industry, so what's the new angle? Damned good question. He stared at his glass, probably wondering if one more for the road would impair his performance later on. I guess he concluded yes because he didn't budge. Speaking of angles, what do you make of that sword business last week? Caused one hell of a flap in Japan, so I hear. Major event. That sword should tell us a lot about early Japanese metal technology. I've been trying to find out more about it, but nobody's talking. No pictures, anything. I reached over and gave Ben a pat. Curious, though, I think I remember Noda's mentioning that sword the night I met him. 800 years ago, the Emperor gets caught at sea and loses the Imperial symbol. But he didn't breathe a word about having a project underway to locate it. Well, you're my Japan expert. What's it all about? Never assume you understand the Japanese mind. I pointed up at the wall. Take a good look at the eagle on that screen. You'd think it's just a picture, but actually it's an important subliminal message. The daimyo who commissioned this piece had that eagle put on it to let everybody know he was Kaka. The walk means you cross him and you're dead. Symbols are important in Japan. Noda and this woman Mori talked a lot about shoguns and emperors. Maybe they hope the sword will somehow bring back the good old days. Well, he's got enough money to do it. Looks that way. Hope we're not about to get kamikazes with a checkbook. Thoughts like that could make a man real nervous. Henderson rose and strolled to the fireplace. He examined his reflection in the large mirror over the fireplace, then set down his glass on the mantelpiece and turned back. You know, Walton, I think I'm starting to lose my touch. I don't believe anything I hear and only half of what I see, he sighed. Been one hell of a day. Prit. He standard Friday, far as I could tell. Well, a damned strange thing happened this afternoon. Some woman turn you down. Maybe you ought to start working out, Henderson. Trim that little spare tire creeping in around the waistline. Still. Oh, complaints in that department, friend? No, this actually goes back a ways, to a few months ago down in Washington, when I bumped into a long-haired professor coming out of a committee session. Guy I mentioned a minute ago. The link-up? Between computers and weapons? Him. We got to BSing in the men's room, and it turned out he was some computer hotshot from Stanford. He'd been testifying, I think, and he was still wound up. Probably I got to hear all the stuff he'd prepared and nobody'd asked. What was the pitch? Defense semiconductor dependency. Claimed that if we keep on the way we're going, relying more and more on foreigners for advanced chip technology, we may as well kiss the farm. Goodbye. I had a little time to kill, so I invited him to have a drink. He good as chewed my ear off. Finally, had to fake a dinner date to get loose. Man had a bug 6 feet up his ass about the US buying half the latest chips. Or our hot dog military hardware from Japan. Next war we fight, says he, we'll be buying high-tech weapons systems from the Far East. Problem with that is, anybody else could buy them too. And we'd get replacement parts whenever. Ermiti feels like getting around to it. Today I happened to remember him, so I decided to give him a call, ask him if he still saw things the same wav. And no answer at his office, but since I had his home number, I decided to give that a try. Best I can tell, a lot of academics goof off half the time anyway. You get him? Some police detective answered, wanting to know who I was, what the hell I wanted, whole 9 yards. Shook me up, don't mind. Telling you? So what your pal do, rob a bank? I was about to start wondering. Finally, though, I got to ask some questions of my own, but it was a little hard to swallow the story. What I mean is, I don't necessarily buy what I heard. Which was? Well, Seems he was supposed to meet with the Senate's Internal Security Committee this morning. Wife says she put him on the red eye to Washington last night around 10. He was carrying some document he said he won. Did to hand deliver. Something about it had him scared shitless. Henderson paused. Tell you this is the kind of guy who takes security seriously. When he's worried, we all better be worried. So what's the problem? Cop claimed he's just disappeared. Not a trace. Chapter 7. Ken looked terrific. That was Tam's first thought when he walked through the high-security inner doors to greet her. He was square-shouldered and sturdy, with high, full cheeks, expensively trimmed dark hair, and a small, delicate mouth. She figured him for late 40s, early 50s. Funny, but he'd always reminded her of one of those steely-eyed, expensively dressed actors you saw playing executives on the Japanese soaps. Tamara. He paused abruptly, then. Out. Ikaga desu ka, akage-sama de genki desu. Anata wa, doing well, thanks, you never cease to amaze me. What a marvelous surprise. A smile attempted to break through his dark eyes. You've surfaced again, just like this. Ord. She'd forgotten how colloquial his English was. Then she recalled he'd told her once about doing his doctorate at MIT. Possibly because of that, he could be either Japanese or Western, chameleon-like, as the backdrop required. He was every bit the charmer she remembered from Kyoto. One thing was different, though. Kenji Asano was ill at ease. He was trying to mask it, but it was there. And that was very different from the old days, as they passed the usual place. In trees, he led her down a hall, then through a room where intense young men in open shirts were now opening a case of Asahi beer. Computer terminals were in neat rows along the walls, beneath gleaming white blackboards that sparkled with equations and quips. The place was so informal, so American. There were plenty of jeans and frazzled sneakers among the 40 or so young researchers, most of them in their late 20s or early 30s. Plastered across the low partitions were film posters and American counterculture bumper stickers. Radio already stolen. Nuka Kami for Christ. Above a row of printers, a blonde pinup was unveiling her gynecological mysteries to the movie still of us, Arnold Godzilla, and a couple of rusty California vanity plates were hanging over one long-haired staffer's terminal like big game trophies. One reads 64K1SD, the other EZBKS. Probably commissioned by venture capitalists in Silicon Valley whose Porsches had since been repossessed, she thought. The rock and roll dissonance of Susie and the Banshees sounded from a tiny stereo assembled out of computer hardware and a new Yamaha digital IP deck. Presumably as a stunt, the high end of the audio was being used to drive a garishly tinted computer graphics display that had been projected against one of the windows, creating a virtual image that seemed to dance amidst the Tokyo skyscrapers like a Martian sun et lumiere. But she wasn't fooled by the frat house trimmings. She realized these casually dressed young researchers were the pick of Japan's technical graduates, making the 5th-generation team. These days was one of the highest honors in the land. After some initial skepticism, the big corporations were now competing for the prestige of loaning their young stars to the project for a few years, since they hoped to reap enormous benefit. It's down the road. In fact, the youthful atmosphere was entirely intentional. That, she knew, had been the legacy of Ken's predecessor, Dr. Yoshida, who had refused to let anyone over 35 on the project. Furthermore, since he believed the stuffed shirt layout of most Japanese offices and labs stifled creativity, he had deliberately devised an un-Japanese workspace to try and reproduce Western research environments. Finally, they reached a closed door. When she realized it was Ken's office, she almost remarked on this departure from what she remembered about Dr. Yoshida's well-known attitude. He liked to be out on the floor, with just another low partition, right there interacting with his young staffers. Without a word, Ken inserted a magnetic card into the slot beside the door handle and then pushed it open. Not only a door, she thought, a locked door. Are they finally starting to worry about industrial espionage? She wasn't surprised, however, to see that his office had a monastic spareness, with only his desk, a small but expensive leather couch, and a row of computer terminals along one wall. He was, she knew, a big believer in Zen philosophy. Maybe part of the reason for the door was just to shut all the madness outside and keep his own world serene. Through the window behind him she could see empty Fuji, outlined against a backdrop of autumn blue. He smiled and pointed it out, saying they were lucky to have a rare smogless day, then gestured her toward the couch. "Welcome to my refuge." He was cordial but entirely correct right down to his conservative charcoal gray suit. Not a glimmer of a hint about their brief Kyoto episode. "Let me have tea sent in." He leaned forward in his leather chair and punched the intercom on his desk. "Ken, please don't make a fuss. I know I hate it when people just drop by." She glanced back at the locked door, wondering. "Tell me if this is not a good time for you." "Tam, for you any time is a good time." He buzzed again. There had been no response, then shrugged. "I guess things are getting hectic out front just now." He laughed resignedly, then turned to her. "By the way, I saw your new book. Fine piece of work. I do hope somebody over there reads it. Are you still running your center at NYU? So far." She decided to spare him the detail. "Well, it's a good school, getting better all the time. You've got some first-rate supercomputer work at the Courant Institute, particularly with your IBM connection, but you should keep an eye on Columbia. Now that AT&T has joined with them to go after some of the Pentagon's AI contracts, they may finally start putting together a major computer science department up there too. In a few years, Stanford and Carnegie Mellon will have to step lively to stay out front." Hello, she thought. How come Ken suddenly knows so much scuttlebutt about U.S. computer research? Nobody at home knows the first thing about what's going on in Japan. I was surprised to hear about this new appointment. She settled back on the couch. I was guessing you had the inside track for meaty vice minister in a few years. Well, for now my work is here. He gestured uncomfortably about the room. Let me try once more for that tea. She realized he'd slipped deftly around her quick probe concerning Meaty's new role in the lab. He knew how to be a team player, she thought. Very Japanese. This time he raised a response. A female voice dripping with long vowel honorific. Ix announced his tea would be delivered immediately. Next came a small, awkward lull as they both sat there remembering Kyoto and not sure how to get around that memory. She wondered if it was happening all over again. Maybe it hadn't been. Just a fluke, a crazy one-night diversion. She was about to switch to Japanese, thinking that might provide the jolt needed to break the ice, but just as the silence swelled between them, there came a knock on the door and she was half annoyed, half relieved. He rose to walk over and began chatting as though they'd been interrupted in the midst of some intense technical exchange. Are you scheduled to present a paper at that Kyoto conference coming up? He pushed a button beside the door and it swung wide. There's sure to be quite a crowd. Everybody here's excited about supercomputers these days. No, this is strictly a pleasure trip, with maybe a few interviews thrown in to make it a tax, right? For a book I'm planning on robots, she hesitated, though I actually might go down and try to see a few people. Then this could turn out to be a pleasant coincidence. He took the tea and the bowing girl vanished. Again the door clicked shut. I have to go too, but I'm hoping to steal a few moments of freedom. You're chairing a session this year? Absolutely not. He turned serious. I'm not allowed time for anything like that anymore, Tam. This new project is top priority. He poured her a cup of the pale green liquid and passed it over, seemingly relieved that the tension had abated. There's a lot of work here at the 5th generation lab now that we're coordinating this program with this supercomputer effort. You mean with MLTL's supercomputer project? Caught your little slip, she told herself. You are still with Meaty, which means they have taken over this lab. He didn't blink. As you probably know, Meaty has the goal of creating a machine capable of 100 billion computations a second, targeted just down the road. which means we have to come up with entirely new computer languages and architecture. Parallel processing. Exactly. Handling multiple streams of information at once. Now that we finally understand what's required for a superfast computer, this work in AI just happens to be very relevant. It turns out we humans are already walking around with parallel processing in our heads, able to handle words, images, ideas all at the same time. So if we want to create machines that operate as fast as possible, then it's crucial to understand how our brain manages things like recognition, learning, inference. Our hope is that by utilizing the studies here in those areas, incorporating them into our supercomputer work, we might be able to put ourselves a major step ahead. Good God! Tam thought, it's elegantly simple. That's why media's taken over the 5th generation project. They're going to use this research in artificial intelligence to come up with a computer more powerful than anything the world has yet imagined. Their silicon monsters are about to start replicating themselves, getting smarter as they go, like in some bad 50s horror flick. The difference is this isn't make-believe, so you're here on behalf of MEDI. He paused. For coordination. As I said, MEDI needs the 5th generation work to be accelerated. He still hadn't exactly answered the question. As part of our supercomputer effort, Tam knew that Hitachi and NEC were both already claiming they had the world's most powerful machines, faster even than Cray's Entry, the best American computer. What did MEDI want? He continued. With 16 megabit chip production already going strong and 64 megabit commercialization in the wings, it did seem the right time to pull all our work together. If you think about it, computer speed and computer intelligence go hand in hand. I'll show you in a second what I mean. Not kilobit, megabit, MEDI was going for the kill. This was a crash program. Why? Does this mean you plan to increase your funding for the 5th generation effort? Whatever it takes to do the job, he replied after a moment's hesitation. I suppose there's never enough money is there. Ken, why the rush? This sudden drive? It depends on whom you ask. He leaned back and looked at the ceiling. Some call it survival, Tamara. Maybe it is that simple. Japan is at a crossroads. We're rapidly losing our edge in the cost of labor. The only possible way to counter that is to step up our use of smart machines. Well, it looks as if I came to the right place. I'd like to add your name to my interview list. His look darkened a moment. Strictly off the record. Then he smiled. And only if we can do it over dinner. That sounds like a bribe. Call it an offering from an old admirer. He smiled, attempting to ease the tension. The most I can do, for now at least, is just give you a small peek at a few of our experimental gadgets. Details are strictly proprietary. At the moment, we're concentrating on computer vision and voice access. And on that last, by the way, I think we've just about reached AI Holy Grail, natural language comprehension. Good luck. That was one of the mythical dreams of AI research, a computer that could understand the speech of anybody who happened along. Even though millions had been investing in the US, nobody was anywhere close yet. I think we're getting there, enough so in fact that we're starting to look at applications. Expect commercialization in, say a year, 2 at most. Look out IBM, she found herself inking. I probably shouldn't be showing you this, Tamara, so let's just keep this informal. No notes. But here, have a look at one of MEDI's new toys. Can you guess what this is? He passed over a small device that had been sitting on his desk, his hand lingering on hers a moment longer than absolutely necessary. She stared down at what appeared to be some kind of calculator watch, except there was no watch face, merely a small speaker and 2 buttons. That uses advanced versions of MEDI's new 64 megabit memory chips. There's nothing like it anywhere in the world. Without ever having heard the speaker's voice before, no calibration, it can translate ordinary spoken English into Japanese. He pointed to one of the buttons. Just press there and talk. When you finish, push the other button for the translation. She did, testing it with the opening paragraph of Pride and Prejudice, her favorite novel. A simulated voice emerged from the small speaker on the face of the device and gave it back, in flawless Japanese. Not bad. She set it carefully onto the desk. The thing was actually almost frightening. Using this, linked to our new high-definition video and satellite, you could punch a button in your living room and bring up people on a wall-size screen from anywhere in the world, then talk to them in your language and be understood in theirs. It's a quantum advance over current technology. He retrieved the device, dropping it into a desk drawer. I must admit I'm very impressed. Truthfully, so am I. Where's this program of meaties taking us? He looked up. But let me show you something else, which I think is even or astonishing. Of course you're aware that speech comprehension is easy compared to the really tough nut, duplicating the human eye. Since a visual image can contain billions of pieces of information, it can be very time-consuming for a computer to analyze all those at once and figure out what it's looking at. I've heard people at IBM claim that, for a computer to recognize something even as simple as an odd-shaped coffee cup, would still require almost an hour of processing that to match the human eye and brain could take a computer the size of a building. But watch. He walked over to a black metal installation attached to the wall and held up 3 fingers before its small lens. Then he pushed a button and spoke into a built-in microphone. "What do you see?" She started to reply herself, then realized he was talking to the lens. This time the answer took about 10 seconds. Finally, a voice in passable simulation of the Tokyo dialect emerged from a gray speaker beneath the lens. "That is a human hand. How many fingers does this hand have?" He continued, again the eerie, disembodied voice. "The normal human hand has 5 fingers. This appears to have only 3. Thank you." He punched a button and turned back. "That came off the mainframe here. Can you imagine the amount of memory and logic processing required to achieve what you've just witnessed? The database and the computational power. And speed, not to mention the recognition of my voice commands. How does it do it?" He paused. "Tam, this is proprietary, top secret, but what you've just witnessed is an example of parallel processing with Meaty's new, still classified 256 megabit dynamic RAMs. 250 million bits of data on a chip." She just stared. "Are they writable?" "Of course." He again settled himself behind his desk. "The test versions have circuits only 100 or so atoms wide, and this is only the beginning. Within 5 years, maybe no more than 3, Meaty fully expects to have a desktop machine that will pass the Turing test. 3 years. It was almost unbelievable. Passing the Turing test meant the computer's thoughts and speech would be so lifelike you'd be able to talk with it and not realize it wasn't human. Al's end of the rainbow. As you can see, the project is getting close." He looked pensive. "Like some Zen monk. Strictly off the record, and I mean that what Meaty is working toward is total automation. Factories run by machines with human skills, intelligence, manual dexterity. In fact, several of the robotics labs at Tsukuba Science City already have prototypes in advanced stages of development." She was stunned. This was the kind of futuristic talk you heard from all the AI buffs, but it was still mostly speculation in the US and Europe. Japan, though, was taking it straight to commercialization. "Why are you telling me all this?" He sat silent for a moment, then he looked at her. "Because it's time the world understood something very important about this country. There are people here with an agenda and resources." "What do you mean?" "Tam, there are people, important people, who are getting fed up. Know what they're saying? Try this. Our country has a monarchy older than Rome, a heritage of literature, art, aesthetics, equal to anything in the West. We've never had any colonies, any raw materials besides air and water. All we do have is a willingness to work and save the one natural resource running short in the West. In less than half a century, we've risen from the most total devastation any country has ever experienced and achieved technological parity with both the US and the Soviets. We launched satellites, split atoms, spliced genes. But still, a lot of foreigners claim all this country can do is copy from the West, steal and commercialize other nations' inventions. Only a short time back, the leader of France called our prime minister a transistor salesman. That's right. A transistor salesman. Ken, that stupid crack was by de Gaulle. Years ago. It's Tam, look around you. This is an old country, and a lot of influential people have long memories. You're getting melodramatic. He shifted in his chair and studied the Peak of Fuji. Think so? Don't delude yourself. Believe me, the West is about to dig its own grave. What are you trying to tell me? Nothing you can't see with your own eyes. He turned back. Media is now ready to move it. Oh, the next phase. Finally, here's a project that's as strategic, in its own way, as the bomb. If Japan can succeed in creating a machine capable of human-like thinking, it will be the most profound achievement in the history of mankind. And this project is well on its way. There may be nothing that can stop the events that lie ahead. Stop what? What events? That's not a simple question. He caught himself and eased up, smiling uncomfortably once again. Forgive me. None of this is for publication. He hesitated. Your work is well known here in Japan, Tam. You are one of the few Americans our industrialists respect unreservedly. Maybe you weren't aware of that. Your books are highly regarded. In fact, I read the new one in manuscript. A long pause then. Would you ever consider working with me for a while? Come back home, so to speak. You can see the implications of this project. I see the implications, all right. She didn't know what to say. Why a sudden job offer from Ken? Or was it from Meaty? But where is this headed? If Japan achieves this technological supremacy, what then? Before the flowers bloom, Meaty must tend the garden. He rose and poured more tea into her cup. But enough. You know, I've thought about you a lot. Tell me how you've been. What have you been doing? Teaching, writing, you know. Everything and nothing. He smiled, then brushed an imaginary fleck of lint off his tailored woolen cuff. Well, perhaps we'll have some time to talk. What was he driving at? Was there more? Something going on he didn't want to broach here in the lab? Tam, it is so good to see you once more. He looked up again. Would you be interested in going down to Kyoto with me day after tomorrow? There are some things. He sipped at his tea. As I said, I'm scheduled to look in on the conference and see a few people, but I should have some free time. That conference doesn't start till next week. Actually, I need to be down a few days early. Oh, why? He measured his words. Oddly enough, it has to do with the sword. Things have started moving pretty fast since those archaeologists were... King for Dai Nippon recovered the sacred sword of the Emperor Antoku. I saw the Emperor on TV. Try going outside now. Well, I think I'll close here a little early and let my people go on home. It sounds like they're celebration has already started anyway. He gestured toward the music and noise filtering through the door. But the reason I need to be in Kyoto a few days in advance is to see the president of Dai Nippon. The firm that's right. His name is Matsuo Noda. I've known him for some years, actually. He contacted me a couple of days ago about a meeting. I'm not sure what he has in mind precisely, but I have to find out. He's just become one of the most influential people in the country, not that he wasn't already. And now, with all the money he's about to have in this new Imperial Fund. The one mentioned at the Emperor's news conference. Exactly. As you might suspect, that was merely a formal announcement. Some of us at Meaty heard about it several days ago. My private hunch is that in a few days, Matsuo Noda could well have more resources at his fingertips than any one man in the history of the world. He looked at her. It's almost frightening when you think of the power he'll soon have. Ken, I think I would like to come along with you. What was going on? Meaty's plans already were pretty astonishing. And now this new national hero, the president of Dai Nippon, was about to get involved. More than that, she'd half forgotten how interesting Kenji Asano really could be. Her trip was taking a lot of unexpected turns. Well then, in that famous American phrase, why not? He smiled, the mask firmly back in place. In fact, I'll try and arrange for you to meet Matsuo Noda while we're there. A conspiratorial wink. Maybe he'll even give us a glimpse of the sword. Tokyo was one big party that night. The streets mobbed. They eventually found themselves in Shinjuku, in a high-tech new restaurant all chrome and glass and new age prices. The tuna sashimi seemed only minutes from the sea, and the aged steak was smooth as a flawless Y. Bordeaux. Afterward, they grabbed a taxi over to the Ginza, where Ken got seats on the tatami straw mats down in the orchestra of the kabukiza, and they took in the last act of a kabuki play, featuring the famous Inosuke Roman III, that had been underway since late afternoon. The evening ended up in the Art Deco mezzanine bar at the Imperial, the part salvaged from the old Frank Lloyd Wright structure, where she kicked off her shoes, ordered a $20 cognac, and Ness pulled against his elegant shoulder. What was that he'd said about coming back home? Her books being circulated here even in manuscript. What was he hinting at? Finally, around 2 a.m., he called for the check, and neither said a word as they headed for the elevator. She thought one last time about Alan's warning as she watched the floors flash above the door and searched for her key. But this was no time to brood about conspiracies. Ken made her feel good, which was a hell of a lot more than Dave Mason had done. Besides, Ken had some style. All Dave did was mope around in a pair of baggy chinos and whine about his department. Ken was upbeat, alive, aware. What's more, she enjoyed being with him, feeling the heat of his cheek against hers. As the elevator doors opened, he slipped an arm about her waist and nuzzled her hair. Then their lips met. He was just as she remembered. His touch, his taste, his body. Still, something about him was definitely changed. Then he reached for her key and opened the door. The minute they entered the sitting room of her suite, he took her in his arms. "Tam, let's not talk any more about business, no more swords. I'm already bored here. About it, just us. What do you say?" Agreed. She looked at him and suddenly realized something. Ken Asano was beautiful Kairi, not handsome, beautiful. Anata wa Kairi desu Kenji Asano. Want a nightcap? There's some airport Ramayan Mai who could even think about another cognac. I just want to think about us. He stood back. All right, maybe if you insist, for old time's sake. Old times is right, Ken. It's been a very long time since. Kyoto. She located the dark Ramai bottle, still packed in her leather flight bag. A nice inauguration, she told herself. What was that all about? Was it real? Or did I just imagine it all? The heart never lies. He settled on the couch. Do you really remember? Vividly. She laughed as she poured an inch into each of 2 thin hotel tumblers, including that dreadful bar you took us all to. A glimpse of the real Japan, Tam, for our tourist friends. Show them it's not all like Bana and haiku. Believe me, it's not. He clicked her glass. Do try to forgive me, and here's to us. To us. And to the slightly scary world we're stumbling into. Japan needs you here. He pulled her neck to him and brushed her cheek lightly with his fingertips. Then he kissed her deeply on the mouth and again. / need you here, Tam. Somebody like you. Well, there's a lot we could do together. She reached up and loosened his tip. I then began unbuttoning his shirt. His chest was firm, smooth, scented. She wanted him. Let's just remember Kyoto for a while. I've never forgotten it. Sometime around 4 a.m., more content than she had been in a long, long time. Am Richardson lay awake on the cool sheets, Ken's trim body beside her, and wondered how it would end this time around. Or possibly, just possibly, it wouldn't. Chapter 8. Back in New York, optimism was in increasingly short supply. What do you do if you think you're being set up? One thing, you may have occasion to muse long and hard about the consequences, personal and otherwise. You also may choose to ponder the larger motives of the individual behind it all. So far, what had happened? Matsuo Noda had hired Matt Walton, corporate attorney at law, to begin shorting the American Treasury market, then proceeded to make himself a bona fide hero back home, in the process of which he acquired access to the biggest chunk of savings in the world, presumably the financial arrangements he once alluded to. Using that money as margin, Noda was ready to shift his play into high gear. My latest telext instructions indicated he was poised to accelerate dramatically, borrowing bonds and selling them for whatever the market would pay. Of course, if the price went down soon, he could then replace those borrowed instruments at some fraction of what he'd sold them for. The man was gambling, for God's sake. with the Emperor's fund, or was he? Therein, as somebody once said, lies the rub. Short selling has always been a reasonably good definition of gambling, except you are gambling only if you are wagering money on an event whose outcome is not precisely known. If you do know it, you are not gambling. You are taking prudent steps that will allow you to benefit from prior knowledge of said, etc. Enough airy semantics. The big question, why me? Now, I've been set up a few times before in my life. Everybody has. I even wonder in darker moment if the reason Joanna demanded a champagne lifestyle wasn't to make sure I spent all my time supporting it, thereby rendering me exactly what she eventually accused me of being, an absentee husband and father. That is a no-win situation. The undertaking at hand, however, could have a very obvious beneficiary, Matsuo Noda. The only problem was that in order for Noda to win, America had to lose massively. The old zero-sum game. For every winner there has to be an equal and opposite sucker. After that Friday evening with Henderson, I spent the next week mulling over the complexities of the situation. The whole thing boiled down to two very strong presumptions. One, I was indeed being set up, being told one scenario while the truth lay in quite another direction. And two, my employer had something very lethal to America's financial health up his sleeve. Still, these were merely presumptions, nothing more. The only thing I was sure about was that I had a very unpredictable tiger by its posterior handle. Time to find out a little more about my pussycat. I hadn't actually seen Dai Nippon's Midtown office, but I talked to the manager almost every day on the phone, and he occasionally shipped materials down to my place in the village. I knew they'd taken over the building, installed a new security staff, moved into the vacant floor, and were doing something. However, I hadn't been invited up to see what the something was. I concluded the time was at hand. As I understood it, Dai Nippon's purpose in life was to oversee the use of investment capital. Fair and good. As it happens, Japanese business tends to be funded a little differently from our own. Instead of selling off stock to the public, Japanese industry relies much more heavily on bank financing. In fact, less than 20% of Japan's industrial assets are publicly traded. Consequently, the rules of the game are changed. If your company is beholden to a financial institution, instead of a lot of nervous stockholders and fund managers, you're in partners with somebody less interested in next quarter's profits than in the larger matter of your still being around 10 years hence to pay off its paper. That lender naturally rides herd very closely on your long-term planning. As best I could tell, DNI was one of the herd riders, a sort of hired gun that monitored various companies' operations to make sure they were managing their loans prudently. Again, since the prospectus emphasized they were specialists in overseas investment, I assumed that maybe part of the reason they were coming to the US was to oversee the Japanese companies doing business here with money borrowed from back home. Nobody had actually told me this. In fact, nobody had told me anything. That was merely what I considered to be an educated guess. It was the only thing I could think of that made the slightest sense. The following Monday morning, I told myself the guesswork was over. It was high time I went up and saw for myself what they were doing. All I needed was an excuse. Then, a phone rang. I was in the garden out back, skimming the Times and working on a pot of fresh coffee while waiting for the Chicago exchanges to open. Ben was cruising the fence line, sniffing for cats, when I picked up the receiver, waiting at the other end was Mr. Yasuhiro Tanaka, office manager for the New York operation. He chatted a bit about the weather, how nice it was to be working in the U.S. The usual. Finally, he mentioned that he needed to meet with me to discuss, among other matters, certain legal questions concerning one of the other leases in their building. Would it be convenient if he came down to my place and we went over the paperwork? Not necessary, I replied. I just happened to be headed for Midtown in the next few minutes. I'd throw a copy of the leases into my briefcase and drop by to see him. Then, before he could protest, I mumbled something about the doorbell and hung up. The phone rang again immediately, but I didn't answer it. I was already putting on my jacket. I scribbled a few notes for Emma, taped them to her word processor, and headed out the door. Minutes later, I was in their 3rd Avenue lobby, greeting the new security staff, several of whom, as a favor to Tanaka, I'd interviewed for their jobs. Then I took the elevator up to D&I offices on the 11th floor and proceeded to have my Argyle socks blown away. First off, top security. The entryway. Just off the elevator bank had been completely transformed. TV intercom, steel doors, it could have been the vault at Chase. I told the camera's eye who I was, and then waited while a computer somewhere gave me a voice ID check. How they managed to have me in the system already, I wasn't exactly sure. Maybe they'd taken it off the phone. After I'd cleared that, the doors slid open and I entered the first chamber of a 2-room security check. An electronic. Voice ordered me to put my briefcase into the X-ray machine while I proceeded through the metal detector. That cleared. The set of steel panels leading into the next room slid open and I went in, to be confronted by 2 crew-cut guards who could have been retired sumo wrestlers. As the doors clicked behind me, I took one look at D&I welcoming committee and realized they were packing Uzis, those Israeli automatics that could probably cut down a tree in about 2 seconds. No candy-ass .38s for Die Nippon. Without ceremony, they commenced a body search. It was all very polite, but it sure as hell wasn't perfunctory. I just stood there in astonishment while this gorilla roughly my size felt me up. That indignity completed, I was now in line for the real surprise. Yet another set of steel doors opened, and there awaited the man I'd been dealing with over the phone, Yasuhiro Tanaka. Medium build, late 40s, cropped hair, automatic smile. He was Noda's chief of operations for New York. He didn't say much, just led me onto the floor, heading for his office. But he was clearly the on-site Daimid, lots of heavy bowing from the young, white-shirted Japanese staff as we headed for the corner suite, which brings us to the real shocker. Dai Nippon's floor operation looked like the flight deck of the Starship Enterprise. Let me attempt a brief description. In the back was a massive NEC augmented supercomputer, a half-dozen off-white octagonal units about head-high, one the mainframe and the other storage modules arranged alongside in a neat row. Pure power. The whole thing was encased in a glassed room with, I assumed, critical temperature and humidity control. Then out on the floor were lines and lines of workstations. Computer screens everywhere, printers running, stacks of color hard copy pie charts, bar graphs, spreads plus terminals carrying every financial service offered by cable or satellite. This was just the first 5-second glance. Incredible, I thought. There must be a heck of a lot more Japanese investment in the US than anybody realizes, but something had to be wrong here. Why should? Finally, I slowed down. Tanaka was hurrying me along, clearly annoyed that I'd appeared uninvited. That's when I noticed the rest. Across one wall was a line of projection TVs on which computer data was being scrolled. As we walked past, I noticed that each screen seemed to be under the scrutiny of a team of analysts who were intently studying the numbers, comparing notes, running calculations on there. Individual terminals. What's this all about? I stopped before one screen and studied it a second. Beneath it, a small sign said simply, electronics. The one next to it read biotechnology. Then I glanced at a couple of others. Each one covered a different industrial sector. Gee, I thought, you're really out of touch, Walton. Who would have guessed Japan has so much investment in manufacturing here? I didn't remember much going on besides a few joint ventures. Or, they've got a few auto assembly plants, that steel plant they'd bought out on the coast, some TV tube production, chips, VCRs. But mostly, it represented entries into sectors where they're trying to get the jump on protection. Start a token manufacturing operation here before they get shut out. If you have any questions, I'm sure we can discuss them later. Tanaka had taken my arm and was urging me politely toward his office. The whines and hums of laser printers and the beep of computers made conversation all but impossible. Well, I was merely interested. Then I stopped. Know that test psychologists have, the one where you look at a couple of silhouettes and describe what you see. If you think you're supposed to look at the white part in the middle, then you see one thing. I think it's a vase. But if you concentrate on the black instead, you see something else entirely, maybe the profiles of two human fae. Says opposite each other. Thus, what you see is largely a product of your prior assumptions concerning what you're supposed to be looking for. Or maybe it measures whether you view the world as a positive or a negative image, something like that. I don't recall exactly. I do remember receiving a B in Psych 101, which was generous. The point is, what I first thought I saw was actually the inverse of what was really there. I told myself what it was, rather than bull. Eaving my eyes. Die Nippon was running analyzes, bet your ass. But the industries under their silicon microscope weren't Japanese. They'd computerized the financial report of every American company traded publicly, and were now in the process of taking those outfits apart. And I can assure you it was cold-eyed in the extreme, strictly hard numbers. Quarterly earnings, long-term debt, inventory, stock outstanding, CEO bonuses. As any professional analyst would do. They'd cut right through a company's glossed-over excuses, phrases such as strategic retrenchment, aimed at the dividend-nervous retirees in Cedar Rapids. They were putting together the real story, same with the financial markets. Screen. We're scrolling up to the second quotes on everything from 3-month T-bills to 30-year Treasury bonds. Computers were running arbitrage spreads on every issue. They knew exactly where they stood with all their futures contracts. I realized my little telephone boiler room had merely been the tip of some awesome iceberg. Mr. Walton, it is a pleasure to meet you in person. Tanaka was ushering me into the corner office after our pass through the floor. Unlike most executive suites in New York, its windows were sealed with heavy drapes. Again, total security. Let me order tea. He waved at somebody out on the floor. I nodded, still chewing over the setup and trying to understand what in Christ was underway. I'm sure you are a busy man, so perhaps we should proceed directly to my concerns. As you may have guessed, we are almost ready to move into a new phase of our operation. Oh, I guess it must have sounded duh. But I honestly couldn't manage a full sentence. Finally, I recovered slightly. I'm a little surprised by the scope of all this. What's the purpose? Our president, Noda-sama, should be arriving in a few days. I'm sure he will be happy to address your questions in detail. Tanaka paused for the green tea, delivered by a silent girl, the young, smiling, uniformed Japanese office lady, who scarcely looked up as she settled the tray on the desk. After she was gone, he continued. This, of course, is only the financial nerve center for our operation. Our technical staff will begin arriving soon. Technical staff. Then who were those grim-faced minions out there punching computers? You're bringing in more people? Correct, which is why I needed to see you. I understand that the lease on the floor above us is due for renewal at the end of this month. We would like to acquire that space. We will need to convert it as quickly as possible. What be? Out the current tenants? There is a rider in their lease, Mr. Walton, that permits the owner of the building to reclaim the space for his own use at the time of a renewal. We fully intend to make use of it. Consequently, as our attorney, you are hereby authorized to inform them that their lease will not be automatically extended, that they will be expected to vacate. In accordance with the legal and binding terms of their lease, advise them also that there can be a grace period. We will require the floor immediately. I looked at him. So much for the current tenants. What will these new offices be used for? Tanaka sipped his tea. That section will have another managing director. Our range of operations here brings other responsibilities. What section, what range of operations? I am regrettably not at liberty to discuss the specific extent of D&I interests. Well, let me break some news to you. I like to know who I'm working for, so you'd better start discussing specifics and fast. Tanaka seemed to be having trouble meeting my eye. The skull beneath his short-cropped hair glistened under the harsh neon lighting. "Mr. Walton, you are now part of a D&I team. That position includes obligations I am sure you would not wish to take lightly." "Hold on. The hell with politeness. I'm not part of your team or anybody's. I came on board with the explicit understanding that Mr. Walton, kindly sit down." He pointed without ceremony to a chair. I just looked at it, then back at him. "As you are a scholar of Japan," he continued, "I'm sure you are aware that an employee's loyalty to his company is considered to be a gauge of his character. A company is a family, and one considers its interests in that spirit. Maybe you didn't notice, but I'm not Japanese. Nihonjin, as you'd probably put it. I'm a Gaijin. We usually work for Number 1. At the moment, Mr. Walton, you work for Dai Nippon. There is an assigned role for you, one that Noda-san expects you to fulfill. Maybe I just handed in my resignation. I do not really think you would wish to do that." Deadpan. The confidence with which he made that statement told me this guy could make a killing at poker. Unless he had a few cards in the hole I didn't know about. "It would hardly be in your best interest. We expect your contribution to be crucial." "What contribution?" "That will become plain in due time, Mr. Walton." He was measuring his words as he continued, maybe easing up a bit. "For now, let me merely say we know you to be a man with substantial curiosity. Consequently, we believe that what lies ahead will be of considerable interest to you." What was this samurai up to? Maybe it's time everybody put their cards on the table. And why don't we begin with you? I thumbed at a floor outside. What the hell's going on out there? At the moment, nothing in this office need concern you, but perhaps I can tell you this. Now that you are serving as our corporate attorney, you are in a position to help us pursue other avenues. I looked him over. Tanaka was beating about the bush. Why? Maybe it was merely the Japanese style, but he also seemed to know exactly what not to say. I'm still waiting to hear what's next. Very well, as long as you're here. He sipped calmly from his cup. It is common knowledge that Japanese savers have become the world's largest lenders, with overseas investment that now exceeds, by the way, the greatest rate of lending by OPEC, even at its peak. The Japanese people will have over $1 trillion in overseas assets within the next few years. I'm familiar with the numbers. I also knew that with several $1 trillion in spare change sloshing around back home, they were sending abroad a mere dribble of what they had. Were you also aware that over 4/5 of our overseas investment is currently in dollar-denominated instruments? No surprise. The dollar's still the name of the game worldwide. True enough. But we at Dai Nippon are concerned that so many of our institutions have such heavy exposure in a single currency. Accordingly, in addition to our program with interest rate futures, we also feel it would be prudent to provide some protection for this currency risk. In the same manner, I might add, that American investors often do. You mean some downside protection? On the dollar. That is correct. A devaluation or a sudden drop in exchange rates would jeopardize much Japanese capital. Therefore, we feel it would be prudent to enter the currency futures markets to cover at least some of the dollar exposure of our investors. Jesus, I suddenly needed a Valium, in addition to treasuries. Now Dai Nippon was about to short the dollar, pre-sell it in advance of what? Had Noda been lying to me right down the line, setting up a cockamamie cover with interest futures while all along he was setting up an international currency swindle, or were we about to get down to the real action? He'd scheduled his curtain raiser, whatever it was, then realized he might accidentally pull the plug on the U.S. greenback. So he'd decided to arrange a little currency insurance for everybody back at the ranch, just in case. Don't ask me why, but I was drawn to this pending nightmare like a moth to flame. This was a ringside seat at, all right, who am I trying to kid? That was the moment when I finally grasped what our meeting was all about. It was to formally announce the tidal wave that would soon engulf America. And now Matsuo Noda, or maybe I should say Noah, was, in his oblique Japanese way, handing me a pair of tickets good for one round-trip passage on his arc. The only thing missing was the schedule. By then, I didn't care whether I was on board or not. I figured I'd just as soon try swimming on my own. But I had one very good reason to play along. Okay, what's the game? Want to sell some dollars for delivery down the road. We assume you are familiar with the markets. I stay in touch. How would you like to go? If you want currency futures, there are the exchanges. Or you can buy forwards, which are more or less the same thing, from any number of banks around town. Futures only go out for a year maximum, but I can probably get you forwards out to 3. Come to think of it, Citibank will quote you 10-year forwards. We would be looking at shorter terms. No problem. Currency futures are quoted for March, June, September, and December. That's on the Chicago Mercantile Exchange's IMM. But if months are too far out, then you can get options on spot currency contracts down at the Philadelphia Exchange, which allows early exercise. Or if you want, I think you can get off-exchange bank quotes as short as 1 month. Citibank has a Big Forks desk, and Bankers Trust and First Boston or even Bank in Dasu's. Of course, if you really want to get serious, there's the currency trading floor at Barclays Bank in London. We expect to be active in all markets worldwide. That seems best. Tanaka continued, however, we are only interested in December futures and 1-month contracts in the forwards. After that, we may choose to make other arrangements. Hang on. America, right? And what are we talking here in terms of amount? He handed me a sheet of paper. It was like he was ordering up sandwiches from the deli. Corned beef on rye lean with extra mustard and a slice of pickle. How many? Let me check. Oh, say a few 100 billion. This is going to take a few days. I passed it back, calmly as I could manage. Why don't you send a schedule down to my place late this afternoon? My secretary will be there. I'll get started in the morning. I rose. In the meantime, you'll understand if I take today off and catch up a little on other work. Of course. Tanaka bowed, head still glistening. Be in touch tomorrow. I nodded farewell. Until then, Mr. Walton. Another bow as I turned to leave. I walked back through the floor, again trying to digest the spectacle. This was undoubtedly the most comprehensive operation I'd ever witnessed. What in hell did all this analysis of industrial sect have to do with currency hedging? Not a lot of time to reflect on the question, however, since I was summarily being ushered toward the steel security doors by one of Tanaka's flunkies, a young tough who seemed to speak no English, but who could strong-arm very eloquently. In moments I was outside, facing the bank of elevators. That was when I remembered the upstairs tenant, a big public relations outfit. Better take a couple of minutes and give them the word. Rausch. McKinley and Stein were in the middle of proving conclusively that our mayor knew nothing about contract kickbacks, that he was in fact the closest equivalent New York had to driven snow. His honor, in the meantime, was hastily returning. The campaign contributions of all the real estate executives, who, flanked by their lawyers, were now being featured on the front page of the Daily News. Since RM&S had their hands full, and also had expected an automatic renewal of their lease, there weren't too many politic smiles when I broke the news. Fact is, it was a very unpleasant scene. Finally, I called for their lease and showed them the rider. They'd signed the damn thing, not me. Sorry, fellows, all I can do is maybe drag this out a little for you, mislay the paperwork or something. Have one of your attorneys give me a call off the record. But I'd also advise you to start looking for space. Then I headed downtown, a man with Ishin. Die Nippon had to be getting ready to kick hell out of something or somebody. Trouble was, I had no idea who or what, but I'd had plenty of hints it wasn't going to do great things for the dollar. I briefly toyed with alerting Jack O'Donnell and telling him to leak some anonymous storm signals. But what storm? He wouldn't put his Senate reputation on the line to peddle guesswork, and all I had to offer was what? Circumstantial premonitions. Where to begin? Henderson was in London and unreachable, meaning there was no chance of getting him and his less reputable Washington connections to start shouting fire from the rooftops. That left the press. Right. What I needed was the media. Think, somebody who, if the whole thing proved to be smoke and mirrors, could shrug it off. But A comer who would be intrigued by the possible broadcasting coup of the century. It had to be somebody with ready-made exposure, yet a personality with little to lose and a lot to gain. That brought to mind the perfect candidate, a former, acquaintance. When I got home, I went straight to the office upstairs, looked up a number I hadn't used in a long time and dialed it. It felt very familiar. Annal 8, the freshest news in New York, may we help you? I always loved the way they peddled information as though it were Wonder Bread. Donna Austin, please. One moment, please. There was a click, then another voice. Channel 8 News Desk. Donna Austin, please. Who's calling, please? Matthew Walton. Tell her it's business, not personal. Enough pleases. Thank you, Mr. Walton. Thank you. On came the muzak. Would she do it? She used to complain how fed up. She was interviewing witnesses to car crashes. Her career needed a transfusion of hard news so the station management would start taking her seriously. Well, here was her shot, and since she was roughly 10th in line for the anchor spot, she had no reputation of noticeable proportions to jeopardize by leaking an anonymous rumor. The U.S. was about to be shelled by an offshore battery of financial guns. Miss Austin said to tell you she's in a meeting and can't be disturbed. Why is it some women can't just let bygones be bygones? Give me a break, Donna. I was ready for anything, except her little bedroom games. How about advising Miss Austin I'm sorry I called at such an important time, but I have some information that might just save her and everybody else from total ruin. I'm very sorry, but just tell her goddammit. One moment. No please this time. Another very long pause. Finally, I heard Donna's neutral diphthongs, those lower register reverberations she'd worked so long to perfect. Matt, you've got your nerve. This damned well better be quick. Sorry, I yelled at the messenger. I'm sorry about a lot of things, but that's not the reason. I called. Donna, how'd you like an exclusive? The world as we know it is about to end, inside a month. Matt, have you been drinking? No, but that's not a bad idea. Well, what is it you want? A small favor. You have got to be kidding. Not for me. It's the country I'm concerned about. That includes you. How about doing the U.S. a favor and leak a heavy rumor from the world of high finance? The American dollar, dear to us all, may be about to go the way of Confederate mustard plasters. I'll even dictate the statement for you. Matt, why don't you give this earth-shaking scoop to one of your big-shot connections down at the Wall Street Journal, assuming it's such hot news? Good question. The answer, sadly, was that nobody inside the system would want to even hear this kind of talk, let alone spread it. Everybody in the financial community was already whistling in the dark, terrified those Latin American debt dominoes might stop, or to tumble, taking a few of our flagship banks along with them. And now this? No way. Donna, I need somebody willing to go out on a limb. You shit. She gave a snort. I let you mortify me once, and believe me that's the last. Will you listen, for Christ's sake? I know it sounds crazy, but this is dead serious. I've taken on a foreign investment firm as a client. I can't tell you the name, but I'm absolutely sure the guy running it is about to screw this country somehow. He's been shorting the bond market, and now he's going to start dumping dollars. Billions and billions. I want to blow the whistle. Get something on the air that'll cause a few bankers and traders to look up from their computer terminals. And Matthew, darling, how about you're doing me a favor? Name it. Simple. Don't ever call me here again. And while you're at it, tell that asshole friend of yours, Bill Henderson, I think he's the biggest look. I'm genuinely contrite about the scene he caused at your place. If good. Click. Then the hum of a New York dial tone. Maybe she was right. Maybe I was seeing things. In any case, that aborted Monday's attempted guerrilla war against Matsuo. Noda, now to man my barricades, which moment coincided with the sound of Emma Epstein's key in the front door lock. The time, obviously, was exactly 1:30 p.m. Exactly. I waited till she'd settled in before taking the fatal step. Emma, how about bringing me that file in your left-hand desk drawer, the one marked trust account? The blue one. Right, Amy's, you know it. You updated the thing about a month ago when I switched all her money out of stocks and into money market funds. That move had been my one small attempt to ride Noda's horse in the direction I suspected it was headed. I remember. She glanced at me disdainfully. I also remember you predicted interest rates were about a go up, which she was tactful enough not to add they hadn't. She also didn't mention she had greeted my market prognosis with open skepticism. As usual. Well, for what it's worth, I still think rates are headed up soon. And Emma, what? She was grimly digging through the files. Ever think about some gold stocks for your retirement investments? There are some mining issues I hear look good. Golden Scepter, Galath, Vanderbilt. That's Amy's portfolio. You wanted correct? She didn't miss a beat. Right? She doted on Amy and always got very testy whenever I dabbled in the management of my daughter's little nest egg. It's galling to admit Emma's market instincts did at times seem superior to mine. John Maynard Keynes once said there's nothing so disastrous as a rational investment policy in an irrational world. Maybe he was right. Could be I was shackled by too much logical introspection. Never a problem for Emma. All I know is if her daughter-in-law in Jersey phoned in on my line, that she just baked a terrific cherry pie using new improved Crisco. Emma marched out and loaded up on Procter & Gamble. And the damn thing automatically went up 10 points. Here it is. She placed it on my desk with a decidedly disapproving sniff. Thanks, dear Lord, I thought. Stand by us sinners now and at the hour of our death. I went over it quickly with a hand calculator. About 94,000, which I figured would pay for roughly a year and a half of college, the way those already inflated costs were skyrocketing. But by the time Noda got finished with the dollar, it probably wouldn't cover a weekend seminar. Maybe I couldn't save the U.S., but I was damned well going to get my daughter through school. With fear and trembling, I started calling banks. Naturally, I spread the action around town, BSing a lot of currency traders. And bank forks, foreign exchange, departments in the process. I'd buy some pounds sterling then. By the way, long as we're on the phone, Mort, I think I might need a few million yen in, say about a month. Why don't we save time and write some contracts now? Besides, bird in the hand, you know. Then I'd take those pounds I just acquired and use them to buy several million Deutschmark forwards from the next dealer I knew. How much did I go out total? Remember, currency forwards run around a penny on the dollar, so I effectively sold something like 10 million greenbacks deliverable in 1 month when I figured they'd be worth. It was hard even to imagine. Most likely zilch, since I was flying blind. Amy's college fund bought everything. You name it, I went long. Ended up owning futures on Swiss francs, German marks, yen lira, pound sterling, Canadian dollars, even French ranks. I was actually tempted briefly by the peso. Well, she loved her trip to Mexico last summer. A sentimental gesture I sternly resisted. By the time I'd finished, it was 4:45. Meaning my new 9th grade winner of a United Nations basket of foreign currencies, just arrived home from her West Side private school. She always charged in at 4:30. I called Joanna and asked to speak to my daughter. Joe's response to the sound. My voice was only slightly less fulsome than Donna Austin's. Finally, Amy appeared at my ear. Dad, how come you're calling on the downstairs phone? You're supposed to always use the one in my room. Mom hates it when, sweetie, that line is in constant and uninterrupted engagement between the hours of 4:31 and 8:15. It's never possible to reach you there at this time. Okay, so what's up? Nothing much. How about if you and I caught up on things a bit? What do you say to dinner tonight? Just the two of us. We might even consider a real grown-up meal for a change. No alfalfa sprouts. Where? She was immediately on guard. What if she ended up confronted with a red-tinged steak? Iced off one of the living mammals of the earth? Anywhere. Someplace you've always wanted to go. My treat. Wow, anywhere? Your pick. Long pause then. How about windows on the world? Sounds good. I guessed one of her school friends had just been, meaning prestige was on the line. I was right. Sharon's dad took her there last weekend for her birthday, and it sounded really neat. She said you can see everything. It's probably a lot nicer than Top of the Sixes. Where, in case you hadn't guessed, I'd taken her on her birthday. Food standard, but I think we can piece together a spread that'll meet your guidelines. Will your mother let you go? Joanna had total weekday custody, and she played it for all it was worth. She's got a big date tonight. That creepy real estate guy I told you about. The one with the new silver sob he thinks is so hot. Don't tell me about it, and don't call your mother's friends creeps. I'm sure they're all very want to bet. This guy is total weirdness, but she'll let me go, no sweat. What time? When I was a youth, I don't remember young ladies using phrases such as no sweat. Probably an imperfection of memory, one of many. Pick. Who up at 7:30 sharp. Call me if there's a problem. Okay, and Amy. Yeah. Think about wearing an actual dress, not one of those experimental East Village, Dad. I'm gonna look so straight, you'll see. Never da. Uttered it for an instant. That night, I'd intended to explain that her college fund was currently being hedged via a comparatively unorthodox investment scenario. However, she was too busy marveling over the lights of Manhattan a Hund. Read stories down to give me much time to talk. What I really wanted to tell her, but somehow didn't, was that I'd had this spiritualist vision we'd been reincarnated as a couple of those crazy sheikhs at Monte Carlo, when I'm the guy who never ventures past the quarter slots next to the door. It was as though I'd pillaged the $100 grand carefully hoarded for her future and spread it over a giant roulette play, stacking chips on every number on the board. Where Die Nippon's wheel would stop, but when it did, one of them had to pay off 100 to 1. Noda couldn't touch us. Right? No sweat. Chapter 9. Tam was headed east in the black Nissan limo, listening to the talk and thinking. Seated alongside was Kenji Asano, wearing a light tan suit and gold cufflinks, while the space opposite was occupied by two individuals who made her very uneasy. One was the instantly famous Matsuo Noda, the other his niece, talk show economist Akira Mori. Noda was wearing a black three-piece banker's suit, the perfect accompaniment to his silver hair, and small, wireless spectacles that magnified his penetrating eyes. Mori, in designer beige, looked as if she'd just stepped from the NHK studios, which in fact she had only a few hours earlier. 3 days had passed since Noda's Imperial conference, 4 counting today, with this sudden trip being only the latest in a series of unexpected events. The major new twist, getting her interviews rolling, was turning out to be a lot harder than it should have been. Before leaving New York, she'd arranged for a day with Dr. Noboru Matsugami of the Electrotechnical Institute at Tsukuba Science City to go over the latest progress of MIDI's Advanced Robot Technology Project, now the world leader, the undisputed state-of-the-art in robotics. Matsugami had even volunteered to supply introductions to the other MIDI labs at Tsukuba. Everything was set, except now it wasn't. When she called Friday to confirm them, Dr. Matsugami advised her that some unexpected schedule conflicts had come up. Most apologetic. Perhaps they could try again week after next. What's more, that was her last call for the day, because immediately afterward her hotel phone had gone dead for 5 hours. Management was strangely evasive about the problem. When a temporary line was finally installed, it had a curious whine that made conversation all but impossible. My luck, she thought. Japanese technology, the best in the world, breaks down on me. Consequently, it was almost a relief to get out of town. Not the least of reasons being Tokyo still had a hangover from all the sword celebrations. Its streets were strewn with debris, and services remained haphazard. As planned, she and Ken departed the next afternoon on the Shinkansen Bullet Train First Class, where the porters wear white gloves and bow after making an announcement to the car. The only way to travel. Finally, some peace and quiet after the madness of Tokyo, she'd told herself. It felt like the Concorde, except with legroom. She leaned back to watch as the white peak of Mt. Fuji flashed by at 140 miles per hour and chatted with Ken, who was sitting next to her, glancing through some meaty memos he'd brought along. The trip down, zipping through industrial Nagoya, had helped to settle her mind. Kyoto. For her there was nowhere else it like it in the world. If you knew the byways, it could be a universe away from the mania of Tokyo. Time to lighten up. At least she had no reason to suspect Ken was giving her the runaround. He'd seemed genuinely disturbed when she told him about Matsugami's polite refusal to talk. Didn't say much. Just frowned, was strangely silent for a moment, then declared he'd make a few phone calls and check into it when there was time. Kenji Asano, she know? Dist seemed to have a split personality, one for her and one for the rest of the world. In public he was all Japanese, striding ahead and ostentatiously barking opinions. But that, she knew, was merely for appearances. He'd have been the object of silent derision by elders if he'd displayed the slightest consideration for his female companion. She recalled that famous Japanese proverb. The man who falls in love with his wife merely spoils his mother's servant. Okay, she told herself as she trailed along. When in Rome, Japanese men need to strut and bully their women in public. It's the only chance they get. Everybody knows the obedient little helpmate dutifully pacing behind garnishes. His paycheck, and doles back whatever she likes. Ken's stern, traditional public face, however, was merely one of his many personas. Alone with her, he could be as Western as any Japanese man would permit himself. For a Japanese, of course, Western doesn't mean all the glad-handing bonhomie of an American. There's always an element of reserve. Just the same, he was nothing like the typical sexless, oblique Japanese businessman. He had a superb body, taut and athletic, which he knew better than to bury in some cheap off-the-rack Japanese suit. No polyester, strictly silk and finest wool. He had a sense of style, the power look. And he really was a widower whose wife had died in a freak auto crash. Soon after their marriage, in short, Kenji Asano was complex, not easy to categorize. The same went for Matsuo Noda. As she and Ken were coming down on the train, a porter had come through the car announcing Denwa, a call for Dr. Asano. When he returned, he reported that Matsuo Noda needed to make a quick trip down to the famous Shinto shrine at Ei's tomorrow morning to review the site for the new museum Dai Nippon International would build to house the sword, and wanted him to come along, a good time to discuss their mutual interests. He always seems to know everything that goes on. Ken smiled wistfully. He also suggested that perhaps my visiting American colleague would to make the trip too. Oh, Tam thought, why me? That's not the way Japanese executives go about things. Women aren't part of their high-level conferences. I don't understand this, Ken. She'd been half dozing, but now she was coming awake very rapidly. Seems a little strange, don't you think? Asano shrugged. He just said he'd like to meet you. But why? What did you tell him about me? Nothing, really? He glanced away. Curious, she was full. You alert now? Then how did he? Tam, don't be naive. Matsuo Noda knows who you are, believe me. He shot her an admiring glance. Why are you frowning? It's true. He knows all about your work. He practically demand. Did you come along? He called you, what was it, that brilliant American professor. You know, something about this doesn't add up. She was having her first experience of Matsuo Noda's long arm, and she found it unsettling. Why not? Tema. You of all people should know we Japanese have a national tradition of honoring guests. Noda-san is old school, through and through. He leaned back. Besides, he's bringing somebody else along to meet you. Could be very interesting. Who? He told her. So here they were in the Dai Nippon limo, a stretch, with acres of room and green tea that flowed till she thought she would burst. What was that old line about the roomful of Zaibatsu negotiators? The one with the toughest blad. Prevails. Seeing Matsuo Noda in person confirmed everything she'd sensed about him on the TV. He was a genius. Still, something about him told you that when you sat down to cards with this man, you do well to cut the deck. What? Really took her aback, though, was the woman alongside him, Akira Mori. Could be it was just her style. Tam was definitely overwhelmed. For the trip she'd worn her softly tailored Calvin Klein suit, her only one, in shades of pale, warm gray, and set it off with some simple, stark silver picked up on a trip to Morocco. Perfect pitch. She looked smashing, feminine yet all business, and Ken had told her so at least 3 times. All the same, she wasn't prepared for Maury's ostentatious fashion statement. When the DNI limo appeared at their hotel, the International, Japan's favorite TV money guru, was wearing one of her severe Rei Kawakubo ensembles, a small ransom in gold accessory, and enough makeup for a haute couture ramp model. It turned out she'd taped an early morning interview show at NHK's Tokyo studios for broadcast that night, then come down directly on the Shinkansen. She greeted Tam and Ke with scarcely more than a frosty nod. Tam found this standoffish manner puzzling. On the other hand, it did fit perfectly with Ken's quick morning briefing on Noda's famous niece. Quite a story. According to him, her father, Dr. Toshin Oda, had been a celebrated figure in years past. An honors graduate of Tokyo University, he'd been the star mathematics professor of Kyoto University when he was summarily conscripted by Prime Minister Tojo to take charge of wartime cryptography codes. Tojo wanted the best, and he got it. Consequently mild-mannered, Toshi Noda had been one of the minds behind the famous Purple Machine, used for Japanese ciphers during the early part of the war. Eventually, however, the project became redundant. After a time, Tojo ceased to trust the Purple Machine and decided to replace it with that famous Nazi invention, the Enigma machine. On that one, Ken had added with a tut of irony, Toshi Noda was well vindicated. The Enigma machine code had already been cracked by the Allies long before Hitler, declaring it unbreakable, delivered it to Tokyo. Toshi Noda resembled his older brother Matsuo physically, but he differed radically in outlook, being a devout Buddhist and a pacifist. After the stunning Japanese bloodbath at Saipan, which demonstrated the war was clearly lost, he'd been one of those imprudent citizens who'd spoken out publicly for peace. Not surprisingly, he was immediately placed under surveillance by the Kempei Tai, Japan's secret police, and shortly thereafter jailed. After 3 months' internment, he was released a broken man. A week later, he committed ritual seppuku, disemboweling himself for the crime of having disgraced the family. Toshi Noda's diaries, published posthumously and read widely in Japan, revealed his deep repugnance for the wartime government. He believed that Prime Minister Tojo had become, in effect, a neo-shogun, although the shogunate supposedly had been abolished when Emperor Meiji took control and opened Japan in 1867. Toshi Noda saw it restored with Tojo, another shogun who had come along and isolated the country once again. Nonetheless, he'd been a man of few words. His death poem, written only moments before he put the knife to his stomach, was as simple and intense as his life. Darkness. Upon Yamato, land of the gods, awaits the new dawn, ten no Haika. That last was a traditional phrase that, simply translated, meant son of heaven. For a Japanese, though, the overtones are more, they say, the way of the emperor. Subsequent history proved him prescient on several points, the main one being that militarism was a disaster for Japan. Also, he had rightly feared that the monarchy would become an empty symbol in the ruins of Tojo's hopeless war. Although he hadn't lived to see Tojo tried and hanged as a criminal, he had predicted the outcome of the war unerringly, and he'd insisted that his infant daughter be evacuated to Sasayama just before the Allies moved in for the kill. Because of his foresight, she escaped the first firebombing of Tokyo, which converted the city into a giant death oven for 80,000 innocent Japanese civilians too old or young to escape. America's pragmatic, final solution, Auschwitz. With airborne incendiaries, the rest of Toshi Noda's family was burned alive. Afterward, Matsuo Noda had complied with another of Toshi Noda's wishes and made certain his daughter received a first-class education. Since she had a natural instinct for economics, he'd encouraged her, rightly foreseeing it as a discipline vital to Japan in the 21st century. She had excelled beyond his fondest expectations. She was in fact brilliant. As a result, he grew to awe. But on her, to an extent that eventually grew almost obsessive. He'd even made her his heir since he had none of his own. His fortune was rumored to be in the tens of millions, probably the most important thing to keep in mind about. Akira Mori, Ken had concluded, was that she merely looked avant-garde. Inside, she lived in another age. In fact, he suspected the reason she'd never married had something to do with the fact she was already wed to the vision of Japan's powerful, sacred imperial past. On the trip down to Eyes, Mori had silently sipped her green tea while Noda chatted with Asano about the costs and timing of commercializing the intelligent machines that would come out of the 5th generation and project. Although Noda stuck to generalities, it was clear he was totally conversant with the latest developments in the field. In fact, Tam found herself thinking he seemed to know anything there was to know about just about everything. He displayed the same obsession with Japan's technological future that the old-time shoguns must have had about the goings-on of their vassals. She also sensed that he and Asano were doing a lot of their communicating in a verbal shore. Tanned enough so that she began to suspect they had worked together before. They were like father and son, each anticipating the other's thoughts and conclusions. By the time they reached Eyes, it was already late afternoon, but Noda's driver had phoned ahead from the car and arranged rooms for the night at the local spa, so they wouldn't have to go back late. She noticed there hadn't been any talk about the famous sword, but she figured maybe he was saving that for dinner. The museum Noda planned was to be built outside the shrine proper, just before you crossed the wide, arched Yuji Bridge spanning the Isuzu River that separated Shinto's holy ground from the ordinary world. The shrine itself, a collection of Stroof buildings in severe traditional style, was hidden down a long trail among giant cryptomeria trees that towered hundreds of feet into the pale afternoon sky, attesting to the speed with which things can happen in Japan when there's the go ahead from above. The location had already been staked and the trees cleared. Excavation for the foundation merely awaited Noda's approval. While everybody else stood around and waited, he consulted with the site engineer, checked over the plans, and made a few final changes. All the while, onlookers were bowing to him right and left. He'd become, overnight, an authentic Japanese legend. After finishing with the engineer, he suggested they stroll on down to pay respects at the shrine itself, since they'd come all this way. Their burly chauffeur suddenly became a bodyguard, clearing the path ahead. Noda was expansive now, presumably confident his niche in history was secure. As they were crossing the wooden bridge, he casually asked Tam what she knew about the sword. A one-of-a-kind historical find, she replied. Important and fascinating. She'd seen the Emperor on TV. I assumed you would understand its significance. He was leading the way down the path. Perhaps then you'll indulge me a moment for an ancient tale about it. By now, the entire shrine had been cleared of tourists, and they were surrounded only by bowing and smiling priests in white robes. The VIP treatment. The Imperial Sword harkens back in a way to our version of Adam and Eve, except, according to our own creation story, they were also the ones who created Japan. They were the original kami. The original Japanese gods. Well, perhaps God is too strong a term, Dr. Richardson. I prefer to think of our kami as merely spirits of life. Noda shrugged, then continued. According to the myth, the first male and female kami stirred the sea with a long spear, then lifted it, and the brine that dropped from its tip piled up and became Japan. She caught herself smiling. I've always wondered what Freud would have thought of that. Mori glared at her in a way that suggested some offense at her irreverence, while MIT-educated Ken merely stifled a grin. Noda, however, took the quip in stride. Freud? Ah, yes, your philosopher. I seem to recall he's the one who regarded almost everything as some manifestation and of our sexual appetite. Well, these are primitive stories, Dr. Richardson, that describe the beginning of life. I suppose they should be somewhat earthy, wouldn't you agree? He chuckled. Nonetheless, according to our early tales, the Goddess whose shrine this is was created out of the left eye, the side of honor of the first male kami, and the moon god was created out of his right. Then they ascended into the skies. She glanced up. The sun goddess appeared to be headed. For bed, the sky itself barely light through the cryptomeria. The air was beginning to grow slightly crisp. Now we come to the sword. When the sun goddess finally sent her grandson down to rule over the mortals below, he brought with him the three items that became the emblems of imperial rule. They were the sacred mirror, signifying purity, a curved bead necklace, used to ward off evil spirits, and the sword, standing for courage. The great-grandson of that first found immortal, extended his dominion over all of Japan and became the first emperor. We are told his name was Jimmu, and the legends say that was around 660 BC. So Desu, Miss Mori interjected abruptly, startling even Ken. She seemed to be lecturing directly to Tam. We all know our emperor today is directly descended from him. In fact, he is precisely the 124th emperor after Jimmu. Japan and the imperial line were born simultaneously, and every Japanese is related to him. We are a monoracial state. Tam glanced at her. By God, she wasn't kidding. Well, it's possible the traditional account has reworked historical facts. A trifle, Noda continued smoothly. Actually, the peoples who became our modern Japanese seem to have made their way here to the main island from somewhere in the South Pacific and settled in this area around Eyes. Near here we still find burial mounds that contain replicas of their early symbols of imperial authority: mirrors, gems, swords. But the sword you found, did it really come down from on high? Tam asked, half hoping to rankle Akira Mori. You mean Is it that very first one? Noda shrugged. Who could locate the original Garden of Eden? Please, we all must allow for a certain element of poetic license in our myths. But it is unquestionably the sword referred to in the ancient chronicles such as the Height Monogatari, which dates from the Heian era, the 9th through 12th centuries. That sword was lost in 1185, and now it's been recovered. That's all we know for sure. Mori, walking along in her quick Japanese woman pace, obviously was not satisfied with Noda's rationalist version of history. Dr. Richardson, she cut in again. What the recovery of the sword has achieved is to remind the Japanese people that we are unique. Japanese have a special soul, a Yamato Minzoku of pure blood and spiritual unity. All Japanese are related to each other and to the emperor, so there is a oneness of spirit, a blood and soul relation between the emperor and his people. Yamatoists believe, rightly, that temporary eclipse of our Japanese Minzoku was brought about by the American occupation, whose imposed constitution and educational system were acts of racial revenge against Japan. Our post-war identity crisis, our negative image of ourselves, was created by Americans. But that time is over. Although we have no single God, as in the Judeo-Christian tradition, we have something even more powerful. Through our emperor, we have a line of descent that harkens back to the beginning of our world. Perhaps we no longer choose to claim he is divine, but that makes him no less an embodiment of Japan's special place. Kira Mori suddenly realized was a closet Yamatoist, those new right-wing racist firebrands of modern Japan. Time to give her a little heat. Surely nobody today seriously thinks the emperor's forefather came down from the skies. She turned back to Noda. You don't believe it, do you? He shrugged. Ours is a skeptical world, Dr. Richardson. Is your pope really infallible, or did he acquire his right to be divine spokesman by winning a small election? Nonetheless, popes and kings are like ancient tribal leaders. Despite all our modern democracy, we still yearn for a figure to embody our identity. For the Japanese to have an emperor who, if only in legend, has blood kinship with the gods who create. Did our homeland what could be more important? About that time Tam glanced up and realized they were passing under a large torii gate, entryway to a place that seemingly had nothing to do with the real world. Just beyond were the shrines, reminding her somewhat of a sanitized tropical village as imagined by Hollywood. Each of the cypress wood buildings, set above the ground on stilts, was architecture at its most primal, a study in simplicity. Their polished wood was untouched by a speck of paint, while the foot-thick blanket of woven straw comprising their roofs had a creamy texture that looked like cheesecake. There was nothing in the world to compare. What really made them unique, though, was something else entirely. Although the shrines were merely straw and natural wood, possessing none of the centuries-old authority of the cathedrals of Europe, in a curious way, they were actually older, for they had been rebuilt anew every 20 years since time immemorial. Suddenly the real significance of that struck her. What other people had kept alive such a powerful symbol of their common heritage for centuries and centuries? Westerners had difficulty grasping the continuity this shrine represented. Little wonder Noda could galvanize his clan with some powerful new reminder of who they were. Shinto wasn't a religion. There were few rules and no payoff in the sky. Instead, it was the mortar binding a race. The main shrine's over. There, he continued, pointing to a collection of buildings in an area enclosed by a high wooden fence, are off-limits to all save the emperor himself and certain of the priests. That ground is the sacred link between our emperor living now and those of times past. Even photographs are forbidden. Tam noticed that many of the gables of the buildings were tipped in gold, burning amber when an occasional shaft of late sunlight reflected off them. Dusk was starting to settle in, and the evening birds and crickets had begun to add their eerie sound effects. She found herself deeply touched. What was it about the place that inspired such reverence? Was it the serenity, the purity? Yes, this Shinto holy of holies possessed a secret power, the unassailable strength of nature. It moved her. How could it not? Somewhere inside she felt envy of them all, felt a yearning to share their absolute sense of who they were. While she reflected on that, surrounded by the white ravel and golden woods, she found herself looking anew at Ken. Being here with him at eyes made her question once again whether in his world, his austere yet deeply passionate world, she could never be anything but a Gaijin, an outsider. Chapter 10. It was almost dark when they reached the spa, one of those vast Japanese resort hotels catering to the middle class. It had a fake traditional exterior and hundreds of rooms inside, as though the temple of the Golden Pavilion had somehow been hollowed out and enlarged to encompass a health club. Strangely, though, it had been completely cleared, guests sent on their way. It was totally, absolutely empty. The parking lot was cordoned off, and gardeners were busily clipping and manicuring the grounds. Tam was impressed. Dai Nippon must have plenty of clout, she told herself, to be able to commandeer an entire hotel. The manager came out to meet Noda, deferentially bowing and sucking in his breath, after which their few bags were summarily swept away. When Noda returned, he said nothing, merely smiled, and suggested they all retire to the big public baths on the lower level. Since the hotel was a vacation retreat, the basement was almost entirely devoted to the one universal love of the Japanese public scalding water. Down they went through the concrete hallways, attendants and staff bobbing. The sauna-like baths, like the hotel, seemed to be theirs alone. While Oda and Ken retired to the men's section down the corridor, Tam and Mori entered the women's side, a cavernous tile-floored room with a steaming pool at one end. Local women in white head kerchiefs immediately appeared and began to fuss over their guests, scrubbing and rinsing them while praising the famous Noda-sama. Then, as Mori's towel dropped away, Tam looked her over. Good figure. She had always believed that, judged by Western standards, Japanese women tended to be somewhat flat-chested and to have shortish calves. Characteristics the high-waisted kimono was well designed to disguise, which also explained why a Western woman wearing one could easily look like a buxom stork. Mori, however, had a well-proportioned shape, and her breasts were positively generous. The intimacy of the bath didn't noticeably humanize her, however. While they soaked and steamed, she volunteered nothing beyond a few routine pleasantries. No more tirades. About Yamatoism and American treachery, but no informal talk either. After a polite interval, Tam excused herself to go upstairs to her room and freshen up for dinner. Mori's agenda clearly differed from Noda's. This woman, she concluded, had a game plan all her own. But what, not long afterward, she heard Ken tapping lightly on the door, just as she'd hoped. After the hot, steamy bath, he couldn't have been more welcome. In fact, she took one look at him, pristine and elegant in his blue silk yukata, and briefly considered undressing him right there in the doorway with her teeth. He was a wonderful lover, by turns gentle and forceful, as though their being together was some exquisite ceremony. Their making always had a particularly Japanese quality, a heightened appreciation of the erotic, derived no doubt from a tradition that values subtlety and sensual satisfaction. Afterward, they shared a brief soak in the little redwood tub there. In her room, then he headed down the hall to change. Well, she told herself, coming down to eyes has been well worth the trip. Matsuo Noda is definitely eccentric, but all the same he's a Renaissance man by any gauge. Still, why? Did he want to meet me? Just to tell me ancient fables? No, that's some kind of prelude. The real theme is yet to be announced. As she started putting her hair up in some quick curlers to try and recover from the steam, she pushed aside her misgivings. Although she only had the suit she'd worn down, intended for business, she decided it didn't matter. Surely tonight would be informal. She was just finishing up with her hair when she heard a frantic pounding on the door. Very un-Japanese. Puzzling, she cracked it open. Ken was standing there, no slippers, still in his yukata, which he hadn't bothered to tie, all the color gone from his face. Behind him were two uniformed hotel maids, bearing what was surely the most gorgeous kimono she had ever seen, heavy silk with a hand-painted landscape, edged in gold brocade. Tamara, I had no idea, honestly. Noda-sama only found out when we got here, and he couldn't say anything. It was all top secret, heavy security. They only just arrived a few minutes ago, and he's asked Noda to dine with him. He paused for breath. We're invited too. Who's just arrived? Asano was so nonplussed he didn't hear her. Apparently he wanted to review the site plans personally tomorrow to see where the museum will be. I hear the Imperial household was set against it, but he insisted. Who, for God's sake? The impossible answer was rapid. Dawning. Abruptly he paused, embarrassed by his own mental disarray. His Majesty. Tam, we're about to meet the Emperor of Japan. In marched the bowing maids, lots of long vowel honorifics. They apparently assumed the Honorable Richardsa. San must be America's First Lady and took over. Tam knew full well that donning a formal kimono was no small undertaking, but she'd forgotten what a major task it really could be. First came the undergarments. Cotton vest and silk underkimono, secured twice, once with a cord and then with an undersash. Next was the kimono itself, right side folded under the left and then bound at the waist with a cord, the excess length being pulled up and folded over so that the hem just cleared the toes. That fold was in turn secured by another waist cord, after which came yet another undersash. Now it was ready for the all-important outer sash, the obi, a heavy silk strip wound around the waist twice, cinched hard and knotted at the back, long end up, short end down. Then the long end was folded into a sort of cloth origami, this one a butterfly, after which it was rolled into a makeshift tube, into which the short end was stuffed. Finally, this obi sculpture was secured with yet another waist cord, knotted in front. It was all done with minute precision, including the rakish display of a prescribed few millimeters of silk under kimono at the neck. An erotic touch for traditionalists. Finally, she put on special tabai stockings, bifurcated at the big toe to accommodate her thonged slippers. Then they attacked her hair, brushing, spraying, adding ornaments. The makeover took a good 3/4 of an hour, and even so, it was a rush job. As the sashes and cords and cinches got ever tighter and more suffocating, she remembered what wearing a kimono can do to your psyche. The obi seemed designed to demolish breasts, the multiple waists, sashes and cords to totally immobilize the torso from rib cage to thigh. When Ken finally escorted her onto the elevator, she felt like a walking mummy. This, she remembered, is why a lifelong kimono wearer minces along in short, pigeon-toed steps that suggest she's been shackled at the knees. Downstairs, the kitchen had been placed on war footing, and what awaited when they entered the tatami banquet room was the tableau for a full-scale feast. The lacquer table was did with delicate rice straw mats, on which was marshaled an array of ancient stoneware plates and cups, rugged black raku, creamy white shino, green-tipped oribe. The keimono picture scroll hanging in the takanoma was a severe mono. Chrome landscape in the angular ink style of the great master Sesshu. Was it authentic? She wondered. Where'd they get it? After a few minutes' wait, the stately man she'd first seen on TV appeared in the doorway and began removing his shoes. Surprisingly relaxed and informal, despite the household guards standing just outside for security. While everybody bowed to the floor, he greeted Noda. Apparently they'd met when Noda presented the sword and exchanged a few pleasantries. His speech was now ordinary Japanese, not the archaic court dialect of the news conference. This was the real man. Noda bowed politely from time to time, then turned and introduced his party. The Emperor of Japan. Am noticed, seemed to have an eye for the ladies. When her turn came, he was all easy smiles, saying something about how pleasant it was to meet such a charming American since he rarely had the honor. He then complimented her kimono. After that, His Majesty took the place of highest status, his back to the takanoma alcove, traditionally the safest spot to be, since it was the one location in a room sure to be backed by a solid wall, and motioned for Noda to sit. Next to him on the left, the second highest place of honor. Then he nodded toward Tam, calling her his honorable foreign guest, and asked if she would indulge him by sitting on his right. She bowed back and took her place. Mori, whose and kimono was a pattern of delicately shaded autumn leaves, was seated alongside Noda, while Ken was placed next to Tam. As he was settling everybody, an important ritual of prestige, the Emperor kept repeating how delighted he was. To meet a real American, his exposure to the outside world these days apparently consisted mainly of television. He started things off by toasting Dai Nippon, International, with a saucer of sake, after which he asked Noda to repeat. Or him again exactly how the sword had been recovered. Since his late father had been an ardent marine biologist, he loved the part about the computerized magnetometer and pressed for all the details. Finally, the banquet got under way, course after course of a little sliver of local seafood and an ornamental portion of seasonal vegetable, everything on some unexpected serving piece. It was a feast of sight as much as taste, a delicacy called mukusuke. In a black lacquer bowl, hashun on a bamboo tray, hashirai in a brown raku cup, kanemono in a weathered earthen dish, yakimono on a gray oribe platter tipped with green. The sake pot was cast iron, 16th century, with a pale turquoise porcelain top. They all drank from saucers of crusty white shino where the emperor's tipped in gold. Then Tam's legs had begun to ache. She knew that sitting in formal Japanese style on the heels can eventually induce what seems like semi-paralysis of the lower extremities. As she glanced around, she decided that only Ken, who'd told her he was accustomed to kneeling traditional style for hours practicing the tea ceremony, actually seemed comfortable. Finally, the table was cleared for the famous specialty of the spa, which His Majesty had specifically requested. It was an ornate yosnabe, a lusty Japanese bouillabaisse of artfully sculptured components, each of which signified some episode in the fateful battle of Dan no Yura, in fact, the very engagement in which the sword was lost. That was 800 years ago, Tam reminded herself, yet you'd think it was only last week. They were just concluding the meal with the traditional serving of gohan, or rice, when the manager of the spa entered and announced that their special entertainer was now ready. He apologized that, although he could offer nothing truly worthy of His Majesty, his humble spa had brought from Kyoto a performer he hoped would not be judged too harshly. He then ordered more sake sent in. Although drinking more sake after a banquet's closing round of gohan is normally judged impolite, His Majesty just smiled and thanked their flustered host. Around went the small flagons once more, maids scraping the tatami with their foreheads as they refilled the emperor's gold-trimmed saucer. Then the fusuma parted, and the evening surprise swept into the room. Airing an austere autumn kimono of finest silk and holding a shamisen, a three-stringed instrument with a cat-skin face and gold fittings. Her lips were vermilion, her lacquered wig coal-black, her face chalk. As she bowed low before His Majesty, only one visage in the room was paler than hers. She was, Ken whispered to Tam with great delight, none other than Matsuo Noda's former protégé, Koriko. After she had bowed low before the emperor, she greeted the president and CEO of Dai Nippon, as though he were merely another guest. He nodded and mumbled back a reply both curt and incomprehensible. Next she tossed a mildly flirtatious acknowledgement to Ken, who returned her wink and toasted her with his sake saucer. That ended the formalities, since she treated the women in the room as though they were composed of thin air. Their presence violated all tradition, an embarrassment that could be papered over, Japanese style, simply by pretty. Ending, they didn't exist. Tam could have cared less, while the pained face of Akira Mori indicated she was positively relieved. Koriko took immediate command of the room with an easy poise that confirmed her professionalism. Tam guessed she was pushing 40 but knew that aficionados of geisha prefer talent over youth. Using a large ivory plectrum, Koriko strummed her shamisen twice, its wound silk strings piercing and whiny, then began a high-pitched song from her ancient repertoire. Tam couldn't follow the words and doubted if anybody else could either. However, she knew it was the convention that counted. Then at a dramatic moment, two more geisha entered with a flourish and began a classical dance, all fans and rustling silk. It was a stunning floor show for those who appreciate slow-motion poses and flirtatiously exposed napes of neck. Between dances, Koriko urged more sake on the men, joked with His Majesty and with Ken and Indu, asked them both to sing a racy song. Noda, who sat there glaring, was diplomatically ignored. For her own part, Tam was finding this traditional geisha party extremely juvenile and silly. Was this what supposedly intelligent Japanese businessmen consider the height of refined amusement? All this fake flattery and cajoling, mixed with not a few ribald double entendres. How depressing. After a few more songs and dances, Koriko and her ensemble began preparing to depart, whereupon His Majesty presented her with a small gift, or perhaps an honorarium, wrapped in gold paper and tied with an elaborate purple bow. In keeping with etiquette, she didn't open it, merely thanked him graciously and tucked it into her obi. She then caressed the ivory pegs of her shamisen with reverence, saying she would treasure it forever as the unworthy instrument that had solaced the ears of His Imperial Majesty. With a final bow to Noda, never hinty. She knew him, she backed out the door and was gone, followed by the others. His look of relief reminded Tam of a man who just walked away from a collapsing building. Whatever may have been Tam's or Matsuo Noda's secret thoughts about Koriko, the emperor clearly had had a rollicking time. Presumably, he didn't have all that many occasions to flirt with geisha. Now slightly the worse for sake, he began to wax pensive, turning to his American guest and offering to provide an account of the Battle of Dan no Yura. It was a definite switch of mood, but Koriko's traditional songs seemed to have struck a nostalgic nerve. Or perhaps the sword had brought him a new enthusiasm for the past he wanted to share. As he started recounting the battle, Tam smiled to think it was like having the Queen herself brief you on that family squabble of yesteryear called the War of the Roses. That battle, Richardson-san, between the Hike and Genji clans, was a turning point in the long history of our country. It represented the rise to power of the warriors, the shogunate. He smiled politely. I'm afraid the monarchy never quite recovered. In fact, today the crabs in the inland sea have a mark on the Back of their shells that people say is like the insignia of the hike, that they represent the fallen banners of the hike nobles. He paused while a maid topped off his tiny cup with more hot sake. I suppose you've seen them? Hi, Merermesh. Ida. Of course, she nodded, stretching out her vowels to maximum politeness. She wasn't sure she had actually, but this was no time to appear like a dumb Gaijin. Well, after many years of fighting, the hike nobles and the boy emperor. They were defending fled to an island across the inland sea, but the Genji forces pursued them, and eventually they were forced to take to their boats once more. Finally, the battle was joined. Since the hike were experienced sailors, they assumed they would prevail in a naval encounter, and thus their commander unwisely elected to make his stand in the straits, where the riptide was as quick and treacherous then as it is today. At first he had the tide in his favor and they held the enemy, but around noon the tide changed and was against them. Gradually the forces of the Genji surrounded the ship bearing the emperor and the court. His voice faltered slightly, and she realized the story was still as fresh for him as if it had happened yesterday. Finally he continued. As the sad story is told in the hike Monogatari, the court nobles saw a school of dolphins coming toward them. They said, if these turn back, the Genji will be destroyed and we will triumph. If they proceed, it will be a bad omen. When the dolphins continued on, even diving under their ships, the hike realized they were lost. And sure enough, at that moment the Genji ships began closing in. Now the tragic part. The nurse of the boy Emperor Antoku was only 8 resolved what she would do. She donned a double outer dress of dark gray, the color of mourning, tucked up the long skirts of her heavy silk hakama robe, and wrapped the sacred sword in her girdle. Then, taking young Antoku in her arms, she moved to the gunwale of the vessel and looked down at the waves. Finally, she said to the men of the court, though I am only a woman, I will not surrender myself to our enemies. I will accompany our sovereign emperor on his journey. At that moment, little Antoku looked up, his long black hair streaming down his back, and asked, Where are you taking me? Tears began to flow down her cheeks. She said to him, Bow to the east and bid your farewell to the great shrine at Eyes. Our capital will no longer be Kyoto, but a place beneath the seas, where there is no sorrow. So the young Antoku, his white robes the color of the dove, bowed east to Eyes, whereupon the nurse, holding him in one arm and the sacred sword in the other, leapt into the waves. Next, another woman tried to jump overboard with the casket holding the sacred mirror, but an arrow pinned her hakama to the gunwales, and the soldiers retrieved it. All we know of what happened next is the dispatch they sent back to the new rulers in Kyoto, which declared, the former emperor is at the bottom of the sea, and the sacred mirror has been recovered. But the sword is lost and a search is being made. He turned and nodded toward Noda. Only tonight, 8 centuries later, can the rest be told. At last, the sword has been restored to us. Noda bowed low and offered a toast to the imperial line. It was then that Akira Mori first spoke. Although she addressed her words to Tam, they were obviously meant for His Majesty. Richardson-san, recovering the sword is a more important historical event than many realize. Its loss coincided with the end of imperial power in Japan. After that, the emperor became a figurehead, a captive of the shoguns. She shot a quick glance at Noda. If the sword means nothing else, it should remind us all that no shogun must ever be allowed to rise again. What's she driving at? Tam wondered. Of course. His Majesty took up the theme. Although there was a time in this century when the militarists once again made a tool of the Emperor of Japan, I agree it was wrong. He looked at Mori with admiration. The respect your words show for the imperial house of Yamato touches me deeply. While she bowed in acknowledgement, he turned to Noda. In the same manner, Noda-san, Japan's important place in the modern world brings special respect to us as well. For that, we must thank you and all those helping to fashion the new Japan. Tam watched Noda, puzzling. Something was going on, some kind of coded crosstalk she didn't fully comprehend. Shogun. Emperor. What was everybody's unspoken agenda? At that point His Majesty rose unsteadily and announced he had a heavy day ahead, whereupon he summarily bade everyone good evening and exited Imperial household guards in attendance. Tam noticed that Maury watched his departure with a wistful, worshipful gaze. After he was gone, a reverent stillness settled around them. Even Ken, normally talkative, was subdued. "What's going on here?" she puzzled. One thing was sure. Japan was like a magical onion, with layers to be peeled away slowly. Each time you learn something new, you never really get to the core. The last dishes had been cleared and nothing remained on their low table except fresh kettles of sake. Noda leaned back and broke the silence. She realized he was speaking to her. Matsuo Noda, it quickly came to light, was fully familiar with her books, but that was merely the beginning. Next, Akira Mori, who'd been quietly awaiting her turn, joined in. "You moved by the story of the nurse who threw herself into the waves, Richardson-san, the one who sacrificed her own life to honor her ideals. It was a very touching account." Tam looked at her, surprised by the sudden friendliness. "I understand even more now why everybody's so excited about the sword. Presumably, you know," Mori continued evenly, "that the young emperor's nurse was undoubtedly Fujiwara, perhaps of low rank, but nonetheless a member of the family that historically has been closest to the throne. Of course, the Fujiwara were always imperial retainers. Have you taken no interest in that family?" Mori continued, her face still revealing nothing. No, not really." Tam studied her. "Perhaps you should, Dr. Richardson." She switched to flawless English. "Are you aware that your own mother was Fujiwara? In fact, it is possible that in your veins runs the same blood as the nurse who gave her life for the emperor that April day 800 years ago." Tam felt a numbness sweep over her. She'd never thought much about her real mother or father. Naturally, there would have been no way of tracing him, at least none. She knew, but of course there'd be full records of the woman who bore her, then put her up for adoption. For some reason, Mori, or was it Noda himself, had them looked up. They'd uncovered something about her that she herself had never wanted, for well-examined reasons, to explore. Her adoptive parents had been all anybody could desire. Why stir up unknowns? Besides, she believed in nurture, not nature. "You both seem to know a great many things about me." Her glance shifted back and forth between them. She was surprised, yes, but if they'd assumed she'd be stunned, they were wrong. She'd decided long ago not to let herself care. "Although your true mother no longer lives, you are most certainly Fujiwara," Mori went on. "You have blood ties with the family that once stood ready to give its life for the emperor. Therefore you may even have a connection with the sword itself." Noda moved in. "We also believe, Dr. Richardson, that you, because of your work, could have a vital role in the endeavor Dai Nippon will soon undertake. That is the reason we want to speak with you tonight." At last, Tam thought, "I'm finally going to find out why Matsuo Noda accidentally happened to ask me along. I've been waiting to hear this." Since the Fusuma sliding doors were drawn closed, shutting out the serving women, Noda breached conventional etiquette and reached across the table to pour more sake into Tam's tiny she. No dish himself. Ken merely looked on silently as Mori took up Noda's theme. "We would like you to be part of something that would do honor to your Fujiwara heritage, Dr. Richardson, the noble family that so long served the emperor." "I may or may not be Fujiwara, Mori-san, but I already have my work." "Dr. Richardson, do hear us out," Noda interjected, pressing. "We wish to advise you that important, even potentially disruptive events lie ahead for America very soon, and we would like very much for someone such as yourself, a pragmatist, to be involved. Especially since, in addition to your professional skills, you are in a position to understand the cultures, the attitudes of both Americans and Japanese. Your assistance could be invaluable." "Invaluable for what purpose?" "A worthy undertaking, we assure you. Think of it, if you will, as an attempt to prevent Japan and the West from going to war with each other, She looked back and forth between the two of them, trying to fathom what they were driving at. Then Noda continued, revealing again that nothing had happened by chance. We brought you here today to remind you of the importance of your Japanese heritage, a heritage whose sole purpose is, like Shinto itself, the peace and ordering of the world. What's this all about? She looked at Ken, in a black silk kimono, serenely sipping his sake and looking the essence of cultivate. It had tantalizing otherness. Did you have anything to do with this? He carefully set down his shino dish and smoothed his long sleeve. I did have occasion to remind Noda-sama that you have a unique combination of background and expert. Ease Tamara, that could be very instrumental in the realization of his objectives. And what are his objectives? She looked back at Noda. Your objectives? You, Dr. Richardson, should appreciate this better than anyone. He studied sake saucer. There are things the West excels at doing, and there are areas, I trust it is not improper to say, in which we Japanese have demonstrated aptitude. Why should we compete in each other's spheres? It leads only to divisiveness. We open ourselves to predators from the steppes of the Caucasus to the oil-rich deserts of Araby. But if we join together, the peoples of Japan and America can achieve insurmountable strength. You're talking about something that would more probably be in the realm of diplomacy, Noda-san, he laughed. Pardon me, Dr. Richardson, but diplomacy is merely the window dressing for reality. The world cares not a penny for diplomacy, only for power. No one troubled about them. Persian Gulf states until they had OPEC, and the rest of us had no petroleum. Then suddenly, they were toasted worldwide as men of great moment. That is the meaning of diplomacy. The reason I knew you would understand the importance of he went on, is that in your genes you are part of us. You appreciate the value of harmony, one of the first teachings of our philosophy. There must be harmony between man and his world. What does that? Please, just allow. To finish. In like manner, there must also be harmony between nations, yet all we hear about today is friction, usually trade friction, between our nations. But what can be done? The solutions we hear talked of seem, for reasons political and otherwise, impossible to implement. So what course does that leave? You speak of diplomacy, but already diplomacy has been shown inadequate. Why, we might ask, is that so? Because, as your Thomas Jefferson observed many years ago, money is the principal exchange of civilized nations. Diplomacy comes out of economic power. It was trade that estranged our two nations once before in this century, leading to a conflict neither of us desired, and it is money that creates these frictions we hear about so much today. Since diplomacy has failed, we must now find other means to bring stability and thus harmony to both our nations. She was tempted to ask him how all the right-wing, nationalistic fervor he was churning up with the sword would contribute to this so-called harmony, but instead she inquired what, specifically, he was proposing. The most pressing problem America has today, Dr. Richardson, is a growing inability of your industries to compete, if I may be allowed to generalize. America's strength has long been in innovation, but I think it is reasonable to suggest that Japanese management has had a commensurate share of success. So much so that we have been the subject of a flurry of books in your country. He smiled. Even, I should add, several very insightful volumes written by you yourself. Also, Japanese industry has already been part of a number of joint ventures instituting our management techniques in the service of America's business. Well, unquestionably we do have problems in our industrial sector just now, Tam interjected. But Japan has plenty of difficulties of its own. Most assuredly, he nodded. However, as some might put it, the proof is in the pudding. I merely ask you to compare your and our balance of trade or productivity. Surely these both suggest there is truth in what I say. At that point, Akira Mori abruptly seized the floor. You know, Dr. Richardson, there are those in your country who are now saying your trade problems are caused by Japan. That we should work less, save less, squander more, just as you do. Perhaps so we will self-destruct economically as America is now doing and no longer be an embarrassment to you. That is hardly, Noda tried to break in, but she waved him aside. No, this needs to be said. I am tired of hearing Americans tell us to follow their example. She turned back. Your media chastise us for our thrift and hard work, while your businessmen, who are happy enough to grow rich retailing the superior goods we make, refuse to invest their profits in modernizing their own factories. Instead, they give themselves bonuses and Japan lectures. At that she wound down, to the obvious relief of Noda and Ken. The outburst seemed to pass as quickly as it had come, but it succeeded in reinforcing Tarn's reservations about Akira Mori. So what exactly do you have in mind? She looked back at Noda. Dr. Richardson, no one in Japan desires to see America's industrial base disintegrate. That is dangerous. For the future, both yours and ours. Yet joint ventures and management seminars are too little, too late. We, and by we I mean Dai Nippon, are determined to make a more structured contribution. As he laid out his plan, she realized that Matsuo Noda had decided to play God. Still, in this world, such things were possible. All it took was enough financial clout. If anybody doubted that, just remember Opa. But that was the last time around. Now Japan had the money. Maybe the oil billionaires of years past had no good idea what to do with their winnings, but Matsuo Noda had a very precise idea indeed. The one remaining problem. He needed Tamara Richardson,